They're great. I love the punk rockers. Don't be hard on them, because eventually they're going to have children. And those kids will find those pictures. And if they have any little brothers named Tommy, this is what your real parents look like.
Louis Anderson, you get home a lot?
I come home a lot.
Yeah. You know,
I just flew in.
Yeah. I love it how people from Minneapolis, St. Paul, they'd like to say, we don't have any accent.
No,
here.
sure, yeah. No, not at all.
They do. You grew up in a big family.
11 kids.
Is that big?
That's big for my standards.
Yeah. Was it a big, happy
starved.
family?
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't always happy. I mean, we had a lot of problems in my family, and I think sometimes my humor grew out of that. Like my father was an alcoholic, so that he was kind of mean sometimes, and my mom, to cope with that, would kind of like leave the planet. And so I think there was a little stress sometimes.
Like,
but
what kind
we
of
always
humor
found
could grow
a lot
out of that?
Well, like my mom saying, Mom, can we get a cat? Oh no, they lick the butter. And not arguing with that. Just going, yeah, maybe she's right.
What was it like coming back at the Tyrone Guthrie 3? I was telling you, I was in Minneapolis when I was a teenager, and I saw Twelfth Night. I saw Shakespeare.
12th Night, one more, we would have had 12 kids. So it was real exciting. In fact, I really wanted to film that at the Guthrie because Minnesota audiences really made me grow as a comic because they demanded, you know, good jokes and clean material and premises that worked. So I wanted to film it here, you know, because I worked on that material about 8 years, and I wanted to be able to, you know, have them share in that filming. And
they're not an easy audience, a Minnesota crowd.
No.
They're not.
Haven't you found that?
Yes, I found that. Except for these. We came indoors, and there are some of you faint of heart who aren't outdoors, and aren't we glad?
I think they're not an easy audience because I think that Minnesota is that famous thing, the good life. And I think that people really want things at a high standard. You know, our medical here and our social systems and the way we take care of people and our beautiful cities.
So what's to poke fun of people who have it all?
Lutefisk. And anybody who can survive a 40 below wind chill.
Yeah, you know, you are the man one has to ask. How many answers do you have to this question? How cold was it?
I like when they said, is it cold enough for you? No, I like it to be 100 below. And people love their jumper cables here. That's a big thing. They'll show them to you. Look at these. Look at the teeth on them. I'm thinking about taking these hunting with me next year.
What's the story? We've got did I say lutefisk?
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 I don't know. I never tried it.
We've got a spot on it later on. You might
You'll
share
have a spot on you if you eat it. I'll tell you that.
Well, Louis Anderson, we'll have to leave it at that unless you have any final thoughts.
One more thing. I want to make you an official. Where is it? Where's the jacket?
Where's the jacket?
An official twins. Bring it over.
There it is. Just throw that thing. Throw that thing.
She's going to be an official. The twins are going to win the series this year. We're hoping the twins will win the series.
My twins?
Well, we hope your twins. They've already won. They have you.
I can't get it off.
But the Minnesota Twins and Jane and I will be playing this year. In the Minnesota
for Mom. Thanks, Louis.
Thank you very much.
Gonna miss Louis. He can always make us laugh. We have another clip from our vault. Here's Louis back in 1989, this time talking to Today about a collection of letters that he wrote to his late father.
Louis Anderson is a very funny guy. He has made a career in comedy, based in part on his Minnesota childhood and a great big family. But the real success story is this book, Dear Dad, Letters from an Adult Child. How a grown man comes to terms with a desperately unhappy childhood. Louis Anderson, good morning.
Good morning.
Your father was an alcoholic, an abusive alcoholic, and yet I feel awful for all the times I have laughed at some of your stories of your wacky upbringing in that great big family. Why did you want to make us laugh about it at first?
Well, I guess that I'm glad that, first of all, that you laughed because that was my intention. And I think my thing was that, you know, it was so absurd. My father was crazy with the things he would say. Like, if I was the last person on earth, some moron would turn left in front of me. When you're a kid, you go, what? course, you always turn to your brother and go, wish he was. So I tried to make humor out of those abusive situations or that crazy talk or, you know, the fact that he, you know, I shared as much about my dad's abuse as I could, and I tried to make it funny and turn it into something that people could respond to rather than to react to.
You knew that you were angry. And comedians, a lot of them say that the root of comedy is anger. I hear that all the time from comedians, but did you know what the source of that anger was?
Well, I knew my dad's drinking had definitely affected my life. And I knew that my comedy was all coming out of growing up in a family that was dysfunctional. And what surprised me so much is how many people came up to me after my show and went, you know, I had the same dad as you, or I had the same mom as you. So I knew I was hitting something, you know, a chord that was, you know, going on.
All right, the letters.
Right.
You wrote these letters after your father died. Were you ever able to resolve anything with him before he died?
Well, we had talked some, but what had happened was my father died and a friend of mine's father died, and when his dad died, he went to the cemetery and read his dad some letters. And I thought that was so different, but when my friend came back, I took him to the cemetery, and when he came back to the car, he was a different person. And I knew that at that moment that I was going to have to do something like that in order to resolve what I had to say. When I got done writing this book, writing these letters, I was a different person. The anger went somewhere.
But you're still funny. I'm happy to report you're still funny.
I'm still funny, and I think that, you know, there's a lot of funny stuff in the book. You know, we picked two serious things because, you know, I'm known for the funny stuff, but there is a lot of funny things in the book, like the time my mom, when I was born, and my mom took the green stamps so she could stop at the green stamp place because it was the only way she could get there was when we went to the hospital, you know, because it was close to it. So she went in the hospital before I was born, because she had 11 children, she knew how much time she had, bought something with the green stamp she had saved, and then went to the hospital and had me. I still have the thing she bought, too.
What?
A mirror. A goofy mirror. You know, moms, they like goofy stuff.
If you had known the story of your father's life, would that have helped, do you think?
Yeah. The reason that I finally decided that this book would be good to be published, because originally the letters were just written for me. They were part of a therapeutic thing that I wanted to go through and work it out. And I realized that maybe if somebody read this and their father was still alive and they were looking for a reason or some place to go, that they could give their dad this book, or they could read the book and maybe they would see a place. Because the book has a lot of places that, you know, kind of sum up what happens between a son and a father, or a daughter and a father. I don't think it's, you know.
Did you ever find out why he was the way he was?
Well, yeah, my dad's parents were alcoholics, and at a young age he was taken away from them because of their alcoholism and the abuse that he had. And, you know, what I've done is I've basically stopped the abuse. I've stopped the chain. So, you know, I've done that for my dad.
Well, it can be very uplifting to find laughter while working through so much things that are so serious. Well, that's going to do it for today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for watching. We'll be back at it again tomorrow with one of our favorites, the very funny Jim Gaffigan. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Hey, 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 look at y'all watching our favorite streaming channel today all day. We love it when you tune in to Today in 30.
Yeah, we're here in Studio 1A. It's Wednesday. We've got a big show coming your way today.
We do. We're going to start with the bitter chill. Mr. Roker is going to have everything we need to know. That cold weather is really expanding across much of the country. And here on the East Coast, we're getting ready for what could be a major nor'easter this weekend.
Oh, all right. Then Jill Martin has another great list of steals and deals, and this time it's all aimed at improving our sleep.
Oh, I can't wait for that. And then you're going to want to stick around because Katie Lee is going to show us how to kick our sandwich game up a notch.
I like that. And we're going to end the show by saying hello to Dolly Parton, the country superstar, just celebrated a birthday. Obviously, she looks better than ever. She sounds better than ever. She's got no plans of slowing down. And waiting to hear about her very sweet new project.
It's going to get everybody baking.
Draw the hair like right
You do.
Yeah,
it's
been bugging me the whole time.
Around. It's
All
time
right.
for
Today in 30. Al's got your forecast details, but let's get started with NBC's Shaquille Brewster. He's in Des Moines this morning. Hi, Shaq. Morning.
Good morning, guys. I can confirm it is bitterly cold outside right now. I'll tell you, I brought a thermometer, and the needle's right around 0, but the real temperature is about 5 below. But when you add in the wind chill, it gets much colder than that. It's not just here in Iowa, but really across the region, some people waking up to their coldest temperatures of the season.
This morning from Kansas to Michigan, a midweek blast of cold pummeling the Midwest. Millions under winter weather alerts. Bitter temperatures and brutal winds pack a serious 1-2 punch.
Advisories issued when it's dangerously cold. 15 to 30 minutes, that's it for exposed skin.
Extreme wind chills making it feel well below 0. -20 in Chicago, -28 in Minneapolis, and 35 below 0 in Duluth. The frigid temperatures in Minnesota bringing the coldest sunrise of the season over Lake Superior. The view from above showing snow quickly accumulate across the Great Lakes.
Look at all the snow.
Further west, another dangerous cold front moving in, dumping heavy snow up to 25 inches across Colorado. Many forced to brave the elements as snow blanketed the region. The wintry mess also creating dangerously blinding conditions on the road. A major interstate shut down Tuesday all the way to the Kansas border, with multiple vehicles spinning out of control, snarling traffic, and leaving drivers stranded.
And speaking of that snow, the National Weather Service is saying they're becoming more confident in a potential and significant East Coast snowstorm. But until then, I'll tell you, this Arctic chill, this Arctic air is heading directly to you guys in New York. Savannah?
Okay, Shaq, looks cold out there. Go warm up. Thank you so much.
All right, let's bring in Mr. Roker. A lot of people wondering about timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of us are dealing with the cold. I mean, coast to coast, 226 million people below freezing this morning. And right now we've got wind chill advisories or warnings for 31 million people from the plains all the way to New England and down into the Appalachians. Now, here's what we're looking at right now. Dangerously cold wind chills. It feels like -31 in Minneapolis, -16 in Chicago. Memphis, you feel like 12 degrees, 11 here in New York City. And right on into the weekend, you can look at these bone-chilling temperatures. 17 on Saturday in Buffalo, 24 in New York City. Saturday, it's 25 in Charleston and 35 in Nashville. Now, here's this storm. This is the timing of it and what we are expecting. We're watching the models. The European model curves closer to the coast, brings heavy snow from Philadelphia to New England. We're talking blizzard-like conditions. The American model a little further to the east. It curves away from the coast. That heavy snowfall is confined right now to coastal New England and maybe a little inland. So what we're looking at when we blend the models together for a snowfall total, heavy snow from Portland all the way to Newport, Montauk, just to the west of New York City and down into the Delmarva Peninsula. But guys, the problem right now is the American model for New York City, about 2 to 3 inches of snow. The European model, upwards of 16 inches. So what we're looking at right now is waiting to see which model moves to the other one. But we just want folks to be ready for what potentially could be a major snowstorm along the East Coast.
Well, as we get closer, I guess we'll get a better idea too, Al. Thank you very much. Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
All right, finally, we're back with Steals and Deals, and this time, Savannah, our friend Jill Martin is going to help restore your sleep routine because, let's face it, who doesn't want more sleep?
Well, we definitely do. And remember, it's easy to find these bargains. You scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Jill, morning to you.
Good morning, Jill.
We're hanging on your every word for this segment.
Good morning, guys. Well, this was a good one because I got to stay in my pajamas. But I heard you two talking yesterday about how you love to take naps and it's important to schedule rest. And so I really believe in that. So we have 6 products, and the first one we're starting with, we've never done this before. This is exciting. It's the Milliard Memory Foam Mattresses. Now, this is how they come, and then you just unwrap it, and it becomes a mattress. This is how it arrived at the house. The retail price, $4.99 to $7.99. Now, choose from 2 options. The first one is an Ultra Comfort Memory Foam Mattress, supportive foam base with a luxuriously soft top layer. It has a medium firm feel, so it's a great option. Even if you need something for a guest room, too. It has a soft outer cover, which is easy to clean. It's machine washable. The brand says it's designed to last for years and contains durable, long-lasting foam.
Wait, what's
available in
machine
twin,
washable?
full, queen, and king.
The whole mattress?
The cover to the mat.
Cover to it.
No, the cover to it. So if it gets dirty, you take it off and just throw it in. And then the next option is the split firm and soft memory foam mattress. You guys are going to like this. It's great for those who share a sleep space but want individual personal comfort. It offers a soft side with responsive flesh memory foam, and then on the other side, just 1 inch of memory foam on the firm side, so you choose your comfort. Available in queen and king. The retail price is $4.99 to $7.99. The deal is $209 to $379, and you don't fight with your partner. That's up to 58%
That's priceless.
off. That's
Siri
a
would
great
pay
deal. And
$8.99
again,
if I would
it
just sleep
arrived
downstairs.
I was about to say, does it come in twin size? That's what you need,
She
2
would cut
different
it in
beds.
half and put one on the other side of the room.
Fact.
Okay, moving on. The Blankwell Elegance Cluster Memory Foam Queen Pillow. Now, this one comes like this as well. When you open it, give it a second, and it expands to this. The retail, $99.99. Blankwell was founded to help ease people's stress and anxiety through better sleep. This pillow is a perfect blend of luxury with moisture managing technology that the brand says helps the pillow stay dry and cool overnight. The inside of the pillow is made of high-quality memory foam clusters designed to be both comfortable and supportive. Queen size dimensions, 18 by 30. The retail, $99.99. The deal, $29. That's 71% off. Okay, next up, I don't know, do either of you use a weighted blanket?
I've tried it. It's a little heavy.
I have one. I got mine for anxiety. It was like prescribed to me.
Yeah, did it work?
Yeah, it does. It offers sort of that feeling of kind of comfort, but it is very heavy, and it's not for everybody.
No, I tried it for anxiety too, but I still was anxious.
Well, it's not for everybody, but it does help. And this one is the Ella Jane Reversible Weighted Blanket. I sleep with the lightest one. It's the retail $129.99 to $179.99. So it's a velvety soft fabric on one side, microfiber on the other. The box quilted construction of the blanket helps the fill stay in place so you won't have weight on one side more than the other. The brand says the weighted pressure is designed to have a deep calming effect for a good night's sleep in a range of 12 pounds, 15 or 20 pounds, and 5 color combinations. You can check them out on today.com. The retail $129.99 to $179.99. The deal $42 to $48, up to 73% off. And if you've never tried it, it's great at a deal price like that because you can get it home and try it out.
Well, also, I think
All right,
if you don't like to
always
cuddle
super
with your partner,
popular.
it's a good gift because, like, my wife bought me that because it's supposed to give you that feeling of like someone loves you.
Every time
a
we
heavy
have
blanket.
this segment, like this is what it turns into.
Oh no, Siri and I, we get sleep divorce, so we have all sorts of sleep issues. I'm going to buy one of each of these products.
Yes, and try it.
Yes.
Exactly.
But the weighted blanket
you can
is
hug
great.
your pillow like the lady
If you sleep
model.
lonely at night, like I do, try the weighted blanket.
You and Mike should sleep together.
The good news the good news is you both seem to have beautiful marriages, so
Those
the
aren't
sleep
pillows.
items can only help you. So moving on, we have this Kitsch Satin Sleep Set Bundle, the retail $55. This is always super popular, so if you want this, get this now. The bundle includes 2 standard satin pillowcases, 1 satin eye mask, 1 satin sleep scrunchie. I love a scrunchie. Available in colors leopard or ivory. The satin can help prevent crimping and frizz. Their high-quality satin is soft and buttery smooth, vegan and cruelty-free. The brand says it's gentle for all hair and great even if you move while you sleep. There's a minimalistic side zipper to keep in place overnight. Easy to clean, but hand wash it with cold water and then just soap and air dry. Retail $55, the deal $19 for that entire set. That's 65% off. All right, this is super cool. This is the Harmony Smart Ultrasonic Essential Oil Diffuser with Wi-Fi by Pure Daily Care. The retail $149.95. Now this little guy does a lot. Creates a soothing, peaceful atmosphere with this smart diffuser. Also gives a soft light, and you can stream music too. Perfect for the bedroom, living areas, or the home office. The smart diffuser is easy to set up. It comes with the 3 scents, so I have lavender in there right now. I didn't have the mist going because I had it going for too long. And you can download an app on your phone so that you can control it by Bluetooth and schedule it. So if you want to walk in at night to a beautiful aroma, that could really set the tone and the behavior of your sleep. The retail $149.95, the deal $49, a beautiful gift, 67% off. And last up, Good Living in Style. This will be good for you and your partners. No More Sore Massager. The retail $129.95. Now the small massager is lightweight cordless, so it's portable, travel friendly, and easily fits in your bag. I have a bad hip, so I use this constantly on my hip. It comes with 4 tools, so you can use it in different ways to relax, soothing different muscles. 3 speed settings, low, medium, high. Comes in 5 colors. You can check them out on today.com. The retail $129.95. The deal $39, 70%
That's a great
off.
deal.
All right, let's run
Those
through
are
the products
nice.
one more time.
Oh.
We have the Milliard Memory Foam mattresses, the Blankwell Elegance Cluster Memory Foam Pillow, the Ella Jane Weighted Blanket, the Kitsch Satin Sleep Set Bundle, the Pure Daily Care Harmony Smart Ultrasonic Essential Diffuser, and the Good Living in Style No More Sore Massager. I feel like it should also come with a therapy session so you and your partners can all get the items and then work together.
This is Carson's therapy session, and mine too. I slept on the couch last night.
Jill, those are some great deals. How much for the skeleton surfboard?
Oh, I know. Isn't that priceless?
That is cool.
That was one of the first items when I started working that I invested in. Thank you for pointing it out.
I love that.
Means
If
a
you
lot
ever put
to
that
me.
in Steals and Deals, let us know.
That's awesome.
And thanks for the sleep stuff. You slept on the couch last night, really?
I did, yeah, because, snoring.
You opted to go there, though.
Well, yeah, because I didn't want him. I didn't
Mike
want.
still snoring?
A little, yeah.
CPAP.
I know, but he doesn't.
I breathe with a tube. If you saw me
sleep
sleeping, it's like I'm in an
You
aquarium.
look like Darth Vader. I know.
But it helps.
I know, but he doesn't need that. So I just move on. I wear earplugs every
Siri moved
night.
back into the room now because I have the CPAP machine.
She did?
Yes.
Oh, so the sleep divorce is over.
It's off and on.
Okay.
It's touch and go. But Jill, that's not your problem.
No, sorry, Jill.
Thank you for the
This
deals.
is what happens when they put us together.
There's a QR code. You can text STEALS to 34318 or head to today.com/deals. And a reminder, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a small commission on purchases made through our links. Thanks, Jill.
Mike's gone on to work by now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This morning, we are putting a French twist on today food with a classic sandwich. Joining us right now, our pal, Katie Lee Beagle. She's the co-host of The Kitchen on Food Network and the author. Her newest cookbook is It's Not Complicated. Katie, good to see you.
Great to see you all. How are you doing this morning?
Doing great. Great. And I like you're going to make our taste buds a little more international, taking a ham sandwich and giving it a little French twist.
Yum. This is just what you need for a cold night. You know, have a nice cozy dinner. It's really simple, but it feels kind of elevated. We're not just having a ham and cheese, we're having a croque monsieur.
Ooh, okay. So how do we get started with this?
Okay, so here's how we do it. I've got some country white bread here. I like a thick slice for this, and I just topped it with some Dijon mustard. And then I've got some deli ham here. You can use any ham you like. If you like a thin slice, if you like a little thicker. I put 3 slices on, but you determine the thickness of your sandwich, however you like it. And then let's get to the good part, the cheese, because a croque monsieur has a lot of cheese. I'm talking about a lot here. So this is Gruyere cheese, and this is so nutty and salty and delicious. It's French onion soup cheese.
Right.
And
it's really melty.
We're going to put... It's very melty. That's what we want here. We want an ooey gooey sandwich. So I'm going to put about a tablespoon of this on each one. And then we're going to make a cheese sauce, okay? So I'm just going to top them with my bread. And I've got the broiler going. You want to preheat your broiler.
Okay.
And now to make our creamy cheese sauce. So I've got some butter, because every good French recipe has butter, right?
Yes.
Of course. So I'm going to melt the butter and add to it some flour. So I'm just making a classic roux here.
So this is
And
kind of like what you would
this-
put in a macaroni and cheese almost.
Absolutely. You could take this same recipe and do it for mac and cheese, toss it with some pasta, and you're good to go. So you want to let this cook for about 3 or 4 minutes. You want the flour taste to cook out of it. If you go in with your milk too early, you kind of get this like floury thing that's not appealing. So then I'm going to take, and for the sake of time, right?
Yeah.
I'll take some whole milk, and I've got 2 cups here that's just going to go in, whisk it up, and you want to let it cook until it's thick enough to coat the back of a spoon. And then you're going to add to it a cup of that grated Gruyere.
Oh, yes.
So,
that sounds
so more
amazing.
cheese goes in. And then it's going to turn into this wonderful little cheese sauce here that I've got that I'm going to top my sandwiches with.
Okay.
So you're just going to go on top of those sandwiches.
What's in
and
that
just
little
give it
jar that's sitting right there?
Oh, you know, I always forget something,
little
Dylan.
cinnamon?
Thank you. This
Is
is
it
like
nutmeg?
the mom brain.
What
This
is it?
Nutmeg.
Oh.
Yes, I knew I was going to forget the nutmeg too.
I got
A
you with
little
the mom
hint of
brain. I get
nutmeg
it.
goes in there.
Okay.
You got it, right?
Now, Katie,
So
is there
little
too
bit.
much? Is there any such thing as too much bechamel sauce?
I don't think there's such thing as too much bechamel sauce. No. So I'm going to really go over these sandwiches with the cheese sauce.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
We want them to be nice and melty. And then, I really went to town on that one. That one's going to be mine. And then you're going to top it with more cheese.
Yes!
Okay?
Oh my gosh.
Yes. So you're going to go in with more grated cheese on top. This is going to be so good. And I mean, it's wintertime, right? We can eat food like this. All
We're not
right,
eating
so
this
now
every
this
day.
is going to go under the broiler.
Oh.
And again, the mom brain, if you're forgetful like me, just stand next to the oven.
Yeah, I've
because
done
you'll be destined to burn it, right?
Yes.
I was in here making these this morning, like staring at the oven. Okay, so I've got some back here that's already done. I'm proud to say I didn't burn it.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Here we go. Ooey gooey.
Yum. That
looks
Slice
great.
into it. Look at that.
Oh my
Doesn't it
gosh.
look good?
I
Now,
want
if you
that
want to make
so
this
bad.
a croque madame, you put a fried egg on top of it.
Oh.
And then you get the runny egg thing going.
Hey, we
Yeah.
don't want to run out of time. You've got a great, simple salad dressing.
Yes, salad dressing. That's the number one question I get on social media is how to make a simple vinaigrette.
I agree.
So you start off with 1 tablespoon of Dijon mustard. Add to it 1 tablespoon of your favorite vinegar. I like to use red wine vinegar. And then you're going to add to it just a little squirt of honey.
Okay.
Because that kind of balances out the tang of the vinegar.
Okay.
I like a little touch of lemon.
Okay.
And then you whisk this first, and that makes it nice and emulsified.
Okay.
And then we're going to add to it our olive oil. So typically you do 1 part vinegar, 3 parts of oil, but I like to have a little bit more tang, so I put in the lemon juice as well. And that just kind of gives it, you know, a little bit extra. And then you want to really heavily season it with salt, because that's what's going to season your entire salad.
Right.
Is that salt. So you got to go for it.
Salt, pepper.
And then you just
Everybody has that.
salad.
Your favorite salad.
I'm going to do that today.
Katie Lee Beagle.
Have a glass of white wine.
There you go.
Smart woman. Speaking our language.
All you need is a beret and you're set. Katie Lee Beagle. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, to check out this recipe and more, thank you. Head to today.com/food.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay. Oh, love it. We love listening to Dolly Parton's music, the queen of country. Just recently celebrated a birthday, and at 76, she is lovely and lively as ever.
She's got new music. She's got a sweet new project, and it's no wonder Time Magazine named her one of the 100 most influential people of 2021. Dolly Parton, when we saw you were going to be on our show, it made our day. So we want to say we're so happy to be sitting with you, and we want to discuss your cakes. But did you see Jenna's thirst trap,
No,
Dolly?
please don't ask an American icon.
A thirst trap is when
Well, yeah, I think that's great.
What do you think of
I
Jenna's
saw
move?
all of you doing your fashion thing, and I wanted you to know that I wanted to be in there. So I, this month, am wearing rickrack and an apron.
I mean, that is as sexy as it gets. Dolly, we adore you.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier, too, about our girls' nights.
We wanted to have a special girls' night. We wanted to invite Reba. Well, you were first, and Oprah, and
Trisha.
Reese, and Trisha. And we wondered if you would ever want to come and hang out with us.
Wouldn't that be fun? We would love that, too.
Oh, okay. And we have to also say happy birthday. I hope you
Thank
had
you.
one of your cakes for your birthday. You posted this throwback picture, and you said, just hanging out on my birthday.
In my birthday suit. I love that.
How was it?
Oh, yeah. Well, my birthday was good. Actually, I didn't have one of these cakes. Someone had made me a big birthday cake, so I spent my day with my husband and ate a lot of cake. So I've been eating a lot of cake lately because I've been promoting our new Duncan Hines deal, which we'll talk about when you're ready.
Yeah, I think we should talk about it since it's right in front of you and we're kind of hungry. So there are, Duncan Hines is like the go-to for both of us for birthday cakes, but you are putting a little spin on it.
Well, actually, I got in business with Duncan Hines because how many times have people made Duncan Hines cake and act like they made it? You know, so
Yes.
we know they're great, and you can make it because you can read on the back. But I'm excited about doing this southern end of Duncan Hines cake and sweet stuff and all. So we got our little slogan that says, "If you are what you eat, why not be sweet?" So that's our little slogan.
And
so we've got the banana cream, banana pudding cake, and the coconut cake, which everybody loves.
I mean, you married two of the most classic things.
We heard like they're flying off the shelves. People were trying to get them, and they're like, Dolly's cakes are already gone. I'm sure they're going to restock, but wow.
Well, that was the ones online, yeah. So you can actually, it's coming out in March, but you can just kind of go to the Duncan Hines website and enter your email, or you can go on my socials and find out exactly when they're going to have them restocked.
I know, Dolly, that you write music all the time. It just comes out of you, no matter where you are at the funniest times and moments. And where are you writing new music, and do you have any new music that's coming out?
Well, actually, I do have some new music coming out, along with a new book that I've written, a novel with the famous James Patterson. Oh, yeah. And along with that, I wrote a whole new album. It's called Run, Rose, Run, which is the title of the book, and as well as the album. So that's what I'm doing now. And then I've been doing a lot of cooking, trying to get my new line going. Seriously, though, I've been doing more writing than cooking.
We're listening to a little bit of this new music. Can we just crank it for a second?
Guitar and me.
Oh, yeah.
How to find my destiny. Nashville is the place to be.
Oh,
can you hear it?
Big dreams, big dreams.
Yeah.
Love. So speaking of like beautiful stories and love stories, you and Carl Dean have been married 55 years. I mean, when I saw the number 55, it just struck me. And I know people ask you all the time, like, what is it about your relationship that has withstood the test of time? But what is it?
Well, actually, we're good people. We're fun people. We both have a great sense of humor, and we like and respect each other, and we just have fun. And I stay gone enough to keep it new.
And you can bake. Yeah. And you can bake. But Dolly, we were talking earlier this week because we heard that Heidi Klum got her legs insured, and there was some rumor on the internet that you have a famous body part
or parts
that are also insured, and we just have to we want you to set the record straight. Yes.
Well, it's not true about that. Years ago, was it Betty Grable or one of the great famous stars that was famous also for her legs? And at that time, I said, well, maybe I should get my boobs insured since I'm famous for them. But it was just a joke. I didn't do that.
Well, Dolly, we love you, and congratulations on your newest adventure that you're on right now. We appreciate your time.
The book, the music, all of it. We cannot wait to see you in real life soon.
Well, thank you. And by the way, you can get new boobs, but you can't get new legs.
Check. I'm sewing that on a pillow.
Thank you.
We love you.
Love you, Dolly.
You love talking to Dolly. What's your favorite part about it?
Everything. She is, I think, the most beloved human being on the planet Earth. I don't think there's a person alive who doesn't love Dolly, but it's apparent why. She's gracious and funny and generous.
And brilliant.
Yeah.
And her music. I mean, it's just like, I feel like all of her songs have been a part of the soundtrack of our lives, of everybody's lives. She's an icon.
Well, come on back for another big morning. It's tomorrow on Today.
Tomorrow we're going to have a great day.
We are.
Bye. We just know it.
Welcome to Today Food on Today All Day. So when life hands you lemons, you know what they say? Make limoncello. Today on an all-new saucy, Anthony Contrino showing us how to make the boozy Italian spirit plus 2 lemony sweet treats that will want to make you pucker up.
Everyone loves a sweet treat every now and then, and I have 3 that are stunning, delicious, and use one of my favorite ingredients in the entire world, Sorrento Lemons. First up, a traditional Italian liqueur, limoncello. Then, my lemon curd tartlets. Finally, my favorite, a lemon and olive oil bundt cake with limoncello glaze. So grab a lemon and pucker up. It's not every day that produce from Italy comes in, but when my local Italian market gets the first batch of Sorrento lemons, I am like a kid on Christmas morning. Aside from the obvious difference in size, this lemon has more bumpy skin, which contains more oils. So if you're using its zest or steeping it for something like limoncello, you're gonna get that much more flavor. Let's start making our limoncello. The first thing we need to do is peel these beautiful lemons. Grab your favorite peeler and just start peeling strips of the skin. Take your time. We don't want to leave any of the skin behind. We don't want to waste any of that flavorful skin. I wish you can smell how fragrant this is. It's amazing. Has a more sweet aroma than your traditional store-bought lemon. I'm making a huge batch of limoncello, so we're gonna need 8 of these lemons. If you're using regular organic lemons, you're going to need at least 12 of them. My hands are gonna smell so good by the time I'm done with this. My carpal tunnel, however, not so much. Last one. Awesome. Look how beautiful all these peels are. The next step is to peel off any excess pith. So I'm gonna go through all of these and make sure that there's nothing that has more pith than what I'm seeing on this lemon. Now for the fun part. Grab yourself a fairly large glass jar, at least 56 ounces if possible, and simply add your hard work right into the jar. All of these gorgeous Sorrento lemon peels. And now for another very important ingredient, high-proof grain alcohol. This stuff is strong. It is extremely flammable. It's 190 proof. You cannot drink this as is. It will literally burn your insides. But it's that power that is going to help pull all the flavor, all of the oils out of these lemon peels. Madonna. Whew. Do not drink it. And I'm gonna add the whole 1 liter bottle right to our jar. Perfect. Now all that's left to do is wait. For me, it's more of a visual cue. I want the lemon peels to be pale, which means that all of the flavor, all of these oils have been sucked out of the peels. So around 1 to 2 weeks is probably best. Thankfully, I have a little trick up my sleeve. If you've been watching, you'd notice that we had this hiding in the corner the last few weeks, steeping just for today. And you can see the obvious difference. This is a deep golden yellow color. Isn't it beautiful? We have everything we need. I made some simple syrup earlier that we're going to add to our strained limoncello. Oh, did you hear that pop? It smells a little bit like cleaning supplies right now. Don't worry about that. We'll take care of it. Get yourself an even bigger glass jar. Just going to place a strainer on top of our new jar and carefully, to hopefully not lose any of this liquid gold, pour it I didn't think this part through, did I? All right, we're just gonna go for it. Oh my God, how cool is that? That was easier than I thought it was gonna be. Now we're gonna pour our simple syrup right in. Look at how the color changes. It's this beautiful, sunshiny yellow color. At this point, it's almost done, but it's still way too strong to drink. So we have one last ingredient to add. Some cold water. This recipe makes a lot, so I hope you have a lot of friends. Just give it a little bit of a stir. Then it's just time to start bottling. Funnel will make this process a lot easier. Perfect. Just seal them up as you finish bottling though. Is that beautiful? I'd be very happy if someone brought me one of these bottles of limoncello. You can find these glass bottles at some craft stores, but I normally find them at a store that sells containers. A little bit left, which I'll jar later, but that's for me. Gorgeous. I'm going to let these cure in the freezer for a week. The good news is they could live in there for a year, just in time for the next Sorrento lemon season.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's this
When I was interning in southern France, I learned how to make the best lemon curd I've ever had in my life. And thankfully, Chef Laurent was kind enough to share the recipe with me, and this is my version of it. The first thing we need to do is prepare our butter. This is one of those times when we want very cold butter. We don't want it room temperature. And I'm just gonna cut it into cubes. About a 1/2-inch cube would be perfect. Using 2 sticks, a full 1/2 pound of butter for this recipe. Definitely one of the reasons why this is so delicious. Set that aside. Let's start our curd. Now, I'm not one for really weird quantities in baking or cooking in general, But this recipe is so perfect that it does call for a weird amount of lemon juice. Exactly a ½ cup plus 4 teaspoons. It has to be that quantity, trust me. Don't round up, don't round down. Some sugar, 3/4 of a cup, ½ teaspoon of salt, and then some eggs. Three whole eggs and 1 yolk. This extra yolk is going to add a bit more decadence and richness. Okay, I'm gonna put this over medium heat. We don't wanna put it on top of an aggressive heat because we don't want scrambled eggs. Grab a whisk, start combining all of these ingredients. You wanna keep whisking over the medium heat until it starts to steam and you'll feel this mixture getting thick. Starting to see my first wisps of steam. And it's done, just like that. Immediately off the heat, grab a spatula and through a fine mesh strainer into a food processor. Scrape it all down. Get every last bit of this curd in there. And then kind of in a back and forth stirry motion, start pushing your curd through the strainer. Put on your lid the right way. Turn your machine on. And then we're gonna start adding our butter, a cube at a time. And it looks great to me. I'm gonna transfer this to a bowl. Look how silky, how smooth, and how beautiful it is. And it is delicious too, I promise. I can guarantee you that this lemon curd is life-changing. Into the fridge for 4 hours or overnight until it's nice and thick. Thankfully, I have one all ready to go. Here I have some phyllo dough shells that you can find in the frozen section of your grocery store. We're gonna fill them with this delicious curd. Let me show you how to set up a piping bag. Fold down the top. Then you wanna choose a tip. I'm going with a medium small round tip. Cut a hole for your tip and slide it in. Right side up, preferably. Then just push it forward and then pull to stretch out the plastic just a little bit. That'll lock it in place. And then simply just add this beautiful curd right into your bag. That'll be plenty for these tartlets. Gonna fill these with a slightly heaping mound of the curd, just like that. This smooth curd against this crispy phyllo shell is the perfect combination of textures. I'm gonna finish these off with a couple of things. First, a fresh raspberry for a little bit of color and just a sweet little pop of extra flavor. These are looking amazing already, but I have one more special touch to add to them. A little powdered sugar. It's pretty and adds just a kiss of extra sweetness. Just give it little gentle taps. A little bit of early morning snow. Aren't these just so adorable? They're delicious too, and I know my neighbors are gonna love them. So I'm gonna be a good boy, and I'm not going to touch them. No one said anything about the leftover curd though.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is one of the moistest cakes you will ever have. Honestly, I would have a slice of the simple and elegant Bundt cake over a layer cake any day of the week. You always want to start with your dry ingredients. 2.5 cups of flour, right into your bowl. Okay. Then we need some salt. You always need salt when baking. It helps bring out all the flavors of everything else that is in your batter. 1 teaspoon of that. I'm using 2 different leaveners, baking powder and baking soda. So just a 1/2 teaspoon of the baking soda. And then 1.5 teaspoons of our baking powder. Okay. I'm whisking this really well to evenly distribute all of the leaveners. Perfect. Set this aside. And let's get started on our wet ingredients. First up, a stick of European or European-style butter right into the bowl of a stand mixer. Then some sugar. 1 3/4 cup of sugar. Just add that right on in. May sound like a lot, but this is not an overly sweet cake. The olive oil component of our cake, make sure you're using a floral olive oil. This is definitely not the time for a peppery olive oil. This is dessert. 1/4 cup of this liquid gold. Smells so good. Just gonna go right on in, get all of those last little drips. And some lemon zest. Using a Sorrento lemon here, so 1/2 of the zest of this lemon will be more than enough. Paddle attachment. And we want to beat this until it's super pale and nice and fluffy. You can see it lightening in color already. We can start adding our eggs. 3 large eggs. Scrape it down again. Make sure there are no bits of egg that were missed. At this point, we're also gonna add a little bit of vanilla. I feel like every baked good needs just a little bit of vanilla. 1 teaspoon. We have our dry ready. We just need to finish our wet. I have a 1/4 cup of that delicious lemon juice from our Sorrento Lemons. And to that, I'm going to add 3/4 cup of buttermilk. Just give it a little bit of a swirl to incorporate. And now, let's finish it up. Start by adding half of your dry and slowly on low so it doesn't fly out at you. Let it go, and as soon as it's almost fully incorporated, start drizzling in your buttermilk mixture. All that's left is our remaining dry ingredients. Once again, incorporate on low speed. And you want to stop the machine as soon as it looks like it's almost all incorporated. Right there. I'll finish the rest by hand. You never want to overmix a cake batter. It'll get really tough. I want to lick this, but I'm not. Just going to make sure that any bits of flour are fully incorporated at this point. This looks great. Let's get into our pan. It's a nice, thick, luxurious batter. You can see some of those specks of the lemon zest in here. It's gonna be so delicious. Just gently start smoothing it. If you made a mess like I did, just carefully clean it up without ruining too much of your greased pan. One last thing that I like to do before I put it in the oven, a few taps on the countertop just to knock out any large air bubbles that may be in there. You want to bake this for 45 minutes at 350 degrees until a cake tester comes out clean when inserted in the center.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this cake not stunning? You want to allow your cake to cool completely till it's cold to the touch, basically, at least room temperature, or your glaze will not set. So let's get started on it. 1.5 cups of confectioner's sugar. I'm putting it right into a fine mesh strainer because we want to sift out any lumps. We want a nice, smooth glaze. Then using a spoon, a spatula, whatever you have, just start working it through the strainer. There you go. To this, we're gonna add just a few more ingredients. Some melted butter, 4 tablespoons, and then 2 tablespoons each of whole milk, and of course, our limoncello. Keep the milk on standby just in case you need to thin out your glaze. Just whisk, slowly pulling in all the sugar from the sides of the bowl. Oh no. I'm a mess. This glaze should be fairly thick, but still runny enough to drizzle down the side of our Bundt cake. Okay, you want to use this quickly. Grab a spoon. Then work your way around your cake, allowing it to drizzle down the sides into the center and across the top. And there you have it, our beautiful lemon olive oil Bundt cake with limoncello glaze. All of these lemony treats make a perfect gift, and I'm going to show you some fun ways that I like to package them when giving them to friends and neighbors. Let's start with our Bundt cake. I'm going to carefully transfer it, looking for some naked cake space, right into the center of our charger. Don't forget about our gorgeous lemon curd tartlets. These could be a little tricky to transport, but I discovered a trick. I bought this cute little shallow tin at a craft store, and I'm gonna put in just a small layering of sprinkles. That's gonna help keep them in place. And of course, they match our little tartlets. Just kind of nestle them in. Don't overcrowd, but look how cute this looks. A lot of people are going to be begging me for this limoncello. Have a solution for that too. Have this cute lemon rubber stamp and some yellow ink. Just give it a little pat. And then with just any fine tip marker, grab some twine, string it through your little tag, and we'll tie it to the sides of our bottle. Aren't these so cute? And there you have it, 3 delicious and adorable gifts that I know my friends and family are just going to love. They also happen to make an excellent bribe.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and I know trends. Each week, I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop All Day contributor Jen Fallick, and I love finding the best versions of everyday items in better basics.
This is Shop All Day 30 Under 30. Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with a new episode of Shop All Day. And get this, we have 30 products for you, all under $30. And don't let the low prices fool you. We have some of our fun and favorite finds that you can afford. We're talking fashion, beauty, home, and organization too. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. Let's start with fashion. Now, you don't have to spend a fortune to add a sumptuous, subtle, and stylish sweater to your winter uniform. And we've got you with this V-neck sweater from H&M. And when I saw it, I could not wait to try it on. It is so incredibly soft. And this fabric is actually a wool blend with spandex. So it's got some great stretch in it. So it's also really comfy. And what I love about this silhouette is it's got that great oversized trend that we've seen so much of, but it's not too oversized. It's even got a great split here in the hem. And I am really digging these sophisticated neutrals, this light green and the oatmeal, and I cannot believe the price. And if you're more of a cardigan fan, we've got another wardrobe essential that also elevates your everyday. Now, this sweater is just as soft as our V-neck. It's actually made out of a viscose blend, and it's also got a little stretch. And I have to say, one of the things I love so much about a cardigan is it's just so easy. You throw it on, and it's a 3-season weight. It's kind of a great mid-weight. So that means you can throw this on when it's not too cold when you run out the door, and it makes a good sweater coat. Or you can also use it as a layering piece, or you can use it when you're hanging out on the sofa in your joggers. And it comes in so many great colors. It's even got stripes, and again, that 3/4 length, and ding, 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 pockets. So you're not going to believe this next one. It's pretty cute. It's the chunky knit beanie with interchangeable pom-poms. And I have never seen anything like this. And what's so fun about it is you get a beanie with 3 different pom-poms. So if you want to change the look up of your hat, all you got to do is snap on, snap off. So the beanies come in 6 different colors, and each beanie comes with their own set of 3 pom-poms. You get one that's monochromatic, you get one that's made out of yarn, and then you get one that I like to call the statement pom-pom with bold, wild colors. And I think these are so much fun. They come in one size fits all, so they're great for adults, and they're also great for kids. Now, we sure do love sets around here at Shop All Day. And you know the only thing better than one velvet scrunchie? A set of 12 velvet scrunchies. And you know, scrunchies really are having a big comeback. I think they're probably the #1 hair accessory trend for the past 2 seasons. So these days, I really look to the scrunchie as a really cool embellishment or a great solution to a not so perfect hair day. I even found 2 of the colors of 2022, the great magenta and the emerald green. So now let's talk beauty. 2021 was the year of the statement brow. And guess what? This trend isn't going anywhere. So if you've wanted in, you're in luck, because this award-winning product from Benefit is about to become your brow's secret weapon. And it's so affordable. This is their Gimme Brow Plus Tinted Volumizing Brow Gel. And I'm such a big fan of Benefit's products and attitude in general. I mean, they really make beauty feel easy and inclusive. I'm always on the hunt for great brow products that help to make my brows look a little bit fuller. And the brand actually says that it helps to tame and volumize and actually tint your brows. It's like a little mascara wand, and you just flick it on. It takes almost no time at all. Plus, the brand says that it's water resistant. And it comes in 10 different shades, 2 different sizes, from mini to standard, and well under $30. So with all the hype surrounding this next cult favorite beauty product, you'd be hard-pressed to believe the price. Meet the Maybelline Instant Age Rewind Eraser, and it puts the task in multitasker. And this is another one that I was really excited about trying because it has been a mega bestseller. And I'm always looking for an affordable concealer for under eye. And this really did help brighten up my under eye. I also used it to even out my skin tone, and it was so easy. And even though it's full coverage, it felt light and hydrating. And my favorite thing about it is It actually looks like an eraser. It's got this wonderful little foam applicator, which means you don't need an extra tool. And it's a really clever design. All you have to do is turn it and the concealer replenishes. It comes in lots of different shades. I can't believe that a concealer that works this well is so affordable. So next up, we've got a press-on nail kit that's a real game changer. This is the Instant Manny. They're press-on nails. They're from one of my favorite nail brands, Olive and June. And oh my goodness, I cannot believe how real they look. And if you're looking for a time saver, these little press-on nails are a game changer. It did take me less than 10 minutes when I tried, and the brand says that they can last up to 7 days. Plus, these press-on nails have come a long way. Now, with these, I can experiment with different nail trends. They come in lots of different colors and designs. You can even try out different takes on the French manicure, and they come in 4 different shapes and also 4 different lengths. Next up, jewelry trends. Chains. You've heard me talk about what a massive trend chains have been this past year, not only in jewelry, but also as embellishments on shoes, bags, belts, and more. But I think my favorite way to rock the chain trend is with jewelry, and I could not get over how chic these necklaces are. We found them at Nordstrom, and they are a modern, chunky hoop. These look really substantial, but they're not heavy. They come in a great gold and silver finish, and I really love this. Look at this beautiful clasp. It's like a maze clasp. It's so pretty. I would even consider wearing the clasp in the front. So you really can wear these 2 ways. You can use it to dress up a t-shirt. You can wear it in the summer with a tank, but it also looks fantastic with your crew neck sweaters or even to wear over a turtleneck. Now, on to hoops. They're having a major moment this season, and this is a timeless and totally stylish set of 3 graduated hoop earrings. And the thing I like the most about hoops is I think they're probably the most versatile earring style there is. Depending on what you wear them with, hoops can lean boho or classic or modern, and these are a really, really beautiful and high quality example of the hoop. They are thin, they are delicate, they're well made, and you've got 3 different sizes, starting at 2 inches on down. Plus, they come in gold and silver, but at these prices, I'd get them both. And lastly, now that some of us are headed back to the office, a great looking backpack is the perfect accessory to help you get back to work in style. So this backpack, I think, is really stylish. It comes in this great textured faux leather. It's got these high-end details like the gold little details here, the zippers, and I also really like the silhouette. It's sleek, it's modern looking, and the size is quite useful. It is perfect for fitting your essentials. You can put your wallet in there, a notebook, you can fit your tablet, and when you're carrying something that's a little bit heavier, I think it's a lot more comfortable rather than carrying a heavy bag on your shoulder. So I think this is a great option. It comes in lots of different colors. And can you believe it? Each fabulous find under $30. Let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the H&M V-neck sweater and the draped long sleeve cardigan, the interchangeable Pom beanie, the 12-piece scrunchie set, the Benefit Gimme Brow Plus Tinted Volumizing Brow Gel, the Maybelline Instant Age Rewind Eraser, the Olive and June Press-On Instant Manny, the Maze Clasp Link Collar Necklace, the set of 3 hoops, and the Beanie Life Backpack. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Makoan Lovu is talking to beauty expert Millie Almodovar about her favorite affordable finds. Don't go away.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's this
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States wins gold!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Now use the camera, it's on your smartphone, and scan it to shop these products. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. And today we're bringing you 30 products under $30. Yeah, that's right. We have you covered from fashion to the kitchen, but now it's all about a bounty of beauty products that, yes, are also under $30. That gets me so excited. Millie Amaldivar is a beauty expert who really understood the assignment. Hey, Millie, it's so good to have you here. Let's dive right in. First of all, how are you doing today?
I am doing great, honey. I am doing amazing. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited that you're here. Let's get started with these exfoliating gloves. I am so excited to talk about them. What do you use them for?
The reason I like these are a few reasons, right? It has this textured surface. So this texture works to really exfoliate and remove that dry skin that you have. Now, according to the brand, charcoal is a great ingredient because it attracts dirt. You put a little soap on it, a little body wash, put it on, do it in circular motions. I've used this, I use this 2 or 3 times a week. My skin always feels so much softer and smoother after using it.
I also love how stretchy they are as well, so they can fit on all size hands. So let's move on from the body. Let's talk about the hair. I've seen this next brand all over my social media, Olaplex. Let's talk about it. Why is it such a fan favorite?
Listen, the brand told me that they sell one of these every 5 seconds around the world. I actually use this too. I've always worn my hair straight. This year, I'm embracing my curls. I heard about the Olaplex. I started applying it to my hair. And what they have is an ingredient that no other product on the market has. And according to them, what this ingredient does is that it refuses the bonds that were broken from styling your hair. As someone that has used this,
right,
let me tell you, it has brought back the curls, brought back the shine to my hair.
I agree with you. My sister and I use it as well. We love it on our hair. I love that it works on all hair textures. Okay, Millie, let's move on to the face. Let's talk about this lip stain and this concealer.
Yes, so this is the Sephora Always Red Lip Stain. First of all, I have been using this product for over 8 years. I have recommended it to everyone. It's this beautiful, cool tone, like medium red that looks absolutely stunning
And the concealer, because let me tell you, these bags, I got to conceal them away. I want to know about it.
Girl, who are you telling? First of all, this is Catrice True Skin Concealer. According to the brand, you have got 18-hour wear, waterproof. It doesn't settle in anything. I'm obsessed with this.
I love this for going to work, or if you're going out, you don't want to put on a full base. The concealer is it. Okay, let's move on to the next product. I am so obsessed with this mist. I thought a mist was something you use in the summer, but you can actually use it in the winter.
You can definitely use a mist in the winter. And this one has rose water in it, according to the brand, that has antibacterial properties, anti-inflammatory properties, hydrating properties.
Next of it, I love what you're saying, but honestly, it's the smell for me. It's like perfume for your face.
Oh my God, yes, honey. You won't want to stop spraying.
This is such a great gift as well. Grab this for the beauty lover in your life. Now, we're all familiar with Rihanna. We know her as the superstar, but she also has this brand, Fenty, which I'm obsessed with. Used it today. This primer, you guys, is incredible. So, Millie, I use a little bit of it, just squirt a little bit, and it really helps to hydrate my face. Just like you were saying in the winter, face tends to get dry. So before I apply my makeup, I put this on. I love it. It keeps me hydrated during the day. Then when I put my makeup on top, it keeps me dewy. It keeps me glowing, which sort of gives me that youthful appearance. And I also love how small it is too, right? Isn't this great for travel?
First of all, it's great for travel. Now, if you have it on right now, girlfriend, I mean, you are the best because that skin looks glowy, dewy.
And it's so well priced, under $20. So I love that. And last but not least, my husband will tell you that he can tell when I'm in a good mood because I love burning a candle. You guys, oh my gosh, Millie.
But I'm the same way. When I'm in a good mood, you know it because I've got the candles burning. Yes.
I got to tell you guys, if you haven't checked out the candles, they are sensational. They really range in the scent spectrum. You can go from the musky, this dark amber and oud that I have here, or you can go for gardenia. So even when you have guests over and they walk into your house, or if you're studying, or if you're cooking, or since we're talking about beauty products, when you're getting ready in the morning, light a candle, Millie, it changes up the whole mood.
Yes, girl. A good candle, I always say, it's kind of life-changing, you know?
Great. Millie, I could have girl chat about beauty products with you all day long. You're amazing, spreading all of that beauty and good energy. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me, beautiful.
Bye, Millie.
Bye, babe.
All right, y'all. Now let's run through all the products one more time. First up, we have the Clean Logic Detoxifying Exfoliating Gloves, the Olaplex No. 3 Hair Perfector, the Catrice True Skin Concealer, the Sephora Cream Lip Stain, the Heritage Store Rose Water and Glycerin Hydrating Facial Mist, the Fenty Hydrating Primer, and the candle. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, Jen Fallick has 13 more picks for your home and kitchen to complete our 30 under $30. Don't go away.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
today's show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Jen Fallick. Welcome back to Shop All Day, where we are bringing you 30 products under $30. It's time for some of my better basic favorites that will help you at home, whether it's cooking in the kitchen or getting organized, and who does not love that? And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for access to all the items on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products that we're sharing with you. So let's get started in the kitchen with this milk frother. So I went away for a weekend with my girlfriends, and one of them brought a milk frother, and it upgraded our morning coffee. I've been wanting one ever since. What I love about this one is that it is so easy to use and it's so simple to travel with. And you can use this for more than just frothing up milk. It becomes like your mini on-the-go mixer. I also love that this one is battery operated, so that's one less charger for me to remember, and it's pretty enough to store right on top of your kitchen counter. There's a lot of colors to choose from too. It's a really fun little under $30 must-have. Now, speaking of coffee, warming coasters are great this time of year, and this one has amazing reviews, and really you cannot beat the price. I love that. Pretty much any traditional size mug you can pop on top of here. And once you have one of these on your desk or on your kitchen counter, you don't have to run back to the microwave to reheat your coffee when you're busy and running around. There's a lot of colors to choose from, and I love that it just has a simple, clean design. It looks great in any space, and it's super neat on your desktop. And with the tap of a button, this will keep your coffee, your milk, your tea warm all morning long. Now next up, it really isn't a great feeling to invite friends over for a glass of wine and then not be able to open the bottle. This wine bottle opener will cut the seal and open the bottle in seconds with just the push of a button. And the brand says that one full charge will last for up to 30 bottle openings. This thing is good. Now let's move on into the kitchen and cooking. First up, we found a rice cooker under $30. Cooking rice the right way is no simple feat, especially when you're trying to do so many things at once to get dinner on the table. So this Dash rice cooker is a must. This mini size right here is great. While the rice cooks, I get all the other elements together, and it just makes it really easy to multitask. And you don't only have to use this for rice. You can cook pasta, quinoa, oatmeal, and more in this little powerhouse. It is so cute, it's compact, and it comes in fun colors. Plus, it's easy to clean. Next, Trader Joe's Everything But the Bagel Sesame Seasoning Blend. It may have originally been made to flavor up your bagels, but it can do so much more. I've got sesame seeds, poppy seeds, dried garlic and onion, sea salt flakes, all together mixed up to perfection. It upgrades every basic dish to make it better. I use it on avocado toast, and it is a must for me on hard-boiled and scrambled eggs, and it makes basic pasta with butter feel instantly more fancy. This next one has got to be one of my most favorite finds, perhaps of all time. This is an over-the-sink drying mat. So this unrolls to fit right on top of your sink, and when it's not in use, it can easily be rolled up and stored. Now the brand says it's heat resistant up to 400 degrees, so it's safe for hot pots and pans too. And I wanted you to see right here on the edge, it has a rubber gripping, so when you put it on your sink, it stays put. While we're speaking of a smartly accessorized sink, this is a must to keep your space neat and your dishwashing supplies in order. So this right here is a silicone kitchen sink organizer. And this tray is gonna hold and help drain all of your washing accessories. From sponges to scrubbers, I put anything that can get a little damp on the bottom into this. The slip-resistant design also keeps it in place. This is gonna stay put. And what I love about this also is that it's easy to clean the organizer itself. You can literally wash it by hand with liquid soap and hold it under warm water, or the brand says it can go in the dishwasher as well. It looks modern and sleek, it's substantial and it's high quality for a price that is crazy good. Now, while we're on the topic of organization, this battery daddy is going to change the game for you. Storing batteries can really be tricky because there's so many different sizes. This stores and organizes 180 batteries and sorts them by size. So at a glance, you know exactly what you have on hand. And it's sturdy, easy to carry with you. It's got the handle, and the clear top lets you know what you're missing. Now we're moving on to some genius better basics that you're gonna wanna add to your closet or mudroom stat. These right here are boot rescue wipes. So winter weather can be really, really harsh on our footwear. So what's great about these is that all you do is you pull out this little wipe. You can see right here, so simple to use. The all-natural formula is great to clean leather, suede, rubber, any sort of fabric like that. Also great for nubuck boots. The company really recommends when you can wipe it down as soon as you notice a spot. That's gonna keep your shoes looking fresh. So throwing these in your purse, it's a no-brainer. Let's move next to the nighttime routine and a couple of products that are affordable and super useful. Starting with these headlamp flashlights. My girls and I love wearing these for reading in bed with a bright light that literally just shines directly where you need it to. The sizing is adjustable too, so it fits really nicely on their little heads and on my big old head. And when my kids have to run to the bathroom mid-story, we no longer need to turn on every light, wake everyone up. With this on their heads, they can find their way. For adults, this is so great for late night reading. When your significant other is asleep, you won't disrupt anyone else in the room. Also, you can adjust the tilt for a custom fit, and this one has 7 light modes to choose from as well. Now, this is a Sherpa fleece throw blanket. It feels super luxe and cozy, but the price is so right. This is under $30. There are many colors to choose from. There's neutrals, there's statement shades, and it's the perfect wrap for a chilly winter night. I love that it's cozy, but it doesn't feel heavy. Throw it in the wash when you need, and it is good as new. So you've got this soft side over here, gives you the color, and then this fluffy Sherpa. It is really delicious. And finally, we've got a few items for your desk that, you guessed it, are all under $30. Starting with this acrylic desk organizer. And I love acrylic accessories because they blend in with your space and they corral clutter without being distracting. This one here has an easy see-through design. So this way it's simple to find whatever you're looking for. And the spinning design means that nothing is ever hidden from view. A quick turn of this chic gold handle is really all you need to do to have easy access to all your office essentials. Now, whether you're still working from home or you're back in the office, this USB rechargeable desktop cleaner magically makes crumbs and dust disappear so your workspace looks neat and tidy all the time. It also will clean the dust out from between your keyboard keys, and the ergonomic design makes it really easy to use. You just press the switch right under your fingertip and you glide it across your desk just like you would a mouse on your computer. All you gotta do to clean it out, you just unscrew the top and the bottom, you run a cleaning brush that comes with it right through it, and it's good as new. Let's go through these products one more time, and remember, you can use a QR code to get instant access to all these items. We've got the milk frother, the coffee mug warmer, the wine opener, the Dash rice cooker, the Trader Joe's everything but the bagel seasoning blend, the over the sink drying mat, the silicone kitchen sink organizer, the battery daddy, the boot rescue wipes, the headlamp flashlight, the Sherpa fleece throw blanket, the acrylic desk organizer, and the desktop vacuum cleaner. And that's a wrap on all of your better basics and for our show. It has been so much fun showing you our favorites. Tune in next Thursday for another episode of Shop Today with Jill Martin.
It's good to see you, man. It's been a while.
I know. Been 4 years.
4 years, and a few things have changed in your life since then. You turned 30, you got married, you had a sweet baby girl.
Yeah.
Put out this new album. Does it feel existentially different to you to have all these things in your life now than the last time I saw you?
Yeah, I think especially on promotional trips like this, because there's like, usually I would be out on promo and this would be my sole focus, and sometimes when I'm doing stuff in my head, I'm like weighing it up of being like, oh, but I could have spent this time with my daughter, you know? When you sit down to write music for this new album, for Equals, clearly if you listen to every song almost, there are touches of how your life has changed since your last album. So how much of your family, your new family, went into this record? all of my albums from my debut to up to now have been a reflection of pretty much a mirror image of what my life is at that time. Like if you go back and listen to Plus, it's an 18-year-old boy who's just moved to London, had a breakup, and is trying to figure out if he wants to be in the music industry or whatever. And then the second album is me moving to the States and touring around and living in Los Angeles and blah, blah, blah. Third album is me traveling the world, settling down. And then this album is, pandemic, baby, marriage. Yeah, I don't really know what the next one's going to be.
Well, you just kind of stepped off after Divide. You stepped off this crazy ride that you were on. You were on tour for like 2.5 years or something like that. The highest grossing tour in the history of music, all of those things. And then you came back and you said, maybe that was it. Maybe that was it for me in music. Did you really think that way?
I've always, music's my hobby, and I started playing music because I loved it, not because I thought I would ever make a job out of it. Music isn't a thing where if you're in high school, people go, hey, this is like a viable job that you can go into. Right. You know, it's actually, you're kind of frowned upon. When I dropped out of school, all of my friends were like, okay, yeah, good luck with that. And then it does work, and then suddenly your hobby becomes your job. And I wasn't necessarily wanting to step away from music, but I was definitely wanting to step away from it being a professional hobby and, you know, the kind of scrutiny that comes with it. Like, I enjoy writing songs, but I don't enjoy putting them out and then having them savaged.
So there was a chance, sure, you'd pick up your guitar, you'd always make music, but there's a chance you wouldn't put out another record at that point? Was that the way you were thinking?
Like, it was like giving up actually caring that much about, you know, I would put out a record and not feel like I had to do a 4-month promotional run for it. I just kind of put it out and move on and not look at any of it. That was where I thought I would get to, but I just don't think I'm there yet.
Was any of that exhaustion from that ride you had been on with Divide? You were out there so long, it did so well. Were you just tired in some way?
The Shape of You was bigger than people thought it was going to be. The tour was bigger than people thought it was going to be. And then suddenly you come to the end of this thing and you have the biggest streaming song in the world, the most attended tour in the world, the highest grossing tour in the world. The album's sold 25 million copies. And then everyone's kind of looking at you going, hey, yeah, we're going to do it again, but better. And I didn't want that pressure. And what I quite like about putting out the No. 6 Collaborations project was because it wasn't really a solo album. It kind of cleansed the palette a little bit because it obviously was never going to do as well as Divide because it wasn't a solo record and it wasn't kind of pushed out in the same way. There wasn't a big promo tour, do a music tour around it, and that sort of relinquished the pressure a little bit. It was just sort of like, and here's something, and now let me just go off and make an album without any of this noise.
And then the pandemic intervened, so you're sort of forced to stay home and be with your family a little bit there. So at what point did you say, okay, now I am ready to take the next step and put out Equals?
It's January of this year. Wow, yeah, January of this year. Yeah, that was the time I was like, okay, I'm ready to go in studio again, and that's when Bad Habits was written, Be Right Now, Joker and the Queen, Stop the Rain. Yeah, that was where like the bulk of it actually got finished.
And did Cherry encourage you to get back out there? Did she say you need to be making music?
Yeah, massively, because Cherry saw the toll it was taking on my happiness. You know, I'd get very sad about everything to do, because it is my hobby. Like, I love writing, and I just wasn't writing or performing. So she was very, very, what's the word? Encouraging about that. And she's very, very encouraging about these promo trips as well. Like, she wants me to work as hard as I possibly can.
You're about to, in just a few minutes, go over and play the Jingle Ball.
Yeah.
Are you ready to get back out and do another one of these big tours for Equals?
100%, yeah. I feel quite lost not being on stage, because that's so much of my purpose. And I have been on stage since I was like 11 years old, just constantly. Just any stage that there is, I would hop up and play. So I really, really like the gigs are back on, and you know, we're finding a way to do shows, whether it's by masks or tests on to get in and blah blah blah. So I'm glad that the shows are coming back. I'm excited to get back on tour, and I can't see the tour stopping. I'm gonna be going for a while. I'm gonna be going for a while, yeah.
Does it change your calculus at all to have a baby at home, or the baby comes with you on tour? Maybe.
It definitely comes with me on tour, but the luxury of playing these large venues is no one goes midweek, so they have to be weekends. So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday every week. So I have the week at home, and then I'll take, we're going to spend time in each city. We're going to try and do it on the train or talking to VW about an electric camper van. I want to travel to every show as electric as possible.
And you've got to film that. It sounds like a reality series.
Yeah.
The Sheerans hit the road.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, that I don't think I'd work well on a reality series.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So it's no small thing to put out an album like this, obviously, to write the songs, conceive of it. So what did you want to say with Equals that you hadn't said with those previous albums? Obviously, as you say, this is a snapshot of where you are in your life. But where do you start with that first blank page?
Honestly, there's no like divine intervention there. It's just basically you start writing songs, and then at some point you stop writing songs, and then you find a record in there. I've never really done a sort of concept album. I mean, looking at the album, it's about, the concept is turning 30, getting married, having a kid, losing a friend. That is the concept. But I didn't walk into that being like, and here it is. It just naturally happens. And for the next record, that's the approach I'll take as well. You just write songs and hope that they're good.
And Bad Habits was obviously huge.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a different sound. Was that something you wanted to do with your first single?
You know, I don't want to just release the same album again and again and again, and it's always nice to find different things that you can put out that can surprise people. And I'd never done a solo dance track. I loved the fact that I sung really quietly on it, and it was sort of turned up really loud, and it's very, very soft, and it doesn't really sound like me. And people would have to Shazam it to find. I like that. I like that element of it, rather than me coming out with a ballad and being like, oh, Ed's brought out another song and it's a ballad.
Right.
Because there are ballads on the record, but you can get to them after you've done the interesting ones.
But it's sort of disorienting, probably, to your fans to say, "Oh, is this an entirely new sound from Ed?"
Yeah, but this is what happened on Shape of You. I put out Shape of You, and although that ended up being like a big hit, like none of my fans liked that the week it came out. None of them. They were all like, "Oh, at least we have Castle on the Hill to listen to." Like this is. But now I played Bad Habits at shows, and it is the best reaction. So sometimes I think you go with your gut with songs. Like if I made songs for my fan base, I'd be brutally disappointed if they didn't like them. You have to be able to stand by your work, whatever. Like if Bad Habits completely bombed and everyone was like, we hated that, at least I could be like, well, I liked it and I was just wrong this time, but whatever, we move on to the next one.
Right. Well, your fans hung in with you on that one, and it obviously did well.
I think radio. I think it was I think that radio hammering at home sort of brought people back round to it, I think.
Right, it's one of those you hear it a few times and you start to
Precisely,
get it.
Yeah. It's definitely like a third listen kind of song.
You mentioned ballads, so wedged in between Shivers and Bad Habits is First Times, which is a beautiful song.
Thank you.
What went into that?
That was the first song I completed for the album. I wrote it in Nashville, and you know, I've achieved a lot in my career, and none of which was my intention at the beginning of my career. It's not like I set a list of like, I have to play Wembley Stadium, I have to have a platinum album, I have to do this. I just wanted to make music and make a living doing it. So all of these achievements came, and you find yourself then chasing the achievements. You know, when Wembley Stadium becomes possible, you then go, okay, how can I get there? I have to do this, to do this, to do this. But then I would get to Wembley, play it, and then be like, okay, what's the next thing? And never really truly be happy with the result. And what I found playing Wembley one day, coming backstage, feeling not anything, it was just a gig. Even though it was an amazing gig, it was just a gig. Being backstage and having a beer with my now wife, and then feeling so much and being like, oh my God, such a small moment can actually mean way more than such a massive moment. And then I looked back at it's called First Times, all our first times, and wrote about them, things that were so insignificant at the time, like our first date was in Brooklyn at a pizza place, and at the time it was just, we were going for pizza, and now we're married with a kid and that was our first date. So that first time is so insignificant at the time, but now so important. The first time we got drunk together, the first time we listened to a song and cried together, the first fight we had, you know, like all of these things were so just in the moment, whatever, move past them, but in a timeline of a relationship are really important.
When you write a song like that and play it for the first time for your wife, what's her reaction?
Yeah, I think she really liked that one. I wasn't living with her at this point. I was living in Nashville, so I think I might have sent it to her, or maybe I played it to her when I got home. It was the one where whenever we'd have, because I've had it for quite a while, whenever we'd have people around for dinner and then we'd get drunk, it was the one where everyone would always ask to hear that one. They were like, oh, get the guitar and play that song.
And are you happy to oblige?
Always, yeah.
You take
Always.
requests?
I'm a performer. There's so many times I'm at like weddings and someone would just be like with a microphone and you just go, okay, cool. As a performer, you buzz off it. You really do. I mean, it depends on the situation. I wouldn't have done it at my own wedding, but yeah, if you're a performer, you love being on stage.
I can't imagine how many requests you get at a wedding. Ed Sheeran's here, get him to do the song.
Sometimes I feel like I get invited for that. You know, I arrive and suddenly they go, oh my God, are they no thinking out loud as well? Come on.
Do you still have moments, speaking of being on stage at Wembley in front of 80,000 fans, where you say, it wasn't that long ago, actually, I was busking on the streets of London, and now I'm selling out stadiums around the world. Do you still pinch yourself from time to time?
Is it weird if I say no?
No.
No, because I did so many of those small gigs, and then so many of the medium gigs, and then have done so many of these. I mean, obviously there's moments where I go, oh, I'm really happy that I'm here, but I can track my whole timeline. I didn't just turn up here. I can track the whole timeline, and this first part sucked. And I'm really glad I did it because it sucks, because it's made me appreciate all of this. But I can see how it got here, because it's just built and built and built and built, and there's kind of been no shortcuts.
That's the thing about overnight success. It's always overnight to the people who see it from the outside,
Precisely.
but not to the person who lived it, right?
Well, I actually think with my career, there was so much made about the prior stuff that actually I think people did sort of see it, because you know, you get someone like Jamie Foxx talking about having me play the Foxhole in 2010, and then you have someone else talk about this story of seeing me here and here, and all of that sort of adds up.
You've won Grammys before.
Yeah.
You're nominated again. You still get that feeling, that excitement of being nominated?
I think every artist would be lying if they didn't. I have like an odd thing with the Grammys, because my biggest year, which was Shape of You and Divide, it was sort of shut out of the main categories, and I've sort of felt like, oh, am I now shut out? Like, is this the thing? And I haven't had a Song of the Year nomination since Thinking Out. No, Love Yourself actually was nominated, so it kind of felt as if you're sort of let back into the club. So yeah, it was a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling. I don't know. It's such a. I hate putting so much importance on it because I've been so heartbroken by it. I've had 13 nominations before I won one, and every time I would turn up and every time I would lose. And it's better to put your happiness on the songs that you like, and you go, okay, I like the song, and I put it out, and whatever happens, happens. What I said before, like if a song wasn't successful, I could still stand by it.
It's interesting to hear you say you felt like you were locked out of the Grammys, because I was reading where you said in some ways you feel like an outsider in pop music, which I was surprised to read, because to me you are the successful personification of what pop music is and can be. Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, I don't really know, because I like, people like my stuff. So like, obviously, like I'm in the pop sphere. I don't know. Divide felt like quite a weird time, because I feel like it took a lot of people by surprise, and my fan base are the best and wonderful. The tour's sold next year, so I'm going to go on and do that. And I found my little little niche. I found a niche. I found a niche. And by the way, I wasn't completely shut out of the Grammys. I did get a pop vocal album and pop vocal performance on Shape of You. But I'm saying main categories.
Right.
I haven't had Song of the Year since Love Yourself. So it was a very pleasant surprise.
And a song that you took a chance on with Bad Habits. That nice to see you acknowledged that way.
And man, do you know what the competition is? Like, I looked at that and I was like, I'm not winning that. That's like, you know, you've got Driver's License, Montero, Peaches.
It's tough.
Like, yeah, it's like, and those songs are like massive. So I'm just like, I'm happy to be involved in the category. Hopefully going to perform, and that's going to be quite fun. And yeah.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we talk about things that have changed in your life, you also lost a dear friend of yours, Michael, and there's another beautiful song on the album called Visiting Hours, which is moving not just because of your own experience with him, but anyone who listens to that is going to connect in some way with someone that they've lost. Who was Michael in your life, and what did he mean to you, and what does he still mean to you today?
Michael was just the best person, He was my music promoter in Australia, but it was, I can't, that doesn't sum him up enough. Like, we started doing shows together, and then I started staying with him all the time when I was in Australia, living with him and his family, and then they made friends with Cherry, and then we went traveling there and stayed with them, road tripped with them, and then when they'd come over to England with their family, they'd stay with us, and the night before my wedding was a dinner with me, Cherry, Michael and Sue, and that song was a way of processing it, and releasing it felt odd. I had to really speak to his family and make sure that they were okay with me putting it out, and they were across all the artwork for it and the mix and everything, and I've got friends of his that he was involved in their careers to sing on the track and stuff, and I think what's nice about the song is I don't feel like it's about my situation with Michael as much anymore, because it belongs to so many other people.
Yeah.
And I met a guy the other day whose mum had passed away, and he has a fractured relationship with his dad, and he said he sent that song with nothing else, just sent that song over message to his dad, and his dad knew exactly what he meant, and they shared this moment of just being like, I understand, yes I understand, with a song. So I feel music like that is important. Music can be a language for anything, even like happy times. Like Cherry loves country music, so she'll send me a country song and be like, hey, thinking of you. Yeah.
Is that the best part of your job, that you sit in a room alone and write a song that's maybe personal to you, and then it goes out into the world and it comes back to you in all these incredible ways of someone saying that I had this experience in my life and this fixed something for us? Or
I think it is an incredible part but it's not my favorite part. My favorite part is actually creating it, the feeling you get from creating. I write so many songs that never get released that are just fun in the moment to write, but it's definitely a positive thing. What I liked about songwriting is you can have a really, really negative, like you can have a spiral and be as down and dark as can be and write a song from that, and then through that comes light. I think that's what's amazing about songwriting is it is a form of therapy, but it's a form of therapy that brings so much joy to people and yourself.
It's therapy for other people too. I was listening to the song in the car on the way in visiting hours, and immediately you think of someone that you wish you could have that last visit with and can go speak to and bring them back.
Because I think with visiting hours, it's not necessarily about bringing them back. Because I know that death is a part of life, but it's about clearing the air before.
Right.
Because we're all going to die, and when we do pass away, we will spend time with the people that we've lost. But it's about clearing the air before then and being like, cool, well, I'll see you in however many years, rather than what I didn't like about the situation is it's so final and there's so many things that aren't left to say. What was lovely about it was it was my 30th a week before he passed away, and my wife got video messages from everyone that I love, and he sent this like 7-minute message about all his favorite memories with me and all the best times we had. And so I had this video, so at least like I have that, but there's no, I don't know. I wish there was just 5 minutes just to be like, you know.
Yeah, to have those last things said. And he left you with a legacy of a lot of wine in your wine cellar, I understand.
My God. Even more, because the winery sent more.
Oh, did they?
Sent more, yeah. So his drink was Penfold 707, which I thought, because he drank it like it was $5 wine. He would drink it out of a paper coffee cup. So I assumed it was like $5, $10. So when he came to stay at my house, I just ordered a bunch. And then I got the bill, and they're like $400 bottles each. And so I had like all of these bottles in the cellar that me and him actually got through most of them. And then the night he passed away, there was 7 left, and me, my mum, my dad, my security guard, and my wife just sat and finished them, which was actually really, really nice. But then more came. And I've actually started collecting vintage ones. Whenever vintage ones pop up in England, I buy them, because whenever I have a. Really randomly, he made me a statue of himself.
Oh.
So we finished tour in Australia, and he said, "What do you want as a gift?" And I was like, "Life-size bronze statue of you." And he was like, "Cool." So he had this thing made. What was funny is I had him one made of me that's 10 foot and a ton.
Oh.
And I shipped it to him, and it didn't make it in time. I mean, he saw pictures of it, but it didn't make it in time, and it's just turned up at his house, and his wife's like, what do I do with this 10 foot 1 ton statue? It was weird getting it done as well, because I got it done by a sculptor in my hometown, but he was quite hush-hush about it, and he'd have loads of people that would work in the local area working on it. But they'd be like, why is Ed getting a 10 foot statue of himself made? This is a bit weird, yeah.
He's really changed, Ed.
I know. It was pretty, I mean, it's pretty ostentatious.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts. In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So this is your home away from home when you come to New York?
Yeah, houndstooth.
Should we have a pour?
Yeah.
All right.
What would you like? I don't think the Guinness is on right now. But
dealer's choice, whatever you like.
There we go.
There we are. So what's the connection to the Houndstooth?
I toured with Snow Patrol back in 2012, and when we played New York, they took me here, and they own a piece of this bar. And so I had, when I played Madison Square Garden, my after party was here. I think I've had a few other times here. I think when I played Brooklyn. Yeah, when I played Brooklyn, I played the Barclays Center.
Right.
And then Jay-Z and Beyonce had come to watch the show, and then they came here after, and we had a little like trad Irish jam with Foy Vance was on guitar. I think there were some other musicians there, and we just had a jam playing folk songs.
And Jay-Z and Beyonce were at that session.
Yeah, and I gave her a Jaeger bomb.
You gave her a Jaeger bomb?
Yeah, she'd never had a Jaeger bomb. I don't think she'll probably have had a Jaeger bomb since either.
Anybody who knows you, Ed, anybody who's worked with you for a long time, says you just haven't changed really from 10 years ago when you were opening for Snow Patrol.
I think I have though, and I think that's natural.
Well, you've grown for sure as
yeah.
a person, but I'm just saying in terms of your generosity and your humility and things like that. How do you keep your head about you when you're standing in front of 80,000 screaming fans who are singing all these lyrics back to you that you wrote?
I think, like, I obviously have an ego on stage because you have to walk out in front of 80,000 people and know that you can entertain them, and you have to have an ego to do that. You have to walk on stage and be like, I got this. Because if you don't, the gig's not going to go too good, but you have to switch it off when you step off stage. That's the key. And that's not, sometimes the balance not everyone gets, where you step off stage and you're still the guy. And I switch on, I go off on stage and entertain, and when I come off, I just go back to, I feel like there's two separate people. There's my full name, my stage name, as you were, and then there's just me, singular name, you know. I don't want to talk about myself in the third person, but there's two different stuff. And man, I know from you as well, because you are a presenter, like you have to have two different things.
But it's harder for you because if you walk out the door of this bar right now, the world can't turn off the switch. They see Ed Sheeran and they descend on you.
But that's the adjustment that I've had almost coming up to 11 years in this with that amount of attention, and you just find ways to have it fit in your life. Like, I don't go anywhere unplanned, and if I do, it will be at random times in the day. So I would never, ever, ever go to Central London to a bar on a Friday night, ever, ever. But I might go to Central London to a bar on a Tuesday afternoon, you know. Kind of have the same sort of thing.
Now you're gonna have people walking around London on Tuesday afternoons looking for you. You've given up your secret.
But this is the thing, I'll always try and go somewhere, like, really, I love going in places and they'll be like, why are you here? Like, I love that.
Last question before I let you go. So you've had this 5-album plan. We're 4 albums in. Is it too obvious for me to expect that the 5th album will be subtract or minus? Do we know what that'll be yet?
So that will be, yeah, I don't know if there's another record before that. I think that will be part, so there's, in the 5-album plan, that is certainly going to be the 5th one.
Right.
But I've been making a hell of a lot of music recently, like a hell of a lot of stuff. So I think I'm going to be releasing more frequently now. I think that's the new norm. And you look at someone like Elton John, he was releasing 3 albums a year in the 70s. The Beatles did all their albums in 7 years. So I think the way that Drake is doing it now, and Taylor's doing it now, Ariana's doing it now, Bieber's doing it now, that's the new norm of just constant music.
And you're doing that right now. I mean, you're collaborating with some pretty exciting people. And you mentioned Elton John. Merry Christmas, you guys did a Christmas song.
Just hit #1 in England.
You guys are buddies. That must have been so much fun.
Yeah, I think with Elton, like, he asked me to do it last Christmas, and it wasn't like an instant yes. I know you'd think it probably would be, because I love Elton John and his music and him as a person. But it wasn't actually until Michael passed away that it turned into an absolute definite yes, because that hit home that tomorrow isn't promised. And I was like, why would I? Because I said to Elton, let's do it in 2023. And I was like, why on earth would I wait to do a song with Elton? Like, he's also a close friend of mine.
You've got some perspective on all of it.
Absolutely.
Ed, it's so great to talk to you always. Thank you for the time. I know this is a busy week. We appreciate it.
tuning in to another star-studded edition of Pop Start Plus. We've got a big one today. Power list of people for you. Conversations with comedian Jim Gaffigan, the great Stanley Tucci, and even later we're going to wish the one and only Oprah Winfrey a very happy early birthday. But first, as always, here are your Pop Start stories for today. First up on Pop Start today, guys, Jonah Hill. Turns out that the actor has beef with the beloved Mandalorian icon Baby Yoda. We think. Let's break this down. A few weeks ago, Hill said in an interview that his Don't Look Up co-star Leonardo DiCaprio forced him to watch the series The Mandalorian. But Jonah just not really that big of a Star Wars fan, so he didn't really love it or whatever. Seems like it's no big deal. Well, the way the story was posted online, maybe it sort of made it seem like maybe Jonah Hill is in some weird way in a big feud with Baby Grogu. Poking fun at the headline, Jonah wrote on Instagram, I want to say this once for the record officially. Baby Yoda and I are dear friends and text at least once a week. Okay. So it seemed like then everything was fine until Jonah hopped back on social media this week with a video that caused a second wave of concern.
This black eye is from my surfboard. It is not from a fist fight I got into with Baby Yoda because of our falling out.
And then it escalated a little bit from there because in the caption he wrote, Disney Plus definitely did not pay me off to protect the fact that one of their marquee stars has a big mouth and would definitely catch hands if he didn't sucker punch me with his little baby green fist. It's a long way to go there, but thought it was in really good fun.
Yeah.
Jonah's been sharing all of this ridiculousness online, so we know it's a good fun. And by the way, if you're watching Boba Fett, like the spinoff, if you watched it yesterday, you know the Return of the Mandalorian. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it right there. That's so good. Next up, Celine Dion, the legendary singer's 1996 ballad, It's All Coming Back to Me Now, is absolutely exploding on TikTok. I don't know if you're familiar with the trend. Hoda, I know you are. People are recording themselves doing their best dramatic lip syncs with some pretty impressive lighting and prop works. Here's an example. Check out how fellow Canadian singer Michael Bublé honored Celine here. My next clip, that is obviously the cast of This Is Us. That they must have a lot of time on that set. There's Sterling K. Brown, Mandy Moore, John Huertas.
Here's Bublé.
Okay, you want to see what Bublé? Here's Bublé's.
Probably the real Stanley Cup, too.
It might be. There's not the only ones who are messing around on. Oh, here's yours. Okay, here's. Take a look.
We're off a list. What's the fan?
I was going to ask you about the fan.
I think it was for dramatic
For your
effect.
hair?
Oh, yeah. By the way, did you see Jenna's thirst trap yesterday?
No.
Well, first of all, I learned what a thirst trap was yesterday.
What is it?
Posing sexy, like, you know, how Martha Stewart
What's
did.
it called?
A thirst trap.
It's like provocative, like the young people post provocative pictures.
That's like called Instagram, right? AKA.
JBH was dressed like a librarian yesterday.
Yeah, she went sexy librarian. It's worth the check.
Yeah. All right.
Next up, David Beckham. Get ready, dads, because we're all going to feel this probably one day. On Wednesday, Beckham sharing some crushing news about his 10-year-old daughter, Miss Harper 7, writing on Instagram, Harper 7 mentions she has a crush. Whoa. And this is Daddy's face. But it's okay, she said, Daddy, you are my only Valentine. As a father of 3 girls, you got to hold on to that Valentine as long as possible.
It's a tough one.
Yep, so you're a good, your jiu-jitsu kicks in, your black belt when they're in high school. All right, finally, Macaulay Culkin, the Home Alone actor and partner Brenda Song are engaged. The couple who began dating 4 years ago welcomed their first child together, Dakota's Song Culkin, last spring. And although Macaulay and Brenda are typically very private about their relationship and family, a recent paparazzi photo of Song sporting a hefty-looking rock on that finger seems to confirm all the good news. So we wanted to wish them a very big congratulations. Cool. Big congratulations. That's great. And we'll go ahead and turn to a few more important headlines now. It's Pop Start Plus, after all. First up, Bel Air. A new teaser is out for Peacock's dramatic remake of the classic 90s sitcom. The preview gives a peek inside the darker origin story of how Will finds himself stuck with family in Bel Air.
Where are we going?
To the airport.
You're gonna stay with your aunt and your uncle.
What?
Damn. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I would've asked them all, y'all thought it was rented?
See, that looks good. You know why it looks good? Because the first season of Bel-Air is going to premiere on Super Bowl Sunday. And you don't premiere things on Super Bowl Sunday unless they're really good. So we'll be looking forward to that. Finally, speaking of new trailers, how about some Madea? Tyler Perry's alter ego is back in the first look at the next chapter in the Madea series. This movie marks Perry's 12th time embodying the beloved character, who, by the way, happens to be based on Perry's own mother and aunt. And in the preview, it seems like, well, not much has changed for the over-the-top grandmother since we first met her more than 2 decades ago.
Our baby is graduating. I am so proud of you.
Thank you for letting me stay here.
Come here anytime you want, day or night. As long as you don't stay too long. You leaving right after graduation, right, baby?
Wakanda forever.
Who is this?
Agnes Brown.
I'm a brown too.
No, you're more.
Y'all here about to break loose now.
There's the legal way, then there's the Madea.
Lawless and lawless.
Sometimes you just gotta do crazy stuff.
And that looks fun, too. A Madea Homecoming is set to start streaming on Netflix February 25th. Those are your headlines. Coming up next, comedian Jim Gaffigan is telling us what he watches for a good laugh.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. And welcome back to Popstar Plus. We are delighted to say that our friend Jim Gaffigan is the latest guest for our What I Watch series. The very funny comedian revealing what he watches that might surprise people, and where does somebody so funny turn for a good laugh themselves. Check it out.
What I watch when I need a good laugh. Well, there's so many different comedians that I enjoy. Anyone from Seinfeld to Nate Bargatze, Mark Normand, this guy Simpson, Janelle is really amazing. They're all good. There's a British comedian, Phil Wong, so that's what I watch when I want to laugh. What I watch for the theme song, gosh, you know, I'm a kid of the 70s and 80s, so, you know, I think there's nothing really better than the Jeffersons, but I think the theme song to any Law and Order is my favorite. What I watch to distress is Explained on Netflix, stuff that's informative, like even YouTube videos about history of different countries, or I love different cultures, so I'll distress by learning about, different segments of geography in Spain. You know, I love that. I know I sound like an interesting guy, but I do enjoy it. What I watch that might surprise people is, you know, having kids, you're exposed to movies that you might not watch, or you might be too cynical to watch. You know, life is just kind of like, all right, I'm not doing this Harry Potter stuff. So, I mean, that's one of the many great things of having kids. So what I really liked, and I remember I tweeted about it, is I really liked that first movie, Sing, and that might surprise people. Might surprise people that I'm a huge Jennifer Hudson fan. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't realize it until there, and then I saw Cats with my daughters, and it's just like, she's unbelievable. That might surprise people. What I watch that inspires me, movies like Rudy or something like that, or Miracle on Ice, but I would say that what inspires me, as corny as it sounds, is some of those Instagram kind of fitness guys that, you know, I stumble upon, you know, the guys that are kind of like, no one's showing up, no one's coming to help you, you got to do it yourself. And, you know, I know that's about, those are usually for fitness, but I use it more for writing, you know, because being a comedian, it's self-assignment. I don't think I follow The Rock, but, you know, along the same lines, but they're more of these fitness guys that kind of have a military background. What I watched to prepare for my Netflix special, Comedy Monster, the thing about comedy specials is it really comes down to the material, but there is an interest in making it visually fresh. You don't want someone to think it's some other special. And so that's what I watched. But, you know, some of it is, if I have a topic that I'm looking into for a special, I will do some research, but not tons, because usually it's just stand-up is so point of view driven. But if there's, you know, I had one special called Pale Tourist where I was traveling to different countries. So I would do a lot of research, watching history or cultural analysis of different countries. In Comedy Monster, I did have some pandemic material. I think it's just, you know, comedians, you have to be authentic. And initially, I wasn't planning on doing that, but it's just, we would be living in denial if we didn't address it, you know. But I also talk a fair amount on topics. Like, I think with my stand-up, if you heard the topics, you'd be like, well, that doesn't sound fun at all. But I talk about motorcycles, I talk about Hawaii, you know, my family and I went to Hawaii. I talk about parenting and my relationship with my wife and how that's changed. It's weird, with each comedy special, you kind of want to challenge yourself, but you also want to challenge the relationship you have with an audience, because stand-up is a conversation, and it's with comedy specials, it's conversation with a good friend. And the reason we love these friends is because they challenge us and we don't have the same exact conversation. Like, people want to hear, they want to see a friendship evolve, and they, maybe they don't agree with everything you say, but they appreciate your point of view. Comedy Monster is now streaming on Netflix, and I've dedicated it to you, so go watch it.
Big thanks to Jim for hanging out with us. And again, you should and can catch Jim's Comedy Monster special on Netflix. Coming up, we're going to get the scoop on Stanley Tucci's brand new miniseries.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And we are back. It is Popstar Plus. Emmy winner and Oscar nominee Stanley Tucci has an exciting new project playing an American treasure hunter in the miniseries La Fortuna. And he spoke to the third hour all about the role.
We are back with one of our favorites, the incredibly talented Stanley Tucci. He won a Golden Globe for his role as Adolf Eichmann in the war film Conspiracy.
Then he went on to earn himself an Academy Award nomination for his role in The Lovely Bones.
And, of course, playing Nigel in the classic film The Devil Wears Prada. Of course, my favorite, The Imposters. Now, Stanley is adding treasure hunter to his resume in the new show La Fortuna. Stanley plays Frank Wilde, an adventurer who travels the world in search for deep-sea treasure.
My team and I have no idea which galleon that is down there. But if you remember the beginning of Titanic, when they open up the safe, and they find nothing but wet paper, I think we just got a little bit luckier.
Yes!
I know. I'm like, is this a documentary?
Right, exactly.
I love it. Stanley, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Well, so here's the deal. So it's basically a true story, but told in two languages. Tell us about this.
Yes, it's told in two languages. It's a Spanish-American co-production, which you don't often see. And when the Spanish people speak to each other, they speak in Spanish, and it's subtitled for when it's airing in America. When it's airing in Spain, we're subtitled in Spanish because we're speaking English. It's incredibly well done by this brilliant filmmaker, Alejandro Amenabar.
How cool is that? I am so intrigued, for the record, by your backdrop. I mean, I'm trying to focus on the questions that I have for you, but I'm like, the paint brushes and there's this picture on the wall behind you. I'm so intrigued.
No, I'm in my painting studio office.
Oh, it's okay. I'll stay on task, but I am so intrigued. So you talk about the fact, you were just mentioning that the show is not only, it's shot partly in Spanish, and also it was shot in Spain. What was it like, the experience there filming overseas?
Well, it was great. I mean, I've shot in Europe a lot. I live in London, which is why I'm not sitting there with you right now. But it was wonderful. I mean, making a movie is almost the same just about anywhere you go, but it was. I think it was especially difficult because it was during the second wave of COVID, and yet we were allowed to proceed, but under very strict guidelines. So I think it was particularly difficult for the crew because they were wearing masks, 15 hours a day, and that's really cool.
Stanley, I'm actually also going to go off topic here because I have been waiting for you to come on the show because ever since I got your cookbook, we have been doing Tucci Tuesdays in my house, which means on Tuesdays we cook from Tucci's cookbook. One of the recipes actually has become part of like my holiday meal. But you love food. You have such a passion for food. Clearly you have a passion for art as well. Just tell us what food means to you, just to continue to inspire me to keep cooking.
What food means to me? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I love that.
It means everything to me. It's sort of all I can think about. I mean, I started doing this series. CNN came to me and asked me to do this series a few years ago. So we've been able to make it happen, this Searching for Italy. And it's been a lifelong dream of mine to explore the regional cooking of Italy, in as much detail as possible. So it means everything to me. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up in the morning and the last thing I think about.
Me too.
I
love that.
And which is ironic because I know you're in remission for your cancer. You opened up about it last year. Yeah. And one of the things that, the tough part about it was it robbed your ability for a while to eat. So do you have a greater appreciation for food now and what it means to us?
I do. When you're forced to go without something that you love, just like if you're forced to go without someone that you love, you appreciate them or it much more when you're able to have it back, if you're lucky enough to have it back. And I got very lucky. I can taste and eat almost everything now. In fact, my sense of taste and smell are almost heightened and more than they were before, oddly enough.
And you're in remission now and everything's great.
Oh, yeah, no, everything's great. I mean, this particular kind of cancer now, they actually have a blood test for it. And I was just tested after I had a scan and got the more than all clear.
Oh, that's great. That's great. You are such a delight. We're out of time, so I can't talk about you playing Clive Davis, but I'm really looking forward to that.
You can't wait.
Yeah, that was fun.
So good.
Thank you, Stanley, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
That is the great Stanley Tucci. And by the way, you can find La Fortuna on AMC Plus. Coming up next, an Oprah flashback and a birthday wish. That's next.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. You know what? Oprah Winfrey turns 68 this weekend. Through the years, she's had so many wonderful memories with us on Today. This time, we thought it'd be fun to travel all the way back to 1986 when she spoke about her first acting role in a little film called The Color Purple.
This is the kind of Hollywood success story that Hollywood used to make movies about. A local TV talk show host suddenly lands a role in a major motion picture by one of the world's most famous directors, and in her very first performance, she wins an Academy Award nomination. But that is the true story of Oprah Winfrey, who is nominated for Best Actress in a Supporting Role for her overwhelming portrayal of the character Sophia in the hit movie, The Color Purple. Hit movie is right, $60 million so far, and that's really wonderful. Good morning. I can't tell you how anxious I was to meet you and how happy I am that I have now met you.
Well, I'm
You're
equally thrilled.
Great performance. Where were you and who told you that you won the Academy Award?
Where was I? I was actually in Steven Spielberg's office with Willard Pugh, who plays Harpo. And Steven, this was after the second screen test, and Steven had called us upstairs to tell us whether it was going to be yay or nay. And I wasn't sure because it could have been, well, you were wonderful, but. And so we were sitting in the office.
You're talking about how you got the part now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. And when I was told that I had it, well, of course, I was discovered by Quincy Jones, who was going through Chicago and saw me.
I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh, gosh, that's how I got
Before
discovered.
that, you were in high school, but let's go a little further.
So, well, yeah, I was doing my talk show in Chicago, and Quincy saw me on the air, which allowed me to be screen tested.
Right.
So, after the second screen test, Steven called Willard and I upstairs, and he said, I just want you to know that the chemistry between you is very good. I really like what I saw today, because we've done all these improvisations with Danny Glover and Whoopi. And he said, I want you to know that you've got it. I got it. This was April Fool's Day, as a matter of fact. You've got the part. I thought it's the single best feeling I've ever had.
Well, what about the feeling when you heard you won the Academy Award nomination?
That's the second best feeling I've ever had.
Where were you?
I was in my office in Chicago.
And the phone rang?
Yeah. Well, actually, we were watching over the monitors, and I heard Margaret Avery's name, which I thought, well, that's wonderful for Margaret.
She plays in the movie also.
Yeah, she plays Shug. So
yeah.
I thought, well, of course, I'm not going to be nominated if Margaret's nominated. And we both were.
Now, you are, Sophia, you're a very strong, very sturdy woman in this movie.
Yeah, I know you say sturdy instead of big. Thanks.
And, I mean, it's a lot of emotion. And you hadn't been a professional actor, so how did you get this performance?
Well, I think it's because Quincy was going through Chicago, saw me in the air, Reuben Cannon, who's a...
No, how did you bring yourself to deliver this kind of performance in the film?
My greatest fear was that I would not be able to give my best.
Right.
And I was so afraid after the second day, because Steven had asked me if I could cry in a scene that was later omitted. It was the worst moment of my life, because if Steven Spielberg says, can you cry, you want to give him a bucket or two. Well, when I stood there trying to cry, thinking of my parakeet that died when I was 7, thinking of every horrible thing that ever happened to me, I couldn't do it. Till I started plucking out lashes, trying to stick them under my lenses, trying to cry. Still couldn't cry, and then went home and cried all night that night because I couldn't cry. And I later had a conversation with Adolph Caesar, who told me, what you do is give yourself over to the character. Let the character take control. If the character wants to cry, the character will cry. If you build a history, a life for the character, which is what I learned to do.
Before you cry in The Color Purple, you are a very tough lady.
Yeah.
Who is going to marry a young man named Harpo.
Yeah.
Harpo is intimidated by his father and brings you home to see his father, Danny Glover. Here we go.
Here's Sophia. Sophia's a pretty name, huh? Sophia. Let's go get married.
Look like you got yourself in trouble.
No, sir, I ain't in no trouble. Big though.
Who the daddy?
Harpo.
How he know that?
He know 'cause he the only one.
Celie, give me some lemonade. Young women no good these days. Got their legs open for every Tom, Dick, and Harpo. No need to think I'm gonna let my boy marry you just 'cause you in the family way. Ain't cold enough. He young and limited. Pretty gal like you can put anything over on him.
One of the injustices of the world this year is that Danny Glover did not get nominated for that great performance in The Color Purple.
Yeah, I think he deserved it.
Largely because of Danny Glover's performance, perhaps, there have been some critics among the black community, especially black males, who have taken issue with the whole notion of The Color Purple. How do you answer those people?
Well, my response is that this is one woman's story. It is the story of Celie's quest for herself. It is not a movie that's meant to depict the entire history of the black race.
Do you agree about Danny Glover?
No, I certainly do. I think he should have been nominated, but I'm so thrilled that I was, but I wished he had.
Now, you have a very successful talk show in Chicago. It's going to be syndicated. I believe by this fall it'll be all over the country, right? Mm-hmm. Now, you're also going to continue to act in films, I hope?
I certainly am. I'm going to start doing, Native Son, right at the day after Academy Awards.
Richard Wright's very great novel.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad Paul Robeson isn't still alive to play in that part, huh?
Yeah.
I wish you well. I mean, I could talk to you for hours and hours.
I love you, Gene Shalit. I love you.
She had such promise then. It's a shame that that young actress would go on to nothing, really. No TV success, no movie success. Come on, people. Incredible. Happy birthday, Oprah. We love you. Thanks for joining us on Pop Start Plus. Have a great day. We'll see you soon.
Well, hello to all of you guys watching Today All Day. We're so happy that you joined us for Today in 30 on this Thursday. And Savannah always calls it Friday.
Do I? I don't think I'm the one that says that. No, but it is. We're one day away from Friday, and that's a good take. Of course, as usual, we had a lot going on in this morning's show, including that news about Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. He's retiring. We've got 2 reports coming your way from Washington where we're going to dig deeper into the reaction. We'll also talk about the short list of potential nominees and the battle lines being drawn.
Plus, in a world full of distractions and devices, even streaming platforms like this one, we're going to pause and we're going to shine a light on listening. I learned a lot about its power and how to get better at it during a really cool journey to one of the quietest places on Earth.
And then the one, the only Stanley Tucci talked to the Third Hour gang about searching for sunken treasure in his new series.
And home team star Taylor Lautner was on the Fourth Hour, opening up for the first time in 5 years about his return to movies, his engagement, and a lot more. So should we?
I mean, I don't want to wait anymore.
There's no more time to wait. Let's get started. It's time for
Today in 30.
We're going to start with our justice correspondent, Pete Williams, who was first to report Justice Breyer's decision yesterday. Pete, good morning to you.
Hoda, good morning. There's been no announcement yet from Justice Breyer, but people close to him say he made the decision within the past several weeks to retire and planned to formally notify the White House today. Administration officials, though, had a good idea this was coming. For more than a year, progressives have been urging Justice Breyer to step down soon while Democrats remain in control of the White House and the Senate, which would vote on a successor's confirmation. Breyer is 83, the court's oldest justice. He appears to be in good health and remains highly productive, writing some of last term's headline decisions. But as a former staffer on the Senate Judiciary Committee, he knows how Washington works. He said last fall he understands what's behind the calls for him to step down.
Have most of the considerations in mind, and I simply have to weigh them and think about them and decide when the proper time.
Anyone nominated by President Biden to succeed Justice Breyer, if confirmed, would maintain the current ideological split on the court, 6 conservatives and 3 liberals. As a candidate, Joe Biden said he wanted to make history with his first Supreme Court nomination.
I'm looking forward to making sure there's a black woman on the Supreme Court to make sure we in fact get every representation.
Among the leading contenders, administration officials say, are Ketanji Brown Jackson, a former Breyer law clerk, now a federal appeals court in Washington, and Leonda Kruger, a justice on California's state Supreme Court who served earlier in the U.S. Justice Department.
What Justice Breyer's announcement does is guarantees that President Biden can put on a progressive vote in the Supreme Court, and that will be a person who's in their 40s or 50s and will be there for decades to come.
Nominated by President Bill Clinton, Stephen Breyer has served on the Supreme Court for nearly 28 years as a moderate to liberal justice. He's been a supporter of abortion rights, affirmative action, and other civil rights measures. And for the past 6 years, he's been a consistent opponent of the death penalty. Justice Breyer's decision to retire this summer will have no effect on this current term. He'll fully participate in the big decisions yet to come on abortion, gun rights, and religious freedom in one of the most consequential Supreme Court terms in years. Hoda?
All right, Pete Williams for us there at the Supreme Court. Pete, thank you.
Well, let's focus more on the decision and the battles that lie ahead for President Biden. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now. Peter, good morning. We all know there's no fight like a Supreme Court confirmation fight. How do you expect this to play out?
Well, Savannah, I think you're right. For President Biden, with inflation soaring, his legislative agenda stalled, and even his poll numbers sinking, this really is a political opportunity for this White House, a chance to pivot away from those bad headlines to try to energize Democratic voters. The White House has been quick to say the president intends to stick with that promise to pick a black woman who would become the first ever to serve on the nation's highest court. And that's a chance to show black voters who helped propel the president to the White House that he can deliver for them, especially amid frustration within that group. His approval of the president has dropped dramatically over the last year, highlighted by the failure of the voting rights bill just last week, Savannah.
Peter, thank you very much. And joining us now is Nina Totenberg, an award-winning legal affairs correspondent for NPR who has covered the court for decades. Hi, Nina. Good morning. I wonder, first, before we get into the short list, whether you feel Justice Breyer kind of felt that pressure. There was a time last term, there were activists at the court with loudspeakers saying, Justice Breyer retired. Do you think it got to him?
No. I mean, the man was chief counsel for the Judiciary Committee, and before he became a judge. He understands what's going on. He understands politics, and he understands that by the time this term is over, he will be very close to 84 years old. So I think that ultimately he knew that it was time, and that he shouldn't wait anymore. Last term, I think pressuring him had a contrary effect, if anything, and that he thought he was doing good work at the court and he was able to achieve some consensus. That started to fall apart this year. He could see a conservative supermajority on the march on everything from abortion to affirmative action to religion and guns. And I think he thought it was time for a new generation.
Well, in the moments we have, I said it was a short list. It's a pretty short list, actually, of judges. Yes, judges that are being considered. And there's top two contenders, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, federal judge, and California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger, both with impeccable legal credentials. They've got the resumes. Tell us about these candidates real quickly.
Well, Ketanji Brown Jackson was a federal district court judge for 8 years. Then in 2021 was appointed to the D.C. Court of Appeals, which is the same court that several of her colleagues, were she to be nominated, came from. The last one being Justice Kavanaugh. So she really has a perfect kind of background for this. She is, I think, the great-granddaughter of slaves. She's married to a surgeon, not a lawyer, always a good thing, says one person married to a surgeon. Leandra Kruger is on the California Supreme Court. She was hired by Paul Clement, the Solicitor General in the Bush administration, to be an assistant Solicitor General, then went on to serve in the Obama administration for 6 more years, and then was offered this job on the California Supreme Court, where she has been a very respected justice. So you have 2 African-American nominees, potentially. Either of them, I don't think you could quibble with their backgrounds. And unless you came up with something that we don't know about, and of course we know confirmation fights often involve coming up with something you don't know about, they should be able to attract some, probably not a lot, but some Republican appointees in addition to Republican senators, in addition to all of the Democrats.
All right. Well, Nina Totenberg, we know you'll be there as you have been for years. It's good to have you, especially on a day like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are back with more of our ongoing series start today, and this was a special one.
Yeah, it is. Hoda, you spent time honing one of our most crucial senses.
Yeah, you know what? Most of us aren't great listeners, myself included, so I decided to tackle something we could all improve, and those are our listening skills. So does this sound familiar? You're at home, you got music playing, you're cooking, you're answering emails, the TV's on, the kids are chatting with you. Well, I've come to realize how distracting life can be, and it impacts everybody around us. So I decided to try to do something about it. Do you hear that? Listen. Besides the sound of my voice, what other noises are around you? Paying attention is the first step to better listening. I've spent my career listening. It's a job requirement, and yet, like so many of us, I could be a lot better at it. It's not our fault. Our world is in hyperdrive. We exist on a freeway of exponential inputs competing for our attention. We are inundated, distracted, and overwhelmed. Everywhere you turn, we're almost on defense.
We go deaf. We get so used to suppressing street noise, aircraft noise, machine noise, that we lose contact with this incredibly important and beautiful sense, hearing and listening.
The premium on accurate and careful listening has simply disappeared.
Julian Treasure is a sound and communication expert. His TED Talks on the subject have been heard more than 100 million times. What is conscious listening?
It's realizing that you need to put focus on it. So listening is work. It takes effort, it takes time, and in our multitasking world, it's very tough.
What would be the first thing I should do?
I think it would be great to make acquaintance again with the baseline of sound, which is silence. It resets your ears, it recalibrates them, and it allows you to listen afresh.
To see if silence is golden, I head to Ex Machina Soundworks in Brooklyn. They make professional speakers and have just built a state-of-the-art quiet room to test them. Hello, hello, hello! Hello? And with a sound threshold of under 0 decibels, it's one of the quietest places on Earth. Okay, did you ever want to know what silence sounds like? This is it. I didn't even realize how loud the world is until right now. To me, this is strangely soothing, the opposite of my usual soundscape. Next, our sound expert suggests immersing yourself in a noisy place and try to isolate each sound.
You can start to disentangle what are the sounds around me and why is this noise kind of intimidating and what's it doing to me at every level.
Julian's final exercise is to experience the healing sounds of nature. So how does all this translate into really hearing other people? For the answer, I connected with another expert listener, Evelyn Glennie, one of the world's foremost solo percussionists and composers. She's also almost completely deaf, yet she still listens in her own way.
In my case, it's all about opening the body up as a resonating chamber so that the body is almost like a huge ear. And that means that every sense is involved in the process of listening.
An epiphany she had at 12 years old when Evelyn first started percussion. Her hearing aids garbled the sound, so her teacher had her place her hands on the wall beside the drum.
I could actually feel that drum, somewhere on my hand. And this was just like sun rays coming up. It was like a flower blooming, because it suddenly made me realize that I had to pay attention.
I feel you listening to me 1,000%, like there's nobody else in the world.
So at this point in time, I'm looking at you and I'm having a conversation with you, and you're the most important person in my life.
Evelyn spent a lifetime honing her listening simply because she had no other choice. As for the rest of us, once we realize it is a skill to master, we just have to practice.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. I believe every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with one of our favorites, the incredibly talented Stanley Tucci. He won a Golden Globe for his role as Adolf Eichmann in the war film Conspiracy.
Then he went on to earn himself an Academy Award nomination for his role in The Lovely Bones.
And, of course, playing Nigel in the classic film The Devil Wears Prada. Of course, my favorite, The Imposters. Now, Stanley is adding treasure hunter to his resume in the new show La Fortuna. Stanley plays Frank Wilde, an adventurer who travels the world in search for deep-sea treasure.
My team and I have no idea which galleon that is down there. But if you remember the beginning of Titanic, when they open up the safe and they find nothing but wet paper, I think we just got a little bit luckier.
Yes!
I know. I'm like, is this a documentary?
Right, exactly,
I love it. Stanley, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Well, so here's the deal. So it's basically a true story, but told in two languages. Tell us about this.
Yes, it's told in two languages. It's a Spanish-American co-production, which you don't often see. And when the Spanish people speak to each other, they speak in Spanish, and it's subtitled for when it's airing in America. When it's airing in Spain, we're subtitled in Spanish because we're speaking English. It's incredibly well done by this brilliant filmmaker, Alejandro Amenabar.
How cool is that? I am so intrigued, for the record, by your backdrop. I mean, I'm trying to focus on the questions that I have for you, but I'm like, the paint brushes and there's this picture on the wall behind you. I'm so intrigued.
No, I'm in my painting studio office.
Oh, it's okay. I'll stay on task, but I am so intrigued. So you talk about the fact, you were just mentioning that the show is not only, it's shot partly in Spanish, and also it was shot in Spain. What was it like, the experience there filming overseas?
Well, it was great. I mean, I've shot in Europe a lot. I live in London, which is why I'm not sitting there with you right now. But it was wonderful. I mean, making a movie is almost the same just about anywhere you go, but it was. I think it was especially difficult because it was during the second wave of COVID, and yet we were allowed to proceed, but under very strict guidelines. So I think it was particularly difficult for the crew because they were wearing masks, 15 hours a day, and that's really good.
Stanley, I'm actually also going to go off topic here because I have been waiting for you to come on the show because ever since I got your cookbook, we have been doing Tucci Tuesdays in my house, which means on Tuesdays we cook from Tucci's cookbook. One of the recipes actually has become part of like my holiday meal. But you love food. You have such a passion for food. Clearly you have a passion for art as well. Just tell us what food means to you, just to continue to inspire me to keep cooking.
What food means to me? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I love that.
It means everything to me. It's sort of all I can think about. I mean, I started doing this series. CNN came to me and asked me to do this series a few years ago. So we've been able to make it happen. This Searching for Italy, and it's been a lifelong dream of mine to explore the regional cooking of Italy, in as much detail as possible. So it means everything to me. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up in the morning and the last thing I think about.
Me too. I love that.
and which is ironic because I know you're in remission for your cancer. You opened up about it last year. Yeah. And one of the things that, the tough part about it was it robbed your ability for a while to eat. So do you have a greater appreciation for food now and what it means to us?
I do. When you're forced to go without something that you love, just like if you're forced to go without someone that you love, you appreciate them or it much more when you're able to have it back, if you're lucky enough to have it back. And I got very lucky. I can taste and eat almost everything now. In fact, my sense of taste and smell are almost heightened and more than they were before, oddly enough.
And you're in remission now and everything's great.
Oh, yeah, no, everything's great. I mean, this particular kind of cancer now, they actually have a blood test for it. And I was just tested after I had a scan and got the more than all clear.
Oh, that's great. That's great. You are such a delight. We're out of time, so I can't talk about you playing Clive Davis, but I'm really looking forward to that.
You can't wait.
Yeah, that was fun.
So good.
Thank you, Stanley, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, Download the NBC News app.
Okay, we all remember how huge the Twilight movies were, and they made Taylor Lautner an overnight celebrity.
But being thrust into the spotlight wasn't so easy for him. And our pal Jason Kennedy, who we adore.
We love him.
You've been the baby brother of this show for so long.
8 years.
Your wife's having a baby. We're thrilled to have you, and we're so excited that you got to sit down with Taylor.
Taylor, and we were just talking in the commercial break. I mean, Twilight was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, these fans would go to the premiere 5 days in advance, set up at 10. And Taylor and I had great conversations about fame off camera, but he's never really opened up like this. I'm so proud of him. I think it's going to help a lot of people. Take a look.
Taylor Lautner was just 16 years old when he found himself in the middle of a pop culture phenomenon after Twilight hit theaters. The film franchise, which co-starred Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson, brought in over $3 billion at the box office, making the trio some of the most sought-after movie stars in the world. And while Taylor is very grateful for the opportunities that came his way, he has, by choice, been noticeably absent from the spotlight for the last few years. I caught up with my buddy right here in New York City.
We've had some really incredible private conversations about fame and everything you've experienced. I'm just curious what that did for you emotionally, how that affected you now that you've had years to process it.
Not many things in life can come and happen overnight. Fame can. It also can disappear overnight. When I was 16, 17, 18 years old, waking up and trying to just go out for a walk or, go on a date, and, I have 12 cars waiting outside my house to follow me wherever I'm going, or, when you show up to an airport or anywhere and you have, thousands of fans screaming. In the moment, it's like, it got frustrating because you just wanted to live a normal life. But then when that's taken away from you at all, you start to question yourself and start to be like, oh, do people not care about me anymore? And it goes away a little bit, you notice it, and that's the dangerous part, because that can really mess with your mind.
You told me that you didn't go to a grocery store, movie theater, mall for 10 years, which shocked me. And when you went back for the first time to, say, the grocery store, I know you love the grocery store now, by the way, you go like 5 times a week, but do you remember that feeling?
Yeah, it felt like freedom. I went so many years, like, either not leaving my house, or if I did, hat, sunglasses, and just like scared. It built up something inside of me where even if I didn't know it, but I was scared to go out. I'd get super anxious to go out. So I just didn't.
You lived with your parents, you isolated for a bit, you took time away from Hollywood. Do you feel like this was the time that you needed to process, recover, whatever you want to call it?
It was needed for me personally, so I, Taylor, feel so much better today than I have in the last 4 or 5 years.
Now he's back and starring in the new Netflix film Home Team, out Friday.
It's the true story about Sean Payton, the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. He ended up going back to his small town in Texas he was from, helping coach his 12-year-old son's Pee Wee football team, and brought them to the state championship game. So it's a pretty cool story.
You also may not know that in Taylor's personal life, there may be some name confusion around the house.
You are engaged. Her name is Taylor. When you get married, her name will be Taylor Lautner. That became like a thing on social media. It is incredibly important to point out that Taylor is a massive Twilight fan.
I'm gonna call her out here. She was not Team Jacob. So she is marrying the other team.
Which team was she on?
Oh, she was Team Edward all the way.
She was a Robbie Pats fan?
Oh, yeah.
This is unbelievable. Breaking news. I don't even know if I knew that.
Yeah, she was diehard Team Edward. But, I've converted her.
It's been an honor to watch you guys walk together. She is the greatest of the great.
She was a large part of getting me back, to where I am today.
Life is clearly different for Taylor these days. He found his person, he has a great film coming out, and a new appreciation for the simple things in life.
Looking back, was the fame worth it?
4 or 5 years ago, I would have said, maybe I wish that I didn't go through it. But if you ask me now, I say no. I'm happy because of what it's taught me, and it's made me who I am right now. For that, I'm thankful.
Isn't it nice to hear men talk like that?
Yes.
We need more guys talking like that because it's so relatable. And he's doing great. He's thriving now, like I said.
You know, what was on full display there for me? Your friendship with him, because I could not see him speaking like that to anybody but you. And your friendship runs years, doesn't it?
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Yeah, probably about 10 years now. And he felt comfortable with me. And that was big for him to do. You know, no one really knows that side of him. So I'm proud of him. And I just want to shout out the PhD Terrace at the Dream Midtown for hosting us. And by the way, home team. Hoda,
so
you're
good.
gonna it's so good. It's about your Saints.
Yes. And how about this timing? Sean Payton just announced that he
insane
was
timing for the movie. Friday on Netflix. It's coming out tomorrow.
Well, okay, Jason,
you're so good.
We're going to invite you back to have a seat in that chair many times
we want
to come.
More.
Okay, I'll give you more, whatever you want.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow on Today. We're going to close out the week. It's going to be great.
Okay, former monk and now life coach Jay Shetty. He'll be here, and he's going to show us a few mental exercises that'll help start off our weekend with some positivity. So
I like that.
we'll see you then.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Thanksgiving and Christmas, there's usually a lot of overindulging, so you may want to lighten things up.
Okay, so why not go vegan at times? That's the name of the new cookbook from New York Times bestselling author Jessica Seinfeld, and it's chock full of recipes that are so simple and delicious, you may not miss the meat.
Jessica's here. You guys have a real connection, the two of you.
We're sort of related. Or we're going to be related.
Right. How?
Well, her cat.
Our cats are engaged. Well,
her cat, Javier. Oh, look. Wait.
He's on the left. Javier's
Oh,
on
wait,
the left.
y'all actually did an engagement photo?
Well, that's not Eleanor on the right.
But it looks like Eleanor.
Well, no, COVID, no, actually, Eleanor looks more like Javier.
Okay, I'm confused.
Oh,
Whose
Javier's
cat
on the
is
left.
That's my
getting married to
cat
whose
on the left.
Okay.
My cat Javier is marrying Eleanor.
Barbara's cat.
Barbara's
Your
cat.
sister's
My
cat.
sister's
Yeah,
cat.
they're engaged.
You know, I just want to say.
Why is there a love between the two of them? They just are?
Why not? Look
Okay,
at them.
okay.
What do they
Look
have
at
in common?
Javier's on the right, Eleanor's on the left.
How did they meet?
She's
even?
a little rough and tumble in that picture.
Yeah, she really is.
How did they meet?
They met online. They met online.
You know what? This is not going to work
Wait,
out
but
well.
Jessica,
Okay,
honestly,
yes.
we couldn't let you go without getting you a little wedding dress for Eleanor and a little tuxedo for Javier.
Oh, so sweet.
Okay.
Well, this is
Are
a
you
big
into
announcement.
It? Yeah,
Yes,
this is a big announcement. And
this
if
is
y'all
real
want a
weird.
venue for the wedding,
Yeah.
y'all can come here.
Do you do weddings?
Yeah, we do pet weddings.
Remember weddings on the plaza? We've never done a pet wedding.
Let's do it. A cat
No,
wedding.
We have to ask you, is Javier vegan?
No,
Okay.
he's not vegan.
Okay.
He's vegan at times, but we're working on him. He's the hardest one in the family.
All right. What inspired this? Is it just because people like to be vegan for a little while, but they don't want to commit?
No, I think they feel like they are going to fail. I hate that word failure around food. I think there should be no shame associated with food.
Well, that's why we like the at times. This is just for when you feel like stepping it up a little. And actually, Hoda thinks you wrote this book for her because she was vegan for 2 days.
It was really great. I felt good during those 2 days.
Well, that's the point. If you feel really great, you keep doing something.
Okay, so
and I'm here to make it easy for you.
Sloppy Joes?
Sloppy Joes. We have these for dinner. Yeah,
Okay.
and that is also the point. Get people eating the foods they already like. Just make them vegan.
Okay.
And so let's do this one really quick because I think we took up a lot of time in
Sorry.
this segment. So large
Javier.
top here with our red pepper. We're gonna throw it in the food processor.
Yum.
Jenna, do you like to use a food
Sure.
processor?
No, I
Okay.
don't
Pulse
love
that.
to, but-
Okay. Pulse it a couple times so it's the same size, evenly chopped. This
Look how beautiful it is.
beautiful. It's all here. Yep.
And
Sauteed.
what do you add in there?
This is onions. What's
This
in
is
here
that.
is
Olive?
that is
No oil or anything?
yeah, olive oil, onion, garlic, and our peppers that we
Okay.
just chopped.
Okay.
Now we're gonna put in our cauliflower.
Cauliflower.
Yeah, so
You
we're gonna
just-
cook
did you
this
pulse that
yep.
in the thing too?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's all done in your food processor. We're gonna cook this
Put
for
that
6
in.
minutes. Yes.
And what kind of beans are those?
These are cannellini beans, but you can use chickpeas or you can use red kidney beans. And then we're
then
gonna
you're
make our
adding-
sauce, but let's make it over here so we have
Okay.
something to do in this segment. Okay. Okay. This is apple cider vinegar.
I
This
didn't
is
know you could actually cook with that. I just like swallow it kind of
Oh,
disgustingly.
you do that. Yeah.
Well, people say you're supposed to.
For
I don't know.
allergies, yeah. Why don't you put the water in, Jenna?
Okay,
This
that I
is
can
so. Am I doing okay?
You're doing great.
Wait, what was all those spices you're dumping?
Yes. Now you want to talk about it. Okay. This is a little cayenne pepper, chili powder, salt, pepper.
Yeah, okay.
We put brown sugar,
Yeah.
tomato
Oh,
paste,
sweet, yeah.
water, apple cider vinegar. We're going to mix
Whip
that.
Put it in here?
Yeah. Do you want to mix this?
Sure.
They told me not to give you a knife. That was my instruction.
Did they? Maybe I'll take that wedding dress back. The cat wedding could be off.
Let's put this
so
over
you
here.
swirl it around and then you
Yeah,
just dump
and
it
you
right
dump
on
that
top
in
of
there.
that.
And here are
Is
nice,
this what it
pretty.
looks like?
That is what it looks like.
Beautiful.
I mean, it is delicious.
It is actually delicious.
I'm coming over here to where
And this
that
is our
bread is.
bun
We're not-
that's been toasted with some olive oil in a skillet.
Is that good?
Yes, gorgeous. Let's put some pickles on there.
Is it yummy?
Delish. The pickles are the best part. Bread and
I
butter
agree.
pickles.
Kosher?
Oh,
What do you do?
I don't.
Not sweet, right?
Those
You
are
put these
sweet
on-
and they're delicious.
No.
Okay, well, I don't know.
That's a great idea. Actually, somebody on my Instagram said put some vegan cheddar cheese on that, and then you're good. And I thought that was a great idea. And here you go.
Okay, now is your family into these?
My family's
It's
on
really
board.
good.
It's weird. Actually, my son last night, Julian, said, you don't even need to tell me anymore that things are vegan, because I think they're sick of getting surprised, because I'm like, that's vegan. And they're like, okay.
It's spicy
By the
and
way, it's got heat.
delicious.
Now, what are these real quick?
These are, if you have a person in your life who's like, I will never eat vegan food, serve them these. These are peanut butter bars, and they are so delicious. I made them last night. This has a graham cracker crust. Last night I made them
And
with
this
a
doesn't have
chocolate
any
wafer
butter or
crust.
anything?
No, it has coconut cream, peanut butter.
Oh my God.
Isn't that great?
But how is that possible?
Oh my God.
I know. Those are in my book, Vegan at Times.
Are those
That is a showstopper.
That is but so is this.
I know, but this. Anyway.
I'm so happy.
But we're just
All
gonna
right,
keep
we love
eating.
cats. We love vegan food.
Yeah.
We
Oh
love
my
you.
God, this
Tune
is
in to
Jessica.
our cat wedding.
Yes, seriously.
Details
Really weird.
TBD.
Oh wait, you have to serve this as the cat cake.
Yes, okay.
Right, with like a little catnip. All right, for these recipes, head to today.com/food.
3 chefs embracing a growing food movement.
NBC News correspondent Savannah Sellers is always on top of the trends. She found out about 3 new restaurants here in New York City where you won't find meat on the menu.
That's right. Not meat, not cheese. They're vegan,
Wow.
actually.
Okay.
How about Mexican, Italian, and soul food restaurants, all plant-based, all run by women of color, all under 30. As you'll see, these 3 executive chefs are ready to challenge your taste buds.
It's a sisterhood of restaurants with a purpose, run by young women, finding inspiration in their own stories. Chef Zyla Cadillo taps into her Mexican heritage to create her cuisine.
My restaurant is Etheria. It is a mezcal bar with vegan-inspired Mexican dishes.
Chef Shanari Freeman leans into her southern roots for recipes.
My restaurant is called Cadence. It is Southern soul food, plant-based focus.
And Chef Amara Garib, daughter of an Ecuadorian mother and an Egyptian father, gets her inspiration from her father, who operated a pizza parlor.
My restaurant is called Soda Club. It's a wine bar and it's plant-based Italian fresh pasta.
Did you catch this detail? All 3 skip the animal products, but not the flavor.
Look, I have to say, when you hear Italian food, when you hear Mexican food, when you hear soul food, I mean, there's a lot of cheese in those, there's a lot of meat in those. I'm Mexican, I grew up with my mom making Mexican food. How is it to make these particular types of food plant-based?
For soul food, one thing you have to definitely focus on is the flavor profile. So just playing around with textures a lot, different flavors, cooking techniques.
I think the Italian food, you just stick with fresh pasta, you can't go wrong.
Mexican people are indigenous people, and a lot of our food is from nature and from the ground. So I feel like it easily translated to being vegan.
Raise your hand if you're a vegan. Okay, so Amira, you're not. What was this process like? I mean, were you like missing the cheese at all on top of a pasta, or no?
It's really easy to just cover something in cheese and it's delicious.
And then it tastes good?
Yeah. It was more challenging because I was just trying to find substitutes to make it more traditional, but not traditional at the same time. We also have a group chat where one of us will be like, this is a whack cheese, don't use it, or this is a really good one, you should try it out, stuff like that.
You're all under 30 and you have the titles of executive chef at restaurants in New York City. I mean, how cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
How's this been to go through together?
Better than going alone.
That's true.
We're able to learn a lot from each other, and also learn a lot about ourselves, how we cook, and how to run restaurants.
Their boss had full faith they could do just that. Ravi Darasi, founder and CEO of Overthrow Hospitality, who owns all the restaurants, decided to give them a shot at starting their own culinary concepts when they were working at the company in different positions.
Was it this purposeful decision to give 3 women of color this opportunity to be executive chefs of New York City restaurants?
I think subconsciously intentional, if that makes sense. They were already in the company and the best suited for these positions. Over 65% of our 300 some odd employees were women and people of color. So we made the very clear decision to put more people of color in places of authority. So as they're hiring, they see through the lens of their selves.
Of course, a taste test had to be part of this assignment to see how they stand up to the real thing. First, plant-based Italian from the Soda Club.
So where should I start?
Definitely with the ravioli.
With the ravioli, okay.
My favorite, yeah.
That was amazing.
Good?
No. I'm having a moment.
Next, vegan-inspired Mexican food from Eteria.
The mango salsa looks delicious. It is so good. Oh my goodness.
And finally, I had to try a dish getting rave reviews, fried lasagna, a soul food favorite at Cadence.
I'm so excited. I'm blown away.
Sign me up.
I know, right now, all 3 women say they come up with these innovative recipes by doing their research, which really just means getting to go out to eat a lot. And they all say they're more focused on the flavor and the texture rather than just making sure that it mimics non-vegan food. And I have to say, when I was eating that, it's not like I was eating vegan dishes. I was just eating great food.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
This morning on Today Food, one of our favorites, Katie Lee Beagle.
That's right. She is out with a new cookbook. It's not complicated. All of the recipes, simple, made with real ingredients that you probably already have in your house.
Where's the baby? Where's the baby?
You want to see the baby? It's all about the baby, right? Forget the book.
Oh, wait. Okay, good. Wait, we want to see.
That's what we're talking about.
Where's
Here
Iris?
she is.
Oh,
Iris, say hi, baby.
That's a bundle of love.
Katie Lee. Katie Lee, do you just love being a mama? It looks like you were born for it.
Gosh. Oh. I love being this baby's mom more than anything in the world. I mean,
God,
she's just
so
so
good.
sweet and cuddly. She's very well fed, if you can't tell.
Of
course she is.
And we should point out, Katie Lee, that saying Katie Lee Beagle is new to all of us here at this show. Tell us.
That's right. I am now a Beagle. I added my husband's name because I thought our family should all have the same last name.
Oh,
so
well, congratulations.
I'm Iris's mom.
Well, congratulations.
So
there's the family
you.
photo.
Katie, you got your fourth
Go ahead.
cookbook here.
Yeah, you can hand off. You want to hand off your baby?
Yeah, no, but listen.
I'm going to give her to Grandma. Grandma's sitting here.
Okay.
I wondered,
All right, go ahead,
how you kind of came. What was the, the motivation behind cookbook number 4? But as you're holding the baby, I mean, you must want to do like a baby cookbook too.
I know next has to be baby food. But really with this, I felt like life's complicated enough. Your food shouldn't be. I want to make recipes that are easy and fast with everything that I have in my pantry. I'm not looking for a laundry list of ingredients. So these are easy. You can get them on your table and they taste great. And
So you're going to make two pasta dishes that are vegetarian friendly. Oh, I love that.
Baby.
Vegetarian friendly, right? You guys like eating a little meatless meals in your house?
Yeah, we like doing our meatless Mondays, but we also love our burgers and steaks. So it's just about a balance. So I've got here for you just a big old bowl of mushroom bolognese. This is super simple. With this, you just put a variety of mushrooms into a food processor, saute them up with onions and garlic and tomato and red wine and let it simmer. And it's super yummy. It's a good one to have in the fridge and just kind of pick on. Now I'm going to take you over here and we're going to make a spinach artichoke pasta. So this is a great creamy pasta. Think about spinach artichoke dip and add pasta to it and melted cheese. So what could be bad about that? So I'm just going to add some olive oil to my pan. And this is a recipe that was actually my husband Ryan's idea when we were doing quarantine because it was all stuff that we had. So I've got my garlic going in the pan. I'm going to add to it a can of artichoke hearts.
I love artichoke hearts.
And then I've got some frozen spinach that I thawed and squeezed all the water out of it. You could also use fresh, just cook it down. It's really important to squeeze that water out. And I've got a little bit of oregano or Italian seasoning. You can add a little pinch of crushed red pepper to it to get a little bit of heat. And you just want to let this cook for a couple of minutes, let the flavors bloom of that garlic and the seasoning. And then to this, I'm going to add some cream cheese. So this is going to make it really rich and creamy. And you can also substitute a light cream cheese if you want to lighten this up, or you can put a little Greek yogurt in it. Or just go for it. Go for it.
Yeah.
Think about, what you're eating at another meal. I'm going to add a little bit of the pasta water to it. And this helps thin out the sauce, but it also helps hold everything together because it's got that pasta starch in there. We've seasoned our water so that it has a nice flavor to it. And then you add your pasta to it. So I'm using a rigatoni. Penne would work great as well. When I'm doing these pasta bakes, I really like to use a short pasta. And just have that in.
Iris loves it. Iris loves it.
Iris. Iris says, yeah, Mommy, I'll take that.
It wasn't a binky in her mouth.
Pasta.
It was a rigatoni.
She's my kid, right?
Yeah.
She likes to eat. All right. So you let that cook till it gets nice and creamy. Top it with cheese. I've got just shredded mozzarella here.
Oh my gosh.
It's like Parmesan cheese.
We're going to have to put the rest on the website.
All right, Katie Lee, Beagle, we love you. Oh, well, let's look at it as you take it out of the oven.
Take a look.
I'll just do the sell here while you do it. Today.com/food if you want to enjoy that. And congrats on the book, Katie. It's not complicated. It certainly isn't. We appreciate you.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
joined by one of our favorite chefs, our Bobby Flay.
That's right. He's got a new book out next week called Beat Bobby Flay. Conquer the kitchen with 100 plus battle-tested recipes.
Yeah, this morning, Bobby's teaching us how to win in the kitchen with one of his all-time favorite dishes. Bobby, just when you think you know everything about chili, you're going to do something. Is it a secret ingredient? Is it like, are you going to add some coffee grinds to it? Or are you going to, what are you doing? You're just taking the meat out? You're robbing us?
Well, it is a vegetarian dish, but Carson, you have to understand, first of all, on Beat Bobby Flay, I don't get to decide what the signature dish that we're cooking is. It's the other chef.
Oh, that's right.
So I got challenged to vegetable chili, and also my girlfriend doesn't eat meat, so, you know, I got to adjust.
Smart. So how do you make it good?
Smart man.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, so come on over. So I'm going to start by making the base of the chili. I always say everything good starts with onions and garlic, so we're going to start with some onions and garlic, and then some tomatoes as well. And of course, you need to bring some spices into the game.
And Bobby,
so I have
who's
things
your
like
girlfriend?
You buried the lead.
Wow.
Just kidding.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to go there.
Well, you brought it up.
She's going to rename Nameless for now.
Okay.
But thanks for
I'm
asking.
just going to Google it. I'll have it by the end of this segment.
Wow.
All right. So
The
go
chili
ahead. When
went
do you
right
put
out
the
the
meat
window.
in?
Sure did.
Nothing remains
Where'd
nameless,
you meet
Bobby.
her?
It's
How'd you meet?
2021.
How'd you guys meet?
Anyway, so then you add a dark beer to the chili, which is one of those secret ingredients, right? And then this becomes the base of it. Now, Carson was asking, like, you know, you rob us of the meat, but you can use things that are vegetables that actually give us the texture.
Very
of the
attractive.
Meat. So
Meat-like.
we're going to
Carson found her. Carson found her on the internet.
We're
I
not
will
going to
not
say it out
say the
loud.
name, but
We
very,
but
very
No, he
impressive.
didn't.
He
There's
did.
no
He
way.
did.
Yeah.
Okay,
Vegan
so
or
we have,
vegetarian?
No.
You really are dating up, Bobby. You are really dating up.
You are a lucky man.
all right. So
This guy
anyway,
went off the rails.
mix.
What vegetables are you using there, Bobby, to replace
So thank
the
you
meat?
so much, Al. Thank you so much. So we have eggplant and portobello mushrooms because they have that sort of meaty texture. We're going to add that to the chili as well. And we're going to let this cook for a little while. And then basically what happens is you have the base of the chili, and it looks and feels like chili. It tastes like chili, but it's completely meatless. And then the thing I love about chili is that it becomes like this canvas for all these like really cool garnishes that you can put on top, which is really the key,
that's
right?
a nice shot.
So
That's beautiful.
we have some yogurt that has a little bit of shishito peppers in it and some lime juice. We want that nice cooling effect. And then I have some avocados in here with some diced red onions and some chilies. I'm going to put some avocado on top. It's almost like the chili becomes a vehicle for all these cool things that you want to eat. A few tortilla chips for some crunch. You got to make sure you have that crunch going.
Hey, Bobby,
And
does
a little
the
bit of
chili
Mexican style
take
cheese.
less time because it's vegetable-based than a meat-based one would?
It does, Al, because if you're cooking something like eggplant or portobello mushrooms, it's going to cook a lot quicker. You just want to make sure that the mushrooms and the eggplant cook all the way through, because then it absorbs all the flavor from the base of the chili itself. You want to cook at that dark beer. You want to get some of that earthiness as well, and then you start to garnish it. A little bit of lime zest on top. So you have some acidity, you have some spiciness, you have a little sweetness, all the good things, and it's a very warming dish. I have to say, like when I first heard that I had to make vegetable chili on Beat Bobby Flay, I was kind of bummed out because I am a meat eater, and but I have to say, like the eggplant and the mushrooms do a great job of substituting it. And of course, it's a little bit healthier. I mean, people are eating a lot more vegetables.
I was going to say, is plant-based having its moment now, Bobby?
Oh, it's unbelievable. As a chef, we constantly have to adjust to the trends of the way people are eating. And I will say one thing, people are eating healthier and healthier, and I don't think that's ever going to go in reverse. I think it's only going to keep going in that direction.
Bobby.
So we have to really get very comfortable with cooking vegetables in lots of different ways.
Yeah, what did your girlfriend say when she tried that first bite? I was just curious.
Just trying to help you here. Trying to help a brother out.
But what did she say?
You know what? I haven't made this for her yet, to be perfectly honest. But it's on the dock. Well, it's been the summer now. Now it's getting a little bit.
You're right. Well, is she there right now? You told give it to her.
No, she's not here. But thanks so much for asking. You're the best.
Kidding. Bobby, we love you so much. This is so fun to tease you.
Does she have a key to the elevator?
What else is in your book? We have a couple seconds. What other kind of recipes? Are they all vegetarian?
There's all kinds of things, from like peri-peri chicken to shrimp and grits. There's some great desserts like a spiced chocolate pudding. eggplant rollatini. I mean, you know, Salisbury steak. There's really classic home style dishes, and then there's a couple of things in that are a little bit fancier. But it's a, you know, if you're a fan of the show, I mean, Al's been on the show a couple of times. It's such a fun show, and we've shot over 500 episodes.
Wow.
Cool. And,
You've only lost
so
twice.
obviously they're not all in this book. This is volume 1. So hopefully there'll be more volumes.
It's a terrific book.
It's a great show. It's a great book.
Thank
you, Bobby. Good luck with the relationship.
You guys are the best.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the manner of delivery.
All right, it just did too.
You're in the kitchen and you've got mac and cheese lovers in your house, this is a recipe for you.
Vegan chef and cookbook author Chloe Coscarelli created a creamy and craveable plant-based pasta that's good for your health. It's good for the earth. First of all, you're cute as a button. We cannot handle your cuteness. Okay, we're going to begin there. How are you?
Good morning, Hoda and Jenna. Do you guys ever feel like eating a comforting bowl of creamy mac and cheese, but you still want to get your greens? So it's Earth Day. We can have both. We're making mac and greens, and it's so easy. This is going to come together in minutes.
Mac and greens is such a good idea,
Yes.
and this is good for the earth because it's dairy-free,
Yes.
it's meat-free.
Exactly. There's no cheese, no dairy, tons of greens, antioxidants, vitamins. So we're going to start by just boiling our pasta. I like to use a nice shell or elbow for mac and cheese. You could use any shape. You could also use gluten-free. And I like to salt the pasta water because this is really your only chance to flavor the actual pasta.
Okay.
And give that a nice stir, and we're going to want a nice al dente noodle.
Looks so great.
All right, let's get started on the sauce. It's so simple. So we're going to start with a blender. Since we're not using any dairy, we're going to have a cup of water. We're adding a cup of raw cashews.
Okay.
This is going to make our nice creamy texture and base. We're going to blend that up. And if you don't have a high-powered blender, you can just soak the cashew nuts overnight to soften them a bit and blend that up into a nice silky cream sauce.
Okay.
So,
yummy.
Then I like to move to the food processor. This preserves a little bit of texture. We've got 5 ounces of fresh spinach in here. You can use a bag from the grocery store. You can also shop local if you can from Farmer's Market. We're adding parsley. This is a super green dish. I don't measure a cup of parsley. I just like to rip it straight from the bunch like that. I figure a handful is about a cup. And stems are okay. This is Earth Day. We're not going to waste. I then like to add a 1/4 cup of olive oil. And you could use any mild oil. You could use coconut oil or any oil that you have on hand. A 1.5 teaspoons of salt and 3 garlic cloves. An Italian love to add garlic into mac and cheese. And then we're going to just blend that up.
Wow, that looks good for you.
And you'll see the greens, they're fresh. We're not even cooking them, which is great. We're going to preserve all of those vitamins. And then we're going to add in our cashew cream sauce.
Yeah.
So what gives it the cheesy flavor? Is it the cashew? Really?
It's the garlic. It's the creaminess from the cashew. And it's a really mellow, mild, just delicious, comforting dish. I like to eat this all the time.
I want that.
Done. Was that not the easiest
simple
sauce
and
ever?
delicious. And I think for
So then
people
we're
with
gonna-
lactose issues too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Exactly. It's all plant-based and dairy-free, which is good for the earth and good for you. And also, you can just eat more of it and feel really light. I'm gonna go ahead and toss this with my hot drained pasta.
I mean, so easy.
So simple.
And once
so
it
you
just
don't even warm up the sauce isn't warm, or is the cashew warm?
Once you just hit it with the warm pasta, it kind of melts in, and you can hear it. It sounds like mac and cheese. It's very creamy and smooth. And then I'm gonna serve some up. So you're really getting a ton of greens, but you get to eat them on pasta. Actually, when I first made this dish, I wanted to call it chlorophyll mac because it was like so much antioxidants and vitamins. My mom said that sounded really weird. So we went with mac and greens. So I'm gonna I like to top it with some chili flakes.
Oh, that's a good.
And black pepper. And there we have it. That's our mac and greens. It's so easy. Any questions?
It looks so good. Well, because you have so much extra. What if we put some in the fridge and we wanted to have it the next day? How do you reheat it?
Great idea. So I actually like to freeze it. Just like this, you can take your big batch, you can throw it in the freezer, and then just heat it over stovetop, and it reconstitutes perfectly. You can add a little bit of water. You can eat your leftovers either cold, kind of like a pasta salad, or you can eat them heated up. So this is a really nice flexible dish, a great thing to make in the week and enjoy as the days go by.
We love how you hid the veggies for kids.
Yeah,
too.
that's so
It's
smart.
delicious.
Thank you, Chloe. You can make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Oh,
How you doing?
wait, what?
No, don't do that,
Wait,
Hoda. How you doing
what?
today?
Come on.
You good?
Come on, I got my dog ears going on.
Hey,
the book.
come on.
on. Dog ear in the book.
Oh, you're enjoying it so far?
Loving it.
Oh,
Sounds
man,
like it
thank
was
you
like
so
it's
much.
it was as if you just spoke and it all came out on the pages.
It did. I mean, we're living crazy faith right now, so we're excited.
I got to tell you, I am over the moon to be sitting with you. I'm over the moon to be making some space with you.
Oh, this is awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
I mean, first of all, welcome back to the planet Earth. I know you shut you shut your phone down. You took a break from all things media, all
Everything.
things phone. I
Yeah.
mean, this is an important place, I think, to begin, Pastor, because so many of us are locked in. Tell me what your big revelation was by just this simple act of putting all phone, social media away.
Yeah, I think if I could sum it up in one word, the word is margin. And I think about like the greatest things I've ever did or ever done, they came in the margin. It didn't come when I was trying to figure it out. It didn't come when I was trying to make it happen. It came when I made space. And it's so amazing that the title of this podcast has to do with making space. I mean, when you look at my life story, when I met you before, we were talking about my last book, my first book, Relationship Goals. It went #1 New York Times bestseller, first book, crazy response, helping tons of people. But that message came when I came off of a month unplugged from all social media, all internet, and it blew up. And I just feel like there's something that happens when you get revelation, when you get ideas, and when you get new thoughts, when there's margin. And so this year I did it bigger than I've ever done before. I took 100 days and I was gone. I was out of here. We had a new baby.
Wait, I want to hear about the babe. But can I just tell you something? Some people would say, you know what would happen? If I took off from my whatever, I would lose my competitive edge. People would be sprinting past me. I took a break and I came back and the world went on without me and left me behind.
That's false. And what it really does is it puts you on a trajectory of unhealth that one day you're going to look up and have all of these things and hate your life. See, what ends up happening is when you don't stop to enjoy what has happened, to be able to look at all of the amazing miracles that are your life, to enjoy the children that you work so hard for. When you do it, you'll look up and you'll run on that motor for 20, 30, 40 years and then look up and not enjoy what you've built.
Yeah.
You'll get off of this treadmill and be like, I've been running so hard to go nowhere. And what happens when you take a break, or from my beliefs, a sabbatical, or a time of extended withdrawing? I learned from the greatest leader I believe that ever lived was Jesus. When you just study him from a historical and a leadership standpoint, he's doing all of these miracles all around the world. But like after these feeding 5,000 and doing all of this stuff, it says, and he withdrew often.
He withdrew.
And I'm thinking about like, if you're like claiming to be the Son of God on the earth, like why in the world would you have to withdraw? Like why in the world would you have? But I believe there's something that happens in solitude that makes you humble. And for anybody that would say, like, you know what I'm saying, they passed me by and this and all that other stuff, you don't realize that each one of us come to this earth with a lane that we're supposed to run in. And it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. What's for you is for you if you can stay healthy enough to run in that lane. And every time that I take this break or make space, what it does is it gives opportunity for me to recenter, for me to refocus, and me to remember who I am, why I am, and who I'm created to help.
You get messages. You said when you don't seek it out, it comes to you. When you make space, it comes. How does it come to you? How do the messages, how do you receive them?
So something that's a practical practice for me every day is I have what I call quiet time, where I do meditation, prayer, I read scriptures, and I write down the things that I feel strongly impressed on my heart. And sometimes it's things like, go take your wife on a special date, like, and I just feel like impressed to do that. And other times it's like, hey, pray for that family, or go give to that person, or read this scripture over and over and over and over again. And I just follow those promptings. You know, the crazy thing, Hoda, is people aren't still enough or silent enough to even listen to themselves, to be able to see how they're feeling, to be able to see what is being told to them by the people they love and by the things that are speaking to them. And when I make that space every day, it's so crazy that 1 hour out of 24 hours can begin to set the trajectory for my life, my family, and miracles to happen in my life that really make me feel like I'm just a part of something that's way bigger than me. And I'm just grateful that I get to play a small part.
You know what's funny? It's so funny you're saying this, because lately in the mornings, I always write in a journal, and usually it's a gratitude journal, 3 things. But lately I've just been writing like what's on my heart. It's a conversation I'll have with God by myself in the morning.
Yeah.
And for me in the morning, I get up I'm a 3:30 a.m. get up person to get to work. But there's even space then, like that 20 minutes, because I try to carve it out. And sometimes that's all it is. And I'm wondering, like, what am I supposed to be doing today? How am I supposed to be of service? Then the next morning I'll reflect. I'll say, did I carry out those things that I felt like I should have that day? But boy, and that's 20 minutes at 3:30 in the morning. That's it. That's what it was.
And it doesn't matter what the time is. It's that you set intention for that time.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that in today's society, we let media, social media, our schedules, our children, we're ran by all of the things, and we have not taken charge and prioritized the things that actually help us be healthy and whole and present to the moment. And for me, that's hard for me to say. Like, I even saying this to you right now, I sound like a completely different person than I was 3 years ago, because I found that my motor of running and going and making things happen and grinding and all of these words we have idolized in 2021, you know what I'm saying? All of those things were coming from, and listen to me say this, an unhealthy place from my childhood. And I was trying to outrun insignificance and insecurity from something that was so long ago. And now it's the thing people look at me as like, man, that guy has a crazy, I mean, he's always going and everything works. And what I was really doing was running from pain And it came out looking like so much drive, but it actually was an unhealthy route that I was trying to compensate for. And so when I see people that are so driven and can't take a break and think it's proud to have vacation days they didn't use in this year and all this other stuff, it's a telltale sign that there may be something unhealthy in the past that they're actually trying to work and run their way out of.
Boy, that's very, very
That's loaded.
profound.
That's loaded.
I need to sit in this. I need to make space for that comment. But you are so right, because people are like, I only need 5 hours of sleep. I worked Saturdays. High five, high five. So one of the other things I love that you do that I try to steal, because you have so many good things, and I want to get into the background of your life, but I just want to get a couple of nuggets before we go there, which is,
let's go.
You set intentions for your relationship with your wife, for your relationship with your kids, for your job. Okay, help me, because I want to do this. So how do you do it? What are you doing? How are you improving your relationship with your kids, your wife, your job? What do you do?
I think the first thing that you have to understand is when you say what you desire, it begins to move your life in that direction. And most people are scared to even say what they're hoping for. They're scared to even say, like, you know what? I hope to be working a job that I have time for my family. Like, they won't even say that. And what I've designed my life around is being voice activated, steeped in my faith. And that's why I wrote the book Crazy Faith. That's why I've started to try to give away the plays that I've used. And so the first thing I did, honestly, is got a vision and wrote the vision down and made it plain. And I believe that a lot of people
Give me an example.
Okay, like very basic. Like, I will date my wife for the rest of my life. I said that out loud, but it wasn't enough to say it. I had to write it down. And I had to write it down to the point where it became written down in my calendar every week. So every Tuesday night, we have a babysitter, no matter what happens, and I am going to date my wife. We're going to go to the movies. We're going to go on a walk. We're going to go swimming. We're going to do something together, because there's no way that I can commit my life to all of these other things and then, by the way, kind of make my wife fit into the picture. And when I wrote it down, when I said it out loud, when I let my intention be known, and I put that vision down on paper, it's been 2.5 years, and every week we've had a date night, some weeks twice. And me and her are closer today than we've ever been. That's my high school sweetheart. I met her when I was 15 years old, and we've been married 11 years. We got 4 kids. We run a bunch of businesses together, but it did not happen by accident.
Right.
I do not let anybody come in between what I say and what I do, so that I can get the end result that we're looking for.
Did something, like, a lot of people have problems in their marriages. Yours wasn't perfect either.
Not at all.
Nobody who I've ever spoken to has had a perfect one. So did this intention come from, our relationship isn't working, and unless we do something?
Yes, so our intentionality came from, if you're married more than 5 years, you're not married to the same person you married. Like, and we got a revelation that you keep changing every 5 years, and I needed to relearn who she was. What she used to like, she didn't like anymore.
Yeah.
And so I would do certain things, and I was like, man, that used to really work. Like, that used to really get you going. Like, what happened? And so we made an intentionality that I am not going to pause your growth on the frame that I remember you as.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep learning you. And out of that, I think it was, we had 2 kids, and our son, we found out he had autism. And when we talk about crazy faith, like, I'm sitting here and I'm believing for a change in his diagnosis, and we're going to therapies and all this other stuff. And in the midst of all that, I realized that situation changed me and my wife a bunch. And we had to go into a level of intentionality and making space for the new version of who we were to each other, and fall in love with that person. And as we begin to do that, we like that person better than the one we married. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we begin to understand, like, man, I love you even more now because we've been through this together, and because you're still here, and because we can still laugh about that. And again, making space made us love each other even more. And I don't know, I'm right after we get off this podcast, I'm gonna go find her. I'm missing her right now. I need to give her a hug and a kiss right now.
By the way, I think that what you said was so profound. The person who you're with now is a totally different person than you were with 5 years ago, although they still sleep on the same side of the bed.
Yep.
They still use the red toothbrush. They still do what they've always done. They are different. And you're right, it is relearning. It's funny, I've been having these conversations with Joel lately about this is who I am today.
Yep.
I used to enjoy doing that stuff, and now I'm this person.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold. Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Have you ever felt something from God and you thought to yourself, like, is this my gut or my soul talking, or is it God? Because I was wondering, how do we, and I've wondered this just for myself, how do you figure out if it's your will or him?
I have this chapter in the book called Maybe Faith. Okay. And I think it's my favorite part of the book, because people is like, how do you know it's God? How do you know it's the right thing? And most pastors won't tell you this, but I'll tell you very straight. You don't. Like, you don't know at the starting line, is this God? It proves to be God. And this is why I tell people I live my life at 51% faith. If I'm 51% sure it's God, I'm going for it.
Okay.
And because I have the heart to be able to be corrected, and I'm humble enough to say, you know what, I missed that. That I thought that was it, but hey, my bad, guys, really going on. And that's where I've been able to see so many amazing things happen, because some people stand at the starting line and is like, okay, how long is this going to take? How much is this going to cost? Are we going to win? Is this worth it? And they end up living their life paralyzed at a pause at the start. And what I do is I tell people this, I said, it's a lot easier to direct a moving car than it is to direct or steer a car that's standing still.
That's true.
And I really do believe that as you start making the step, like, I'm not sure that this is it, but I'm going to at least start looking up homes in this city.
Yeah.
As you make that step, then there's either confirmation or denials or checks or your piece is not there. And then you'll know, like, well, maybe I need to go back to prayer. Maybe I need to do something else. And as you live on maybe faith, like maybe this is you.
Yeah.
I see so many good things happen, and it just takes being humble.
Well, I do like that you talk about change because I think a lot of people say, whether they're in a relationship or friendships or whatever, like people are who they are. You either accept them or you don't. People don't change. They can change around the edges, but in reality, that's how they were raised. That's the way they're going to be. What's your answer?
I
to
don't
that?
really believe that because I know who I am, and I know who I was, and I know who I'm trying to be. I was a liar. I was a manipulator. I was somebody who was addicted to pornography and wrong images, and I had a lot of evil in my heart. I only looked out for myself. I was very selfish. Like that's who I was. It wasn't what I presented, but that's who I was on the inside. And now today, I look at my life and how I give everything that I have to help people, to serve other people, to make exceptions and allowances for people's faults and shortcomings. How I like that was not me. Like like that was not me. I had a potential what was it called? I had a case in court for car insurance fraud, and like I was a crazy guy. And the fact that I'm sitting here today and I am all about spreading a message of hope, love, faith, and really helping people become their best versions. I know that transformation is real. I know that change is possible. And I am acutely aware of the grace that we all need to be able to make those decisions.
Did your change, did your moment, did it come like a lightning bolt? Did your moment of change come in baby steps and take years?
Yeah. One of my greatest sayings, and if you come around our church, our organization, you'll hear this all the time: progression, not perfection. I think that if this could become people's mantra, they would be able to do so much more when they allow the little movement forward to be the win instead of this big, like you said, lightning bolt moment. It wasn't that for me. It was like, this year, I'm going to become better at listening and keeping my word. And next year, I'm going to try to stop eating a gallon of ice cream every night before I go to bed. And this year, I'm going to open my scriptures and I want to read at least 10 minutes a day. And like, it just has been like
Baby
progression,
steps.
baby steps, baby faith, just making moves. And I look up 10, 15 years later and it's like, you're a pastor of a church and you're talking to hundreds of thousands of people weekly. And like, I'm like, who are you? Like, that's how I feel.
Do you ever drift away from God? Do you ever?
You talking big language right here, right now. You used one of my trigger words, drift. This year, our word for our church is anchored. And we are trying to get anchored spiritually, emotionally, physically, like and it's in every area of our life. But the tagline is, this is the year of the anti-drift. And the one thing about drifting, so you said drifting and it like went through my whole body right there, because drifting is natural if there's not intention.
Say that again. That was good.
Drifting is natural if there is no intention.
Yes.
If you put a boat in water, there does not have to be a storm for that boat to drift. If you just put it there with no anchor, it's going to be out to sea in an hour and a half because there was no intention of dropping an anchor somewhere. And yes, to answer your questions, there are tons of places in my life that I have drifted because I was not intentional. So one of those areas was in my health. Very practically, the church is blowing up. I'm having all of these kids, and as the church is blowing up, I'm blowing up. Like, I'm eating everything. I'm fat and happy. I'm eating ice cream. I'm doing all the different things. And this year, when we talk about anchored, I looked at myself and I was 264 pounds. I was completely out of shape, all of those different things. And in a quiet time, I really felt so strongly that this was an area that I had been drifting.
Yeah.
And I made a decision that if I was shown something, I was going to start in crazy faith making steps toward that. So we started eating better, got a trainer. Like, I literally just finished working out. I'm 229 pounds today. That was 4 months ago. And I'm 229 pounds, almost lost 35 pounds since I made the decision.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand delivery.
All right, anticipated too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Just one last question, because I want to hear a sermon right now. I feel like I wish I could hear one, but is there, and I don't want to pin you down right now in case you can't, sometimes you can't remember, you've done so many great sermons, but was there one that really resonated with people in a way that surprised you? I mean, I know I'm feeling like we're having one right now and we're just having a podcast, but was there one that sort of sticks out in your mind that you could share with us for a little bit?
Yeah, I think it would be the first message that I ever did of Crazy Faith. I came off sabbatical. Like, literally, this was my first message after being off for 6 weeks. And when I got up and spoke, I told people, I brought 2 chairs out on the stage, and one was a kiddie chair and one was like an adult chair. And I was telling them, I said, most of us don't have faith in situations, circumstances, and places if it doesn't look strong enough to hold us up. And I brought this big guy out on stage and I said, which chair would you want to sit in? And he, of course, said the big chair. Yeah. And I said, what if I told you that the small chair was manufactured to hold you up? What if I told you this was God's will for your life? What if I told you that it can carry your weight? Which chair would you choose? And he said, I'd still choose the big chair. And I said, doesn't this sound like many of our lives? That we would rather choose the thing that looks good than the thing that was built for us. The thing that really other people would say is not really the best for us, but the manufacturer or God tells you, like, I know this doesn't look like what you thought, but I want you to sit in it. I said, what if I sat in the chair? Then would you sit in it? And he was like, maybe. And so I sat in the kiddie chair and we were about the same size. And I said, now would you sit in that chair? He said, I don't know. And I said, sit in the chair. I said, look how much time you've wasted being able to stand on your own when something was designed for you that looked different, but really was designed to hold up your weight. And then when that man sat down in the chair and it held him up like he was being cautious, the whole auditorium began to shout, and you know what I'm saying? And because it was a picture of what so many of us are living. We're living this idealistic life. Like, if God would give me this and my chair looked like that and I had this husband and I had this job and I was able to work at this city and all this other stuff. And God said, no, this chair is different. It looks different. It's not probably what you would have put, but I designed it specifically for you.
Just for you.
Would you have crazy faith and put your weight on it? See, the whole thing was he didn't care if somebody else put their weight on it. But faith is actually putting your own weight and believing and trusting that this thing will hold you up. And I don't know, somebody may be listening right now that has an idea of what you want your chair or your life to look like. And God may have a different chair for you that you're going to have to step in crazy faith and put your weight on it. But when you put your weight on it, how much more exciting is it to be in something that was manufactured for you, your life, your family? And I didn't know it was going to resonate with so many people.
Wow.
But we put that up online and millions of people have watched that message and just started living a life of crazy faith after that.
Well, you are such a unique pastor. You're all by yourself. I mean, you help people with relationships. You talk about things that you don't expect a pastor to talk about. And I love that because it's all part of us. This book, Crazy Faith, is beautiful, and I love the subtitle, It's Only Crazy Until It Happens. Michael Todd, man, what a blast. Thank you.
Oh, we could do this once a week. Maybe we need to start the Mike and Hoda show. We can. Hey, listen, let's do an hour every week or every 2 weeks. Let's do it.
I'll be your sidekick any day of the week. Thank you, honey.
I appreciate you.
Oh, love
Thank
you.
you so much.
Sandra, thanks so much for doing this. It's great to see you.
Hi, Willie. Great to be with you.
I'm very anxious to talk about The Chair. I told you I just got to see the first 2 episodes. Before we do that, though, I want to wish you a very happy milestone birthday. Happy birthday.
Yes, thank you.
You had an amazing post where you stopped and sort of took stock of your life and career and thanked just about everybody you could think of and recalled all these great shows that have made your career what it is.
Yes, I'm not a big poster, but I woke up early that morning and my mom had already texted me from her, and she's like, "They basically did tell us at 8 o'clock in the morning." And I'm like, okay. I woke up and I basically spoke with my parents, and milestone birthdays are wonderful times to take stock of things. And I was really thinking about, my friendships and my family and actually my work. And I just really wanted to thank everybody, It's a great immediate way to send out a message. It was great to do, yeah.
Is it overwhelming in some ways to stop at this point and say, oh, because you are moving so fast in your life and your career, to stop and say, oh, wow, look at all the things I've done in these years?
Actually doing stuff like this, of speaking to people who will ask me questions like this, those are the moments that I actually have to stop and go, oh, what have I been doing? What have I been trying to make? Because people will put things into perspectives that I have not thought of. And it's a really good checkup.
Well, you've got something great to celebrate with The Chair, the new series on Netflix.
Oh, there she is. Our first lady chairwoman.
Explain for people who are thinking about watching it, sort of the plot, and also what about this great character drew you in?
The Chair is a dramedy, and it's kind of like a workplace comedy that's set in academia. So I play the role of Ji-Yoon Kim, Professor Kim, who's just been the newly minted chair in the English department at Pembroke University, it's a fictitious university. And it's centered around a transgressive act that one of the fellow professors, Bill Dobson, played by Jay Duplass, does in class. And it's then navigating as the chair how to manage the fallout from a very ill-informed mistake, and how to keep the department, the English department, and in like the humanities relevant. But it also touches on so many things without being pointed at it. It's like what it is to be a woman and a person of color who enters into a leadership role, who's trying to change a very antiquated and patriarchal white system. You know what I mean? How she relates to her students and to her coworkers, how she relates to her elderly father, how she relates to her adoptive daughter. So it was a great opportunity to play such a dynamic and full-fleshed role. And I give all the credit to Amanda Peet, who created this world.
As you say, she steps into this place that has been run forever by old white guys. And in many cases, these are cartoonish old white guys kind of fumbling around, hanging on to their tenure. Could you dig into some personal experience as a woman of color who stepped into these prominent roles and roles of leadership and sort of understand what she was going through?
Sure. And I'll try and frame also that hopefully no one is a caricature in this piece. So even though you have, older white professors, male professors, one, the brilliant Bob Balaban, who plays Professor Elliot Rance, hopefully you're seeing his perspective on the effect of being the older generation and perhaps not have paid enough close attention to what the students want and how they need to learn. So I'll just start with that. And then the next part of your question, which is like, do I know what it's like? Yeah, I do. And I think that has got to have informed how I approach, June. I can't exactly specifically point to what, but one of the things that I feel like I have learned in my career that is a little bit ahead of Professor Kim is that change is slow when you are an individual facing an institution. And for me not to lose heart, because for anyone who knows who's tried to enact change, it's never the way that you think it's going to happen.
Right.
And the challenges are there for you to only get more specific and deeper into your commitment to change. And you just see Professor Kim just trying to balance all these things at once. And so you have a real good balance of comedy and pathos.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Dr. Kim's name, which as an Asian woman, Asian American woman, you say that was really important, that her name was authentically Korean. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. It's like I can trace, I feel like, how Hollywood has progressed or widened. When I was on Grey's Anatomy for 10 years as Christina Yang, it was the Obama years. And specifically, the show never addressed people's ethnicity, nor did it really kind of address people's home lives. It just was the style of the show. So I never got to really necessarily explore what other parts of Christina was. And then with the show Killing Eve, I was able to bring a certain aspect of Eve's cultural heritage in the third season. But that's what the show's not really about that. The show is really about the exploration of and the discovery of a woman's own psyche. But in the chair, when I first opened that first page of the pilot and I saw that Dr. Kim's name is Jiyun Kim, I just noted it in terms of the growth of my own career, that now I can play a character who specifically has a Korean name, and all the characters are going to call her that name correctly. And it was significant to me. I think there's been a lot of accommodation or denial or just not existence of the fact that people have in their names, their ethnicity is in their names. So it was great to see, and it was really important to me.
It feels like this fits into something you've been thinking about in your recent roles, which is to give authentic Asian experiences in the parts you take and in your performances, different, as you say, from something like Grey's Anatomy, which just sort of fit into the plot. You can sort of tell more of the story, and I feel like we see that in the chair when she goes home and her father lives with her, and we see symbols of religion on the wall, which you've talked about in your own childhood. So what does it mean to you personally to be able to have that power in Hollywood to say, this is how the role is going to be, this is how I'm going to play that?
Well, it's definitely not as, let's say, cut and dry in that way, because for me, it's more like finding the right collaborators, because I'm not a writer at this point in my life, you know what I mean? But I'm not. I never want to limit myself. But it's about trying to find the world and the voices that I am interested in inhabiting and collaborating with. So, Amanda set the whole world. This was always going to be a part of it. Dr. Kim was always going to be taking care of an elderly parent, and she was always going to be taking care of an adoptive daughter. So no matter what, you get to open up a lot of story dynamic with that. And that was also one of the things that really, really interests me.
And is there a lot more of that now, Sandra? Is just by virtue of all the different outlets that we have for those shows, added with a heightened consciousness and awareness that we need more of it?
You know what? I think so. I'm almost afraid to say, you know what I mean? And anyone who's a person of color knows what I'm doing when I'm saying, I don't even want to say that it might be true, but it might be true. Because there is more openness to it, because there is more interest in it, what I hope develops alongside of it is a certain type of patience and a certain type of support that comes in the form of development. Voices have to be developed. If you suddenly want a storyline based on XYZ because you seem to think that the public wants it, you need to develop the voices to be able to take on those leadership roles to make that happen. Because ultimately what it depends on is that the storytelling is interesting and authentic and true. You know what I mean? Because you can have whoever you want on camera. It doesn't matter. But if it's not interesting, if it is not truthful, I don't think people will watch it.
I think that's probably right. And as you talk about bringing your own experience to roles like this, I love reading the story of your own upbringing outside Ottawa, where you really had to convince your parents that performance and acting was the thing for you. You were proven to be very right. But what were those early years like when you said, Mom and Dad, I know you maybe don't get this, but this is what I want to do?
I'm one of those extremely lucky people who have a good relationship with their parents. And what I've learned from that experience, and obviously growing and maturing as a person, is that adversity is extremely important in the development of a person's character. And the time, my parents are immigrants from South Korea, you know what I mean? And in a very, very, very typical Korean American immigrant kind of upbringing, just very middle of the road, typical. Education and having a good job and security is very important. Anyone who's a child of an immigrant knows this. So my parents, it was very, very foreign, the entertainment world or the artistic world. It was very, very, very foreign to them. But what I am so blessed with is that the way that they were an obstacle to me, it only makes you tougher in a good way. I've spoken about this before. It's like, if you have the two most important people telling you that you shouldn't do it or that you can't do it, and you still do it anyway. You do it anyway. You have you just build an internal confidence, and you can only build that by going through it. So when you are pounding the pavement, when people are saying no, when you have self-doubt, you already have a certain layer of confidence because you've already surpassed, the doubt of the two most important people to you. I was very lucky in my career so far. In the early days, I had success quite early, and I was able to show them very full pieces. Where the entire film was about my character. I did this film early on by Mina Shum called Double Happiness, and it was about this character named Jade Lee who wants to be an actress, is in a very typical Chinese Canadian home, and it's a very simple coming of age story where she just eventually leaves home to pursue her dreams. When my parents saw that, my mom said to me, "Is this what you basically wanted to tell us?" And I just felt so seen by her. Like she got it. I mean, my parents really eased off the gas pedal because I was fortunate enough to be able to show them my work. And they could understand that that there's meaning in that work. And I think it's a little tricky and hard for immigrant parents, let's just say, to understand that if their child is an artist, just to not be afraid, even if they fail, or even if they're hungry and just eating pizza for 3 days. If you see your child that wants to be an artist in some sort of way, just to give them a little space to try it out.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States! Let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
The moment when you win the Golden Globe for Killing Eve, You get up there and they showed on the broadcast, I think before you even got to the microphone, your parents. And your dad stands up and breaks into applause and you're doing okay. And then you see them, you could see it sort of wash over you. What was that moment like to see your parents who were skeptical at the outset stand in the back and watch you receive this huge award and to watch their daughter be so successful at what she chose to do?
You know, I have been shameless with my parents. I have brought them to so many awards shows. They're pros. They're really, really pros. But it's profoundly satisfying that when you reach a certain type of milestone, and I would say that for me, it was hosting the show, that your parents who support you so deeply are actually there in the audience. Yeah, it's profoundly satisfying to be able to come to a certain point in your career when in the moment that you're celebrated, that your parents get to witness it. I mean, you should ask them what they felt about it. Because I honestly, it's such a blur. You know, it's such a blur. But it was also really important to me to be able to publicly thank them. You know, and you know, you don't. I mean, I'm honestly just doing it in the moment because my parents are there, but subsequently, it was reflected back to me that I think that it meant a lot to a lot of children of immigrants and a lot of Asian American kids and just people to be able to express gratitude and love to their parents publicly.
I don't think I have to ask them. I saw their faces that night. I think they were pretty proud. So you talked about that early success in Canada, and then you make the leap over to American television, and you mentioned Arliss. I think most people point to Sideways as the breakout moment for you. Did it feel that way in real time when everyone said, oh, who's she? I like her. Let's put her in more stuff.
You know, I think it was actually a timing thing because Sideways and Grey's Anatomy happened at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So those are you know, just mysterious times of like, you know, the stars are aligned. And I think that did happen. And, you know, working on Sideways was one of the highlights of my career. I think it still holds up. It's
Definitely.
been like a while now, but I think it still holds up. So that kind of like 1-2 punch of like Sideways and then Grey's Anatomy, it was a real shot out of a cannon. But I also am so happy that, you know, it happened in my early 30s. So I already had a career behind me and a fairly good amount of grounding to be able to receive what that meant to suddenly come into people's consciousness.
And it kind of felt like, it seems that with that Sideways success, you said to yourself, I don't have to do the girlfriendy, sidekicky thing. I can be front and center, be a central character.
When you make those certain like leaps in your career, you change the point of view of what you're going to accept.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it was not in the terms of I don't want to be XYZ.
Right.
It was very much like I only want to play dynamic characters. I only want to play things that inspire me. And that's always a really challenging time to be able to move your career into a place of inspiration as opposed to of necessity. So I was very lucky to be able to decide and start practicing that. And that's definitely when Grey's Anatomy came along.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
So Grey's Anatomy comes along. You talk about being shot out of a cannon. There's no bigger cannon to be shot out of in terms of a show that was right in the cultural zeitgeist that people were talking about the morning after all the time. What was it like in your life to be thrust onto that show, to have this big role on the biggest show on TV, to have more and more people interested in your life, to know who you are, to say hello to you on the street? How did it change your life?
Well, that's a big question. Big question. And I don't think that, I mean, I'm guessing that, to be perfectly honest, it was traumatic. It's traumatic. And the reason why I'm saying that is, I don't know whether it's just I come from a different generation or my temperament as an artist is that you know that the best work or the work that you or the circumstances you need to do your work is with a lot of privacy. And that's just to find the authentic self. And so when one loses one's anonymity, you have to build skills to still try and be real. So I know this is probably not an answer that people are particularly interested in, but it is a truthful one. But having been in it, I've grown to adapt, and I've grown. It really forces you to grow internally. For at least for me, internally, to be able to. I mean, I went from not being able to go out or not being able to go, like hiding in restaurants or never looking out, to then being able to receive and manage projection, manage attention, manage expectation, while not losing the sense of self. And that takes a little while to figure out.
How do you do it, though? How do you do it when all the eyeballs in the restaurant are on you? How do you say, okay, this is my life. It's not normal, but it's my life. Here's how I'm going to manage it. How did you make those adjustments? Because I've heard the same from other actors who've been shot out of a cannon on a big show or a big movie, and all of a sudden their life like that, the weekend the movie comes out, is totally different.
Well, have a good therapist. I'm not joking.
Important. Yeah.
No, I'm not joking. It's very, very important, because there's a lot that one would need to talk about that you should not talk about with your partner or friends or family. You don't burden them with that. It's a very specific road. And so one, have a good therapist. Hopefully you have a good support system, a support network, you know. I am very lucky that I do have a very great support system. And you just have to work at finding your way to stay grounded. And a lot of times that's by saying no.
You've done well with it, certainly. And from the question that always comes up when someone leaves a show like that is, okay, what do you do from there? What next? And here comes Killing Eve, and you have this other great success where, as I said, you win another Golden Globe Award. What was it about that part that so attracted you, and what makes that show so popular that people are so obsessed with it?
I don't know. I can tell you definitely what intrigued me was Phoebe Waller-Bridge's tone.
Yeah.
Because I had not seen it before. And I knew it was fresh. Like, I really knew it was fresh right off the page. And I knew I could follow it. I like the circumstance where, you know, it's this kind of very middle of the road, middle of her life woman. And every woman who then develops an extremely dangerous and obsessive relationship with an assassin. Like, those are crazy circumstances. But what I could also see in the piece, which I was very interested in exploring, that it's about a woman's self-discovery. And that was ultimately what was so intriguing. And hopefully that element, as well as a type of very exciting push and pull relationship between Eve and Villanelle, is exciting to people. But mostly, I hope it is that you see these two women trying to figure out themselves by somehow needing to be in relationship with each other. And that was really interesting. That was really, really interesting to me. Like, how do you figure out how to be in relationship with a character that wants to kill you?
Right. That's a big question. That's a big question. Well, part of the fun of the show is that you have a different woman writing every season. So can you give us a little look ahead to season 4 of what your fans might expect?
Well, I honestly am just in the middle. I'm here in London, just in the middle of shooting the season 4, the last season of Killing Eve. And I can tell you nothing.
I knew it.
Except
I thought I might break you, Sandra.
Except that, you know, we're really, really working hard to try and like really honor that relationship and to find out what how their story not ends, but somehow finishes at this moment. You know, that's what we're really working hard on, trying to find that way to service all those characters beautifully.
Very diplomatic answer. It felt like you were giving something and you really weren't. You were such a pro. Such a pro. Sandra, I really appreciate your time. Congratulations on the chair. It's so fun to talk to you. I know you're busy working, so thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much.
To a jam-packed Pop Start Plus to begin your week. Coming up, we've got the scoop from the star of a new and very sweet Netflix film called The Royal Treatment. Also, Jenna's chatting with Mark Brown, the man behind Arthur, as the beloved children's show based on his book Nears Its End. Plus, we're taking it back to 2001 with a little set visit to Law and Order SVU with Mariska Hargitay and Christopher Maloney. But first, of course, here's your Pop Start. Get right to it, and we're going to start with Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas. Congratulations are in order, because the couple has just welcomed their first child together on Friday. Priyanka and Nick revealing the good news in a joint statement on Instagram, writing, "We are overjoyed to confirm that we've welcomed a baby via surrogate. We respectfully ask for privacy during this special time." This comes just weeks after Chopra told Vanity Fair that children were a big desire for their future. And the couple, who just celebrated their 3rd wedding anniversary last month, has not yet shared the name or gender of their newborn, but we are still wishing their growing family nothing but the best. Great people. Next up, James Bond, Uncle Al. Here we go. Now that Daniel Craig has wrapped up his run as 007 in No Time to Die, the hunt is on for the next James Bond. On a recent episode of Deadline's Crew Call podcast, producer Barbara Broccoli revealing that fan favorite contender Idris Elba might be in the running for the iconic role. When asked if there have been any conversations with Idris about taking the part, she said, "Well, I'm friends with him and he's a magnificent actor. It's been part of the conversation, but it's always difficult to have that conversation when you have someone in the seat." She goes on to say that after audiences have had a little more time to see Daniel Craig's last performance, they'll start working on filling that role. I've said it since 1978. Idris Elba
Please.
needs to be the next
That's it.
007.
Has to happen.
Period.
No
It's not even
story.
close.
Yeah, let's have the conversation. Let's go.
We've been saying this forever.
Yeah,
Come on.
we're ready.
Let's go.
Yeah, just announce it already.
Wrap it up.
Next up, John Hamm, the Emmy-winning actor, has been cast in some pretty big roles over the years. Have you seen this ad?
Yes.
So good.
Apple.
Mad Men, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, Baby Driver. Well, there's one role that John Hamm hasn't gotten. He's made his feelings very clear about how he feels about it in the new ad for Apple TV+.
Hey, Apple, did I do something to offend you? I mean, Samuel L. Jackson, Billie Eilish, Tom Holland, Chris Evans? What about John Hamm? Seriously? Denzel, Frances McDormand, Momoa, Snoopy.
Two Mahershalas? Kind of feels like cheating. Could have cloned me.
The whole ad is really funny. It's like a Super Bowl ad, right? It's great. Finally, Betty White. The newly released video shows the legendary actress just 11 days before she passed away in December shared to White's Facebook page. The message was originally recorded as a thank you to her fans on what would have been her 100th birthday. Here's a peek of that.
I just want to thank you all for your love and support over the years. Thank you so much, and stick around.
In the caption, the page administrator thanks fans for continuing the actress's legacy by donating in honor of the hashtag Betty White Challenge, which, by the way, raised almost $13 million for animal shelters and rescues. And they call it Popstar Plus for a reason. We've got a few more items for you. And we'll start with Kate McKinnon, the SNL star, has transformed into Tiger King's Carol Baskin in the first teaser for Peacock's Joe vs. Carol. McKinnon starring opposite John Cameron Mitchell, who looks great, as he takes on the role of the former Big Cat owner Joe Exotic. The upcoming 8-episode series is set to explore their explosive relationship between Baskin and Exotic, made famous in Netflix's 2020 hit docuseries. And here's a peek.
Whoever you are, we're coming for you. If she wants to mess with me, I can mess with her. I got a message for Carol Baskin. If you just sit down and talk, we can come to an understanding.
So it's war.
It's war.
Okay, that looks good. Joe versus Carol starts streaming on Peacock again on March 3rd. Finally, Rachel Ziegler, the Golden Globe-winning actress and New Jersey native, stopped by Britain's Graham Norton show on Friday, and she revealed the incredible revolving door of celebrity guests who just happened to swing by the West Side Story set when they were shooting Steven Spielberg's recent remake.
Bruce Springsteen came 3 times, and he came to see me sing I Feel Pretty, and he had his aviators on. He's like, gotta see the Jersey girl sing. And I just peed my pants.
Was that still the same day that Barack Obama came as well?
Barack Obama came.
I like that he gets third billing. Also appearing.
In this house, it goes Bruce, Steve, Barack. And I'm sitting there on the couch, and Michelle Obama's next to me, and Bruce Springsteen's there, and Barack Obama and John Williams and Steven Spielberg. And John Williams is talking to Gustavo Dudamel, and John turns to Barack Obama and says, well, what do you think? And I'm like, well, what does it matter when he thinks he was the president of the United States?
The boss and the Obamas? Talk about pressure for a first-time actor. Kudos, by the way, to Rachel, who's been keeping her cool and just continuing to rack up all the awards this season. Well-deserved. Those are your headlines for today. Coming up, we're going to introduce you to the star of Netflix's newest rom-com, The Royal Treatment.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. As a teenager, actor and singer, Laura Moreno starred on the Disney Channel show Austin and Ally. Well, now she's all grown up, starring and singing in a new Netflix film called The Royal Treatment. Here's a look.
I just got a call to do the hair and makeup for the royal wedding for $50,000.
It's like a glass slipper, but money.
The Royal Treatment is a rom-com movie that essentially is about my character Izzy, who's a New York hairstylist. Izzy gets the opportunity to do the hair and makeup for the royal wedding of Prince Thomas of Lavinia, played by the lovely Mina Massoud. And maybe sparks fly between Prince Thomas and Izzy. I play Izzy, and honestly, she has been one of my favorite characters that I've ever played for a few reasons. Every character that I played, I always find some part of myself in the character. But Izzy, for sure, I really, really identify with. She speaks her mind. I very much connect with her sense of we all have to treat each other well and respect each other, and when you don't, that makes me mad. Izzy also works really hard. She's from New York. She has, her mother and her grandmother, her Nonna, which I also was very connected to. I have a lot of family in New York on my dad's side who were all born, well, most of them were born in Italy.
One paper, please. Hot prince visit makes temperatures rise in the city. Seriously though, what's with his hair?
I worked with a New York dialect coach. I did so much work on this accent, and it's gonna be jarring for people who know me.
May I introduce Prince Thomas?
I'm Izzy of 183rd Street.
Mina's so lovely. He was on the top of my list of playing Prince Thomas, so I was so excited we got him. We really bonded while we were in quarantine. You have to quarantine for 2 weeks in New Zealand. So we were in different hotels. We were actually in different cities, but we were like FaceTiming every day and going over lines, but also getting to know each other, which was really, really nice.
A town car's trailing us. 1, 2, 3, stop.
I think the regular girl meets prince of a made-up country especially is a subgenre I love. And I think for us, we very much wanted to pay homage to that. Movies that have come before that, us in that subgenre, in that vein. You know, I think we also kind of poked fun in moments in that genre as well. Honestly, I think we just really didn't take ourselves too seriously. Our goal was to have fun, and we really did. We had such an amazing time. The cast, the crew, everyone a part of it. Obviously, we even mentioned Genovia in the movie. I do think the movie is obviously plot-wise quite different from Princess Diaries, but I mean, that is one of my favorite movies, and I'm obsessed with Anne Hathaway, so that is truly the biggest compliment someone can give. So, Dance With You, the song that actually is already out in the world and is in our last scene of the movie and in the end credits, that was something I very much specifically wrote for the film. And I wanted to write a song that I thought, you know, encompassed what the vibe of the movie was, which is joy, which is happiness. Worst Kind of Hurt, which is the song that comes out the same day as the Royal Treatment. And I am singing it with Rabel, who I absolutely love. This is the first time for me that I have the singer-artist part of my career, personality, whatever you want to say, and my acting part and the film and television part so synergized, while also feeling quite separate. Because obviously I've done music in projects before, Austin and Ally, A Cinderella Story, Christmas Wish, but the music was very like part of the plot. Like I sang while you were watching, and I definitely didn't want that to happen.
So why are you just a hairdresser?
Just? Truth is, I'd love nothing more than to do something else.
I think our movie does deal with some pretty important concepts like finding your identity within yourself versus your identity within your family. The fact that no matter who you are, you could be the prince of a made-up country, you could be a New York hairstylist, but you have the ability to make change in the world and change in your community. And that's something I'm really proud about, that the movie embodies and shows, and I love that about Izzy. So I hope that anyone who watches it feels inspired by our message, and more than anything, feels just real happy after.
By the way, The Royal Treatment is now streaming on Netflix. Coming up, Jenna's conversation with the driving force behind children's favorite for decades. We're talking about the one and only Arthur. That's next.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand delivering.
All right, it just did too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And we're back on Popstar Plus. Author and illustrator Mark Brown gave us the wonderful world of Arthur. He created the beloved book series and TV show that we all know and love. So we sat down with Jenna to share some memories ahead of the show's 25th and final season.
We are back. It is 8:35 on this Monday morning with Jenna on this wonderful kind of day. Of course, that's the theme song that you're hearing. Theme song for that beloved children's TV series.
And lucky you, you got to sit down with the author of Arthur.
I know, say that 10 times.
I know, I was practicing. A great story about an 8-year-old aardvark.
No, don't y'all love that aardvark? Yeah, good morning. This year marks 45 years since the first book hit shelves, as well as the 25th and final season of Arthur on PBS Kids. I spoke with Mark about how the series has impacted kids and adults, probably all of us, for decades, and how it changed his life.
Never in a million years did I imagine I would go on all of these adventures because of Arthur.
Arthur is the 8-year-old aardvark who navigates life and faces real issues that real kids often encounter. Author Mark Brown is the genius behind the character and his cast of friends like Buster, Francine, and Binky. But as the 25th and final new season of Arthur approaches, it's hard to imagine that the series almost never happened.
The book was very much inspired by a bedtime story for your own son.
I had just lost a teaching job, and I went home that night, and my son asked for a bedtime story. And I said, "Oh, I've had a terrible day. I really don't feel like telling you a story tonight." And he said, "Oh, come on, Dad. Maybe it'll make you feel better." Ugh. And he was right.
More than 125 books later, combined with the longest-running animated kids series in the U.S.
Hey, what a wonderful kind of day.
Arthur has made a lasting impact on millions of children and adults.
The best thing that Arthur has done for kids all these years is tell them the truth. I think kids trust him, and I value that trust that I have with kids.
Is there a little bit of you in Arthur? Or a lot of you?
Okay, I guess the secret's out. Yeah, there's a little bit of me in Arthur.
As a 7-time Emmy winner, the show has not only received awards, but strong praise for the diversity and inclusion represented throughout the series.
Mr. Ratburn is married. I still can't believe it.
You were making sure kids, no matter who they were, felt like they weren't alone. Was that the purpose, or that's just sort of what happened?
When PBS came to me originally, their agenda was to make kids want to read. And then we found, all of these subjects that we could deal with that would be helpful to kids.
Guest stars from John Lewis, Jane Lynch, to Alex Trebek have all appeared on the show. But it's who hasn't been on Arthur that's causing a stir on the internet.
There are millions of memes that say he looks just like John Legend. They do. They're doppelgangers.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll do something together.
Are you telling me that maybe...
now you're going into uncharted territory here.
Do you ever just marvel at the fact that this character is so iconic in the fabric of our culture that Chance the Rapper is singing the theme song? Believe in yourself, but that's the place to start. Do you ever just think, wow?
Yeah, I do every day.
Another cultural icon inspired the title of his latest Arthur book, Believe in Yourself, his dear friend and mentor, Mr. Fred Rogers.
He said, Mark, every child needs just one person to believe in them, to make it in the world. And boy, that stuck with me.
As the series approaches the end, many young fans anxiously await to find out how Arthur's story will unfold.
We will address the most often asked questions that kids ask us about Arthur and his friends.
While feeling bittersweet that this chapter is coming to a close, Brown is forever grateful to the little aardvark that came into his life.
You did many jobs before this. You were a truck driver, you were a teacher.
Short order cook.
You did all these different things.
I got fired so many times from all these jobs. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world because I'm doing this job that I love.
It's almost like Arthur found you. Do you ever feel that way?
I do. I mean, if it weren't for that bedtime story that night, it changed my life.
Okay, so this was so much the fabric of my childhood, but also I love talking to him because he's so right that our kids can inspire us.
Yes.
Seeing the world through their eyes. He went on to have this incredible career, and he says this is not the last you're going to see of Arthur. Other projects are in the works. I'm guessing a movie with John Legend.
I thought a podcast.
I'm guessing a movie with John Legend. That's my guess. But also episodes will obviously still continue to air on PBS Kids. But the 25th and final new season premieres on February 21st.
Arthur found him.
That's awesome.
What a sweet man.
Yeah.
A lovely man.
Yeah.
Brilliant, too.
Thanks, Jenna.
Thank you.
Thanks, JBH.
Oh, we also want to mention, y'all, that Mark's latest book, Believe in Yourself, What We Learned from Arthur, is out tomorrow. And you can pre-order a copy right now at today.com/shop.
From one fan favorite to another, SVU watchers, you're going to really enjoy what we have from our Vault series. That's next.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
and this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Law & Order SVU is a pop star favorite. It's been on our minds lately. You know, certainly, will that romance ever be in the cards for Olivia Benson and Elliot Stabler? I don't know. But today, we're flashing back to the long-running show's sophomore season. This will take us back to 2001. We found a moment from our vault when Uncle Al visited the cast on set.
While many new television programs have already bit the dust, audiences seem to be sticking by some old favorites. Now in its sophomore season, Law & Order Special Victims Unit has really caught on Friday nights. And our own Al Roker got a chance to go on location with the show right here in New York City.
Background and action! I gotta tell you, this is kind of exciting. We're down in the meat packing district. Is there something exciting about doing a show here in New York City?
Absolutely.
So there's no need to ask. Is this how you like it?
For an actor to be in the streets of New York, you're not on a back lot, you're not in a predictable, boring city that we've seen a million times on TV. So it's very inspiring. I could go on doing this as long as the check's clear.
There's nothing like it. It's this energy that just infuses your soul with a certain je ne sais.
Je ne sais, what you looking at?
What is this, open season? A few drinks, a little smoke, a bunch of guys, wet down, a couple dozen women.
One of the hallmarks of a Dick Wolf series seems to be, you know, sort of an evolving cast.
Yeah.
And you've got a new cast member
Yes,
with
two
new cast
Stephanie
members.
March and Ice-T.
It isn't Bishop Tutuola. Does it change the dynamic of what you guys do?
No, it hasn't. It's been actually a really great, both of them have been quite interesting additions for the show.
It's always good to get new blood in there, see what they're gonna bring to the table.
Ice brings a whole different energy to the show. He's been really fun for me personally to get to know because he's got such a unique vibe.
He brings a street sensibility to it, a guy with the slight swagger and the kind of the street credibility.
Sooner or later, she's gonna have to face the facts that her husband's a rapist.
Why? She doesn't have to face it unless we prove it. And we don't want her pushed there by Harper Anderson.
Street justice is always bloody.
If anything, I think I may bring a little broader demographic to this show.
What do you mean?
I'm probably the only person on this show that kids 6 years old know who I am. So Ice-T brings that youth into it.
And you are the knot in the pit of your stomach.
You're teamed up with the character John Munch. The two of you together is an interesting concept.
It was a very easy connection. You know, he's cool, I'm cool. Only problem with working with Richard is he took all the black outfits, so I can't wear black. You know, getting a chance to play the kind of cop that I guess I would be if I was a policeman is a great thing. So this is a good job for me.
You wouldn't expect Munch to have a partner like Ice-T, and I think it's working out great. We both enjoy working together. They're not overly chummy, and they're not at each other's throats like a corny bickering thing. It's just like two guys who are kind of cynical and dead set on, fortunately, in our line of work, Special Victims Unit, the bad guys are all really bad guys. There's no ambiguity here.
Miss Tackle. Do you think you were received pretty openly here?
When you first get to a show, you got to feel everybody out. You know, and everybody on this show is very cool. No problems, no issues. I just had a problem early, I think, with really just trying to figure out how they wanted me to play this detective. And then Dick Wolf just came in and said, just be Ice-T. Just be Ice-T. That's what we want you to do.
When you say, well, be Ice-T, but it's not, I would think, it's not that easy. I mean, what you're acting, acting is still your acting.
It's the question is, when you say be hip, how hip do you want me? Because I can take it so hip you couldn't understand a word I said. I could take it so hip you wouldn't even understand the dialogue.
You need a translation.
Yeah, you need the translations. But they don't know. I think some people don't know how hip I can get. So, yeah, I can get so hip you wouldn't understand. I'd be like saying, yo, word, check this out, man. We got to jump this skeezer right quick. She's tripping out here in the streets, man. I'm about to blow his wig back. You'd be like, what did he just say?
What did he say?
Son of a...
What?
It's that guy from the apartment.
He said he never heard of her.
Yeah, I've been really lucky to work with other actors who are really good, who really enjoy what they're doing. But generally speaking, it's been an ideal work situation.
In this show, it's so much about the ensemble.
Yes.
The story's the star. It's more, it seems like it's more of an actor's program.
You're correct. I think the crime is a star. You know, the viewers tune in to see, okay, let's watch our heroes follow the crime. But we all really love each other as people and as performers. So that makes it such a pleasure. So you don't mind handing the ball off, and everyone gets their chance to bat.
Guess what? She's dead. Fresh gash to the arm, definitely post-mortem.
Your second season. Are you ready to be in here for the long haul?
Yeah, I sort of see what life throws at me, and I'm so happy to be here. I sort of trust the process. Who knows where I'll be in 3 years, but I love New York, and I love this character, and I love my castmates, and so I'm pretty happy right now. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Is that difficult as an actor coming into something that's already up and running?
It's good to come into something that's already winning. Coming into something that's losing and then asked to help pick it up, that's scary. But coming into something that's already winning, that's a blessing.
So fun to travel back in time. To think, that show, 21 years later, still going strong. Love it. SVU. Thanks for watching, everybody. We appreciate it. We've got another episode of Popstar Plus brewing. It'll be here tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you then. Have a great day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut, Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving? Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
Hello, Today All Day family. It's Friday. We're so happy you're with us.
Yes, we sure are. And we're also happy that you're watching this little digital show that we call Today in 30. We closed out the week here today with another big show. Top with that historic winter storm. Yeah, taking aim at tens of millions up and down the East Coast. So who's going to see the most snow and how can it impact your weekend? As always, Mr. Roker has the answer.
Yeah, and then if you end up getting snowed in, have no fear because Jill Martin has snow day hacks to help you pass the time this weekend. Plus some deals on cold weather items you can use throughout the winter months.
And this is a great story, folks. We are going back to school with the bus himself, NFL legend Jerome Bettis, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champ, now pursuing another dream. He's going back to Notre Dame to finish his college degree. Our visit with him on campus and why that diploma means so much to him.
Oh, it's awesome. No time to waste. Let's get it started. Time for Today in 30. So let's get right to Al's forecast. We've been watching those models. Have they converged? Do we have a better idea now of what we're going to get?
That's right, guys. Looks like the European model is going to win out. We've got 65 million people impacted by winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, and blizzard warnings from Virginia to Maine. Last time this happened, 4 years ago. So this is unprecedented. What is a blizzard? The technical term, strong winds gusting frequently to 35 miles per hour. We're talking about blowing snow that reduces visibility to a quarter mile or less, and those conditions have to exist for at least 3 hours, and we expect that throughout parts of the region. So here's what we're looking at. Philadelphia, you see light to moderate snow from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. Snow should end by noon. We move up I-95 to New York City. Heavy snowfall, 4 to 10 a.m. Snow ends around 2. Move into Hartford, Connecticut. We're going to look for that heaviest snow between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Saturday. The snow continues till 8. Boston, you are the big winner or loser, depending on how you look at this. Extreme snow, strong winds, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Snow doesn't end until 11 o'clock at night. Powerful winds for the entire tri-state and all the way down to Atlantic City and further south. Wind gusts of over 45 miles per hour. Power disruptions from Bar Harbor, Maine, all the way down to the Delmarva Peninsula. Snowfall amounts, here's what we're looking at. We're talking about near impossible travel conditions and whiteout conditions. Extreme snowfall rates 2 to 4 inches per hour in some spots. So Atlantic City, 12 to 18 inches of snow. DC, maybe 1 to 2 inches, that's it. Philly, 4 to 8. Hartford, 8 to 12. East end of Long Island and parts of Connecticut, 12 to 18 inches of snow, and Boston, 18 to 24 inches. We're talking airport delays, obviously. Boston, New York, lesser delays, Philly and Washington. And if you're driving I-95 from Philadelphia all the way to Bangor, going to be a big mess. And from I-90 Buffalo to Boston is going to be tricky as well. We're going to continue to fine-tune these models as more information comes in. Craig?
All right, we're going to switch gears now as we welcome in Tom Llamas. Here's the story everyone's going to be talking about this weekend.
Some great news on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about football as we head into this weekend. Fans are gearing up for another wild NFL Sunday. The road to Super Bowl 56 down to its final 4 with the Chiefs and Bengals in a Midwest matchup. Rams and 49ers on the West Coast now just 1 win away from the Super Bowl. NBC's Morgan Chesky joins us with the biggest storylines from the conference championships. Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Tom, good morning. And if this weekend's matchups are anything like last weekend's, our blood pressures are all in really big trouble. Some incredibly thrilling matchups by some of the league's youngest quarterbacks that are really changing the game right in front of us. Meanwhile, there are swirling questions around some of the NFL's biggest veteran names, including a guy named Tom Brady. This Sunday, it's the NFL's version of the Final Four, battling it out for a spot in the Super Bowl.
We're not done. I mean, we're trying to go out there and win the AFC Championship and then try to get to the Super Bowl.
Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, 1 win away from making it back to the big game for the 3rd straight year.
To the end zone for the win!
Coming off a sensational victory against the Bills, considered one of the best NFL postseason games ever.
I kind of turned the page quickly, and I'm ready to go, just try to keep getting better every single day.
But there's a history-making Bengals team ready to stand in their way. It's a matchup Mahomes had his eye on earlier this season.
Great job, bro. With my respect, man.
Second-year quarterback Joe Burrow leading Cincinnati to their first AFC Championship game in 33 years. The underdogs will have to pull another one out of their hat.
Cincinnati wins!
In a notoriously loud Arrowhead Stadium.
We expect it to be really loud. We're going to have to be great with our communication, our nonverbal communication, just like every week on the road.
In Los Angeles, a couple of California teams. The Rams and 49ers will take their division rivalry to new heights with a trip to a home state Super Bowl on the line.
We're excited to play in front of our home fans. There's no question about that.
The 49ers head into the weekend with 6 straight wins against the Rams.
I mean, we know these guys as well as possible, playing for a 3rd time now. Nothing will really surprise us, I wouldn't say.
As a new guard of NFL quarterbacks vie for a shot at Super Bowl stardom, speculation swirling about the future of some of the biggest names in the game. Fans wondering if they've seen 7-time Super Bowl champ Tom Brady take his final bow. Aaron Rodgers still hasn't committed to returning next season. And in Pittsburgh, 2-time Super Bowl champion quarterback Ben Roethlisberger announcing his retirement after 18 years.
I retire from football, a truly grateful man.
And on the other side of this weekend's big games, all eyes go to February 13th. That is when the Super Bowl is slated to take place in Los Angeles. Officials there are already saying any fan who shows up entitled to a free vaccination. They will be rapid tested, and everyone will be handed a free KN95 mask and encouraged to wear them when they're not eating and drinking during the big game.
Tom?
Well, you should get that if you pay for a Super Bowl ticket, because at least you should get that. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. You know, guys, there's so much pressure on these teams, not just to win, but last weekend was the greatest weekend in football history ever, so they got to deliver.
Also, I thought eating and drinking is all you do during football. I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
Who do we like?
Chiefs, Rams.
Okay, got 3.
I'm rooting for the Bengals.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your people.
Yeah.
All right. In my house, we've got to pull for the Chiefs. So.
I'm going for the Doritos commercial.
Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back with the reason that football fans are once again cheering for NFL great Jerome Bettis.
Yeah, the bus. It's not for his legendary career on the field, but the goal he's now working towards off it, a college degree.
Love the bus. And decades after he left Notre Dame for the pros, he re-enrolled and is now months away from fulfilling a promise that he made to his mom.
NBC's Ann Thompson has definitely the best story of the day, and she really shows it's never too late to pursue a dream. Hi, Ann. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. This really is a wonderful story. You know, Jerome Bettis says when he was in college, he always thought of himself as a student athlete. When he left, the athlete took prominence as he became the heart of the Pittsburgh Steelers, leading them to a Super Bowl victory in Super Bowl 40. Well, now he's a student again, pursuing a different title.
The bus is back in school. Jerome Bettis, who powered through NFL defenses for 91 touchdowns and ran his way into the Hall of Fame, is once again at Notre Dame.
You are Notre Dame class of?
Oh my goodness. Class of 2022? Wow, I didn't think about that.
27 years after he earned that nickname in college, he's here to finish his business degree, more than twice the age of his fellow students.
What's it like to be back at school at age 49?
It is so strange because I'm so behind the times. I mean, I'm a dinosaur. I don't know where anything is. I'm struggling with the technology.
They take notes on iPads. He uses a pen and gets lost in new buildings.
I don't know which way it is.
But some things are familiar, like the frigid January weather.
Jerome, where are your gloves? I left my gloves.
4 courses from graduation, Bettis is just another senior. Sort of.
Everyone kind of knows who the boss is, especially Notre Dame.
Bettis left Notre Dame his junior year for the NFL. A 1993 first-round draft pick for the Los Angeles Rams, he became a power-running icon with the Pittsburgh Steelers, a 6-time Pro Bowler, Walter Payton Man of the Year, Super Bowl champion, but not a college graduate.
Why is it so important for you to get that degree?
One, that I complete the task at hand. That's what I wanted to do. Also, I promised my mother that I would get my degree, but most importantly, I have 2 children. For them to see Dad finish a commitment, I think it says a lot to them,
Are you a better student at 49 than you were at 18, 19, or 20?
I am a much better student at 49 because I want to learn. I want to know all of this information.
To put to work in his current businesses, trucking, staffing, development, and marketing companies, as well as a TV personality during the NFL season.
This week, this is the only thing that counts.
27 years later, Bettis's football scholarship is still good. Of the 21 members of his football class, 20 earned their degrees. Notre Dame President Father John Jenkins says Bettis will be the 21st.
I say to all our coaches that there are three things we should be concerned about. First is integrity, do things the right way. Second is help these kids get a degree and do well in their lives. And the third is winning on the field. And Jerome's getting a degree after all his success just underscores how important that is.
Back in the locker room where he first found national fame,
I was somewhere right in here.
Bettis shows me the traditions.
Now, the first sign, you've got to make sure. And that one, you just want to tap it because there we go.
Today, pursuing a different kind of glory with the same enthusiasm.
This is that moment where it's all coming together. I mean, right now, it's got me itchy.
Are you ready to go?
I'm not ready to go. I'm excited, though.
This May, he will graduate at Notre Dame Stadium, fulfilling the promise he made to his mom.
This is education related, and you can never take away the education.
Finishing one of the best runs of his life.
Now, this story was a whole lot of fun for me to shoot because I'm a Notre Dame grad and I serve on the board. And over the years, I've crossed paths with Jerome, and I've always found him inspiring, but never more so than what he is trying to accomplish today. Guys?
Amen.
So admirable.
I think it should be the commencement speaker at his own graduation, Ann. How cool would that be?
Hey, and what about those kids in his classes? Like, again, just you're sitting in your math class, and all of a sudden you're like, "What?
That the bus?
That's wrong."
You know what's funny? Yeah, well, what's funny, because they're all masked. I mean, he can walk around campus pretty anonymously because he's masked and in heavy winter clothes. But when he sits in class, he's obviously older. And then when they ask his name, it's like, you know, the light bulb goes off in the kid's head. Is one of the kids said, he's got a wife, 2 kids, and 4 businesses. I'm going home and doing homework and sitting on the couch watching the Food Channel. I mean, it's kind of like they're on different planes. But he participates in class, and he said the hardest thing is not to keep raising his hand the whole time. So he loves it.
Great story.
It is a great story. It's inspiring. He doesn't have to go back. You know?
And I know we would all love to go back to college at some point.
No.
Just have it. Oh yeah.
I've seen him in
College is great.
school.
Yes.
I've seen back to school with Rodney Dangerfield. I'm going back.
Yeah, we are.
You want to go back to college?
I just want to go back to
We're pledging.
Yeah, definitely. For Rush Week.
Thank you, Ann.
Come on, Spanish.
That was wonderful.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. what's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with our special series, At Home Today with Jill Martin, and this one is perfectly timed for all of us here in the Northeast.
These are great today. So Jill is sharing some snow day home hacks, or really anybody. These are really good. They'll help us gear up for these cold weather days.
And that means major deals for all of you at home. So scan that QR code at the bottom of the screen to see them.
So, Jill, we're about to be living in a winter wonderland. So what do you got for us?
Well, hey, guys, you know, the Family Guy said that we're nonsense. I mean, the last snow day, Al and everybody, I organized my batteries.
Wow.
I mean, what's nonsensical about that? So I have some great new hacks
She's not helping us.
coming up. I mean, come on, really? And today's National Let's Have Fun Day. What's not fun about that? But I have some great hacks coming up. But first, I ask you guys how you spend your snow days. Take a look.
I used to love a good snow day when I was little. So many people use snow days for different reasons. I use snow days to organize. I love to declutter. But I'd love to know what our anchors do on snow days. So let's first check in with our weather experts, Dylan and Al.
We love to go outside and take family pictures. The lighting is the best. Way better than in here.
Well, the snow has stopped. For me, a perfect snow day is a good book, a hot cup of chocolate, and a roaring fire. And ideally, a fireplace.
I'm no weather person, but if it's a snow day, you can find me trying to convince the kids to stay inside and watch a movie.
It's a carrot.
That is a carrot nose. But you'll probably find me outside making a snowman, begrudgingly.
So a couple of things happen on snow days in my house. If they have school, if they have somewhere to go, I set out their boots, all their boots and stuff like that, so they don't have to try to find them. And if we're free, my kids love to sled, snowboard, ski, all that good stuff. They don't get it from me, but they love it.
Have a good snow day.
So you said you like to use snow days to get organized. What are some of your ideas?
All right, so these are great for everyone, and some of these are going to blow your mind. Let's start with the first one, the trolley bags Lotus Sustainables. You have them there in the studio. The retail $49.99. Now, it's an all-in-one 4-bag system. It includes an insulated cooler bag plus holders for your eggs, for your wine. Make shopping faster and organized. You'll never need plastic bags again. Each bag holds over 70 pounds, 2 colors in the trolley bags. Easily separated by Velcro. And get this, they're machine washable. They were created by a wife and a husband team in 2017 when California was going through its plastic bag ban. The retail, $49.99. The deal for the set, $25. That's 50% off. Aren't those awesome, guys?
Those are. Cool.
So great.
All right, next up is a cult favorite and a fan favorite, the Earth Day Everyday Bundle by Clean Cult. Now, if you use these products, it's incredible. We're getting a deal on them. The retail $101.91. Clean Cult's mission is to fix the cleaning industry and redefine clean, from packaging to ingredients to efficacy. Get ready to hear what's in this bundle. 5 items: liquid dish soap, all-purpose cleaner, liquid hand soap, liquid laundry detergent, natural soap bar, safe for all skin types, can be used on hands, body, and face. Clean Cult is also the first zero-waste cleaning brand in nationwide retail stores, and is currently distributed in over 5,000 retail stores. It also comes with the bottles, so you just refill everything, and really eco-friendly and great. The retail $101.91. The deal for this whole set is $49. That's 50% off.
60 seconds left for the next
All right, something I splurge on, and I take laundry very seriously. I love doing laundry, and this is the must-haves kit by Laundress. I'm going to be buying a lot of these. The retail is $79. Laundress set out to create solutions that increase the lifespan of clothing and household items while helping eliminate the harsh chemicals and cost of dry cleaning. The kit includes 4 of their best-selling products. I use these. They're awesome, bundled exclusively just for us. Nothing nonsensical about that. So you get the wool and cashmere shampoo, the delicate wash, the sports detergent, and the stain solution. You can go on today.com to see what each one does, but clearly spelled out. The retail $79, the deal $32. That is 60% off.
Nice.
And last up for this one, on a cold day, and on any day, actually, the Ion Mug and Charging Coaster by Zumi.
These
the
are
retail
cool.
$169.99. I know, get this, Craig. Okay, the Ion Mug and Charging Coaster is a 12-ounce stainless steel self-heating coffee mug with lid and built-in battery. The mug keeps coffee, tea, hot cocoa warm up to 3 hours, or keep it on the charger coaster all day for heating.
Oh,
Has
wow.
3 adjustable temperature levels. Comes in 3 great colors, white, bronze, or black. Easily cleaned, but you have to hand wash. Great safety feature. The Ion Mug will turn off automatically after 3 hours if no liquid is detected in the mug. Retail $169.99. The deal $49, 71% off. And we should mention that today makes a small share of revenue from your purchases.
Good stuff.
Right,
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take a quick look at these products one more time. You can shop these deals and more at today.com/deals.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Okay, this is really cool. Today, we are kicking off a new food series. It's called Today Table, and we make your dinner planning super easy.
Okay, how simple? This is how simple we're doing it. You can order the ingredients for the recipe we're about to show you. All you have to do is scan that QR code, and like any grocery service, once you just check out, schedule a pickup time, a store delivery, and it will be delivered.
You know
to
what
the
you always
doorstep.
say, I wish I could do that recipe, but I don't have the ingredients. Well, we're
Now
going to get
you
started.
can.
Here's our friend, Gabi Dulkin. She's the creator of What's Gabi Cooking, and she joins us from her home in L.A. Gabi, you are our very first chef who is taking us down this road. We're so excited. So what are you going to make for us this morning?
Today we're making a barbecue chicken quinoa salad, which is one of my favorite things to make on a weekend. It's great for lunch. It's great for dinner. You could prep it ahead and take it for work. It's just like beyond easy.
Okay.
It all starts with a little bit of slow cooker. So these are just some boneless, skinless chicken thighs that I'm literally going to put into my slow cooker with barbecue sauce. That's it. Like truly, you could throw an onion in there if you wanted to.
Okay,
Yes. Yeah. You could like maybe let your 7-year-olds or 8-year-olds do this, like whatever. I feel like it's appropriate. You put it on a slow cooker and you basically forget it for 6 to 7 hours.
Okay.
Then you go ahead and you make the rest of your bowl. So over here we just have some quinoa. You could also use rice or farro or whatever kind of grain you want to use. Couscous would totally work. Orzo, whatever. This is some fresh corn cut off the cob. If you want to use frozen corn, be my guest. Like, just make sure it's
So
thawed.
that's not cooked, right? You just cut it right off.
No, I'm like a little obsessed with like just raw corn.
Yeah.
Some people think I'm weird, but it's so good, especially like
that
in peak
crunch.
corn season.
Yeah, I love it.
Yes.
It's so good. Right, you get it. Black beans, but you could totally use any other kind of beans you want as well. And then here's the chicken that was in the slow cooker that I made. I made this one yesterday, obviously, but basically when it comes out, you just take 2 forks and you use them to shred it up, and then this can just go right into your grain bowl mixture.
Oh my God, can you put more barbecue sauce if you want?
You like load it up. Be my guest. Add a little ranch, whatever you want.
Some of us like condiments.
Yeah, we're condiment people.
Who isn't? Anyone who's not a condiment person is questionable. So this is the base, and then you're literally just going to put this in a bowl and garnish it with every condiment you could want. You could put guacamole on this. You could put extra barbecue sauce on.
I feel like this is a good kid situation.
I think they would
too.
eat that. Yeah.
100%. I mean, my daughter eats it. She's 1. I just like break things up for her and shove it down her mouth.
Do you serve that hot or cold, or can you do it both?
Either hot, cold, or room temperature, whatever you want. If you're doing it and like prepping it and taking it to work, I would say just do it at room temp. And maybe if you're going to add the avocado, just add it right before you serve it, because otherwise
that knife is
we don't like witnessing this.
No, we're
I'm a
hiding.
little afraid. Oh, so now what are you
know, one time I did slice my hand open on live TV cutting an avocado open.
No.
See, we actually sensed that.
Yeah, we did.
We've come a long way since that day.
So Gabi, how long can this keep if you put it in the fridge?
So you could prep this and keep it for like 4 to 5 days. But like I said, add the avocado, add any herbs, scallions, whatever, like day of.
What are those herbs? Is
Get
that
a little
cilantro?
sad.
Are you a cilantro
This
person?
is cilantro.
Oh,
I am. If you are not a cilantro person, you could easily substitute chives, or you could just chop up some scallions and throw some scallions on there as well.
Probably questionable.
If you don't like cilantro, that's about 40% of people out there.
Right, but tons of people don't. Yeah. Gabi, what does your 1-year-old like to eat? What's on?
Oh my gosh, she's a true little angel. She eats everything. Last night I gave her, we did a deconstructed fish taco with guacamole, and she it was like she had never seen before, the speed that when she was putting fish in her mouth.
Do you remember that you told us on the 8th that you didn't even eat seafood until you were in your 20s?
I didn't. So I'm trying to fix her before she goes through what I went through, and I only ate pasta and grilled cheese until I